Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Ariel Helwani Show!
Back in your life on this Monday, June 15th, 2026. Hello again, everyone. I sure hope you're doing well. It is absolutely, positively great to be here on a beautiful Monday morning in New York City. And you know, I was thinking about this earlier. I was thinking about the person who was sitting in this chair on Wednesday when I said goodbye to you, and the person that is sitting here right now in front of all of you, because I really do believe there are chapters in one's life, and I'd like to think that a chapter ended in my life on Saturday and a new chapter has been born, because for the first time in my life, I can sit here, and certainly for the first time in my professional career, I can sit here saying to all of you on camera that my New York Knickerbockers, your New York Knickerbockers, the world's New York Knickerbockers are NBA champions. And I can't even believe that I'm saying this. I've been doing this show since 2009, and there have been a lot of dark years, and I've tried not to interject my fandom into the show. But you know, especially over the last 6 or so years, as two of my beloved teams have had great runs and great teams, you know that I've come on this show distraught, depressed, down every single time. And I've asked others on the team. I've asked Rick about the 2016 Cleveland Cavaliers. I asked GC about the back-to-back Georgia championships. What does it feel like? What are the emotions? Can you describe it? What's it feel like afterwards? And deep down inside, I never thought I'd feel it. And what I experienced on Saturday, first of all, waking up and noticing that it was June 13th, and noticing that that's 6/13, and noticing, like, seeing all this stuff. Obviously, I didn't come up with it first, but 6/13 is the number that's in the rafters because of Red Holtzman, who won the 2 championships as a coach back in 70 and 73, and starting to feel like, is this actually written? Is this in the stars? And then the Jalen tweet and all. And then right before tip-off on Saturday, I'm so nervous that I have to go for a walk around my whole neighborhood. I went for a walk for an hour, just listening to Wu-Tang, because Wu-Tang started to become a soundtrack for this team. And listening to Wu-Tang made me feel better. And then I go and I sit down and I tell my kids, this is the first time since June 22nd, 1994, that I'm able to watch a game in which tonight, the Knicks, who mean so much to me, that I can't even possibly verbalize, tonight they could be champions. And the game starts off awful, and they can't make a shot, but they're only down 5 at the half. Or maybe it was 7 and 5 at the end of the third. Whatever it was, you kind of still felt like they were in it. And then slowly but surely, Jalen takes over in the fourth. Slowly but surely, drip, 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 stop, score, 1 free throw. 1 out of 2, 1 out of 2, 1 out of 2. And then it happens. This moment that I swear to God I've been dreaming about. You ask any kid that I went to school with, 4th grade is when it kind of like really, I started to truly love them in the 2nd grade. 4th grade, it exploded. 92 season. 94 season, I'm in 6th grade. And then you ask any kid that knew me from that point forward, the amount, I looked at my phone, 5 minutes, I had 118 missed texts. And that team, for whatever reason, means so much to me, and those players. And to see Patrick Ewing and John Starks and Charles Oakley all in the building. I prayed that they were going to hug, but they didn't. But just to see them celebrate, it meant so much. The words that come to mind are euphoria. The words that come to mind are relief, because we'll never have to wonder. And the word that comes to mind is healing. I feel like a part of me has been healed. I've talked to you about the torture, my brother throwing a Kleenex box, making fun of me. And I just feel so much love and happiness in my heart. I feel so much love and happiness. And to know that the story actually ends in a good way, that all the heartbreak actually leads to a championship, that we got to see it, I was certain I would never see it. Not because I didn't believe in them, but just because it never broke our way. And so I say, look at this picture. Jim Dolan on the microphone, the much maligned owner of the New York Knicks, nails it on the microphone. New York, I'm sorry it took so long. Hopefully we don't have to wait this long again. Breen nailing it. Tyler Murray on the radio nailing it. No lead is too big, no guard is too small. The most unlikely of championship teams. Every time we win, all this just to lose to those guys. All this just to lose in the finals. All this, never again. Oh, I can't even possibly tell you how it felt. I cried. I don't even know. I don't even know how to describe it. I think my kids were shell-shocked by the amount of which I cried. I didn't want it to end. I stayed up till 4:45 just watching, reliving, thinking, pondering. I can't believe the Knicks are champions. I can't even tell you what this does for my soul. I can't even tell you. And I know so many others feel the same, and all the footage, all the celebrating, all the happiness, all the tears, I can't get enough of it. The commercials, the Nike commercial, unbelievable. Josh Safdie apparently did that. The Michelob Ultra commercial, this one, Legacy Pass. God, I can't believe it. I can't believe we live in this timeline. Can't believe it. Can't believe we live in a timeline in which the Knicks are not the butt of the joke, in which the Knicks are the champions, in which the Knicks are going into the offseason as champions. I cannot believe it. I can't even wrap my head around it. And so the last 24 to 36 hours for me, whatever it is, have felt utterly surreal. I will be there on Thursday at the parade. I have no idea what to expect. It's probably going to be a shit show. We're probably not going to be able to move. I need to feel that. I need to feel that energy. I need to feel it in my bones. The New York Knicks are NBA champions in my lifetime. My kids got to see it. And the fact that I got to witness it with them is a gift and an experience, a shared experience that I will never, ever forget. And I got to tell you, there are going to be days where I'll feel down. It'll be January and I will feel like shit. And I'm going to think about these guys, the gift that they gave us. These 15 players, that front office, that coaching staff, everyone affiliated with that team. To anyone out there who is a fan of a team that looks to be a million miles away from a championship, if you are a Hornets fan, if you're a Pelicans fan, if you're a Browns fan, if you're a Buffalo Bills fan, hold the F on. Hold on, because I got to tell you, it feels amazing when they finally reach the mountaintop. It feels unlike anything. Every time I ask people, what they told me doesn't feel anywhere near as good as this. Anywhere near as good as this. And I get it. I didn't do anything. But you know what? I spent a lot of freaking time and effort worrying about these guys who don't know me, who don't care about me. But there's something about this effort that you put in and this time that you put in and this energy that you put in that you want it to feel like it was worth it. And now it feels like it was worth it. And now it feels fulfilled. I feel like I'm flying. So you fast forward 24 hours later, and I'm sitting there watching this sport that I've devoted my life to at the White House in these scenes that feel like they are also out of a movie. It just doesn't feel real on a Sunday. And now I'm going to bed at 2 and waking up. I am sleep deprived. I am emotionally and physically exhausted, but I feel like a massive weight. If we were going to Game 6 tomorrow, I don't know how I would have reacted. And then Game 7, I would have been shot. My nervous system is shot. The relief, the happiness, the joy. I will forever be indebted to these people. I wish I could hug them. I wish I could hug them and just personally thank them all. And I know I speak for so many people when I say this. It is just a feeling and an emotion unlike any other. I was, some of those pictures of through the years, like it's literally my life. And it's the one constant, like you just have this team that you hope that allows you to escape, that allows you to think about, when I'm in Syracuse and I'm watching the Stephon Marbury Knicks, I have nothing. I have absolutely nothing to be excited about. It takes you away. It takes you away. And it just felt like a healing thing. And seeing Patrick hold that trophy, it was just unbelievable. It was unbelievable. I have to say it was unbelievable. I pray if the Bills do it, I'm done. I'm done with sports. I can finally rest. I will stop caring. I'm never going to care again. I don't want a dynasty. I don't care if it's back, great, I'll take it. I don't need it. We got the one, and I can't get enough. I spent, happy to say, $3,000 in merch already. Add to cart, 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 add. I need that Snoopy Knicks collab t-shirt. I have to have it. That replica of the trophy for $150 on Fanatics, I have to have it because I kissed it last year. I kissed it. And that trophy now belongs to the New York Knicks. And today's show is sponsored by Kalshi, the largest prediction market in the United States, who I do believe had the Knicks as underdogs, or whatever you say in this world at the beginning, and we freaking did it. We did it, all of us, collectively. Here's what Kalshi does different than everyone else. You're not playing against the house. Kalshi is peer-to-peer trading. You buy a yes or no contract on whether a certain result will happen, and you're trading directly against other users. Think of it like buying or selling a stock. The line isn't set by some algorithm working against you. Public opinion sets the price. Kalshi is CFTC approved, federally regulated, which is why it's available across the entire country, including California and Texas. Download the Kalshi app and use code Helwani, HELWANI, to get $10 off when you trade $10 with Kalshi. KALSHI, Kalshi, trade. What is next? We're going to talk about a lot of things on today's show. White House card, trust me, we'll get to it. I left a lot of space at the top. Bo Nickal's going to join us. Anthony Smith, who did such a great job previewing the card for us late last week on X, will join us. Arman Tsarukyan is going to join us to talk about the change in plans, so to speak. And Action Bronson's going to join us. And so I will spend a lot of time with Action, as you can imagine. I wanted to hug him. I wanted to have him in studio. Not going to happen, but it doesn't matter. We'll talk a lot about the Knicks here, so I don't want to spend, I know the White House guys, but please indulge me for a moment. On air, Jordan, let me ask you, lifelong Knick fan, what was it like? What was it like?
Honestly, like, the thing is, a lot of times you are very emotional about these things, and I'm always like, you know what, like, I get it. It is sports sometimes, and I'm like a little more grounded. Saturday night, watery eyes, hugging people I don't know, just like, the time of my life, honestly. I can't. If they go 0-82 next year, I wouldn't even care.
Wouldn't even care. I want to be in the building.
I kind of wish I touched the trophy last year now.
It's fine. It's fine. You'll get an opportunity. The Knicks are champions, man. The Knicks are champions. Is PT wearing the hat? He better freaking be wearing the hat.
You're damn right.
Let me tell you something. You walk around the streets of Dublin wearing that hat today, and you're for sure getting a head nod. You're for sure getting a fist bump. Am I right?
I got 4. I was in Dublin this morning, and 4 of them.
Yes.
So yeah, all Americans, by the way.
That's
so
good.
Even better.
That means they know that you know ball. That's the acknowledgement. You understand?
Crazy.
You stay up, PT.
I did. I was the first in the message group.
You think I remember anything? Do you think I remember anything?
I was just like, I was on the couch just watching. I was like, it's going to happen. Oh my God, it's going to happen. And then it happened. I fired that message off in the group, just rolled off the couch and into bed. But do you know what? I didn't realize until it happened that I was actually looking forward to your reaction, which I'm glad that you posted, more than I was the games. Like, it was just, ever since I know you, you've been talking about this. Ever since I know you, you're having that same debate. Well, sorry, ever since the Nuggets win, you're having that debate with Chuck where you're like, now you've won one. I have to go and win one now. I don't want to hear you complaining again. And to see the absolute elation the next morning. Fantastic, man.
Oh, yeah, I got clowned a little bit for the reaction. Like, there was like I had some like saliva. You think I was looking at any of that?
Who gives a fuck?
I couldn't give 2 fucks. Chuck texted me, and it a lot of things have broken me, and just spontaneously start crying. I just spontaneously.
Of course. What did he say?
He just wrote, "And now you know how it feels." And
wow, like, Chuck Vandenhall, man.
Chuck,
what a fucking G.
It's just, it's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot to process. I just can't believe it.
How are the lads? Like, as you're like, this is such a big thing for you, and they're huge Knicks fans as well. I'm not trying to say, but
yeah,
it's a longer road for you. It's been a longer road for you. How did they react to you losing your mind?
Can I tell you another thing that broke me? So we're watching the game, and I told them, like, you're not wearing anything. So I wear the same thing. I have my good luck thing that I wear, my good luck outfit, and it's actually my Action t-shirt. They never lose when I wear the Action t-shirt. I didn't wear it to game 3 and they lost. So I brought it back for 4 and then obviously for 5. Same shorts, same sweatshirt, same everything. They were like shirtless. They were just sitting around. I'm like, why aren't you wearing? Oh, don't worry. Halftime. So at halftime, and we had played an awful first, they go take a shower because it's late. So And usually they'll come down with either Josh Hart, Karl Anthony Towns, Brunson, or OG jerseys. And my son Walter comes down wearing the Ewing jersey, and my son Oliver comes down wearing his Ewing t-shirt. And it's just like, I was like, why are you wearing that? And they're like, trust me, this is the one. And I was like, holy shit, man. Like, they get it, you know? They get it. They get what it means to me. They get what that guy meant to me. They get what this team means to me. And they just sat there, and then I was like, oh my God, they're going to do it. They're going to do it. They're going to do it. And like, Josh misses the free throw. That's my son's favorite player. And I was like, it's okay. They're going to do it. They're going to do it. And then I don't remember anything. I fell to the ground, and I just started crying. And my wife was there, who sat with me in '99 watching that team. And I just couldn't believe that they finally did it. It was a lot to handle. I wish my daughter was awake, but we woke up the next day. I went to bed at 4:45, and we woke up at 6:30, and she came with me. We didn't brush our teeth. We were wearing our PJs. I put my Crocs on, and we went to the nearest grocery store, and I got the Post and the Daily News, and I bought 3 of them each so that each one of us can frame it. And I said, I'll never forget that there was not a soul on the street, just a couple people, go Knicks, I'm wearing my hat. And I'll just never forget any of it. I'll never forget any of it. I'm just so thankful and grateful. And so, to be honest, I tweeted this last night. Like, I know there was a lot that you could be upset about that card last night. I don't have it in me. I don't. And I'm sorry if that doesn't make me a good journalist. I don't have it in me to be upset about anything right now. Anything. Life is just too happy. Life is just too happy. It's just too great. And most people believed, but New York Rick did not believe. New York Rick, you did not believe.
Time out.
Tell me.
The lads are still in their gear.
We never left, Pete. We slept here last night.
You guys, kudos to you guys for doing that on a Sunday and coming back on a Monday. Incredible. There's a lot of kudos. The set looked great. Rick shaving the mustache is just insanity.
Commitment to the bit.
That's what it is. I was looking at the videos going, what the fuck?
He looks like Hamzat slash...
Listen, brother. You thought he was about to shoot a double leg on you, Pete.
Now we're going.
It's absurd. It's an absurd look. When you see him in person, it's even more absurd. It's different on camera.
Hasn't fixed it yet either. Now the soul patch is really coming through right here. It's the whole thing. It's the whole thing.
By the way, Connor did a great job. You know, Connor got this all laced up. The receipt of me posting the wager on the New York Knicks is in the group chat. I didn't believe. I feel like I was the only one who believed.
Not a small wager.
The money was there.
Not a small wager.
I remember Rick saying, you're never beating a Western Conference team.
Did you not at the beginning say, you don't want to hear what I have to say? You did all that. Was that all a ruse?
Listen, there was bad juju that had to be
The bet was
exercised.
bigger than any bet I've ever placed by several folds, so I get him being cautious.
You know, you gotta just.
And then when they went up 3-1, he was like, "It's over. It's done. It's wraps. It's curtains."
Yeah.
I was not accepting that. Where did you watch, Rick?
Home. I was home for every game.
You were just chilling.
I had.
Were you not?
My brother-in-law,
Were you moved?
Who flew in from Hawaii?
Yeah.
Was at Game 4, staying stayed at my house. He's like, I'm going to Game 4. I'm like, shit, I'll be here, watch it on TV, enjoy it. It was incredible. My buddy Arman, who had gone back and forth. He lives in Texas. He went to Game 3.
Unbelievable.
He went to Game 4 at the Garden, and then went to Game 5 in San Antonio.
Yeah. I wish I was there, but also I don't think I could have handled it. GC, you were on the streets, right?
I was on the streets, baby. Lower
Where?
East Side. I was with my boy Jake. Shout out to him, who was also a diehard. He immediately started crying. He had to go into the bathroom because he got embarrassed. He was crying so hard.
Let it out.
Yeah. Hit the streets. It was chaotic. It was a madhouse, but it was amazing. The energy was unmatched.
Any incidents?
No. Everyone was like pretty friendly.
I felt like there were a few things that got like viral status, but the rest just seemed loving.
It was very loving. At one point, some big dude did come up to me, and he was just like, yo, give me a hand. Like, support my foot up on this. I was like, on what? He's like, this car. I was like, is it your car? He's just like, no. I was like,
no.
All right, fuck it. Nah, I helped him up. He got up and started dancing on the car. What was I going to do? Say no? Everyone's going crazy. People are hanging from scaffolding. It was wild.
It was wild, man. Every time I go online, I just can't stop. I can't stop watching everything. Oh, I can't stop. That sushi is going to hit in Vegas, huh?
It's going to hit, especially after we hit the Fatty Boom Batty.
Oh, the Fatty Boom Batty is going to be lit.
I'm thinking solo cones for everyone.
I want one
before the meal.
I want one now. I want it to be this thick, you know?
I want it to be
thick. Are there ones that are this
paranoid and socially awkward that I can't look the chef in the eye.
God.
When he's like, and this is.
Hey, wait, is the move before or after?
Before? Are you kidding me?
Before.
Empty stomach.
Bro,
empty
that doesn't
stomach?
have anything to
It's not
do
like
with you
alcohol.
smoking. Come on, man. It's like alcohol.
You want the munchie. You
We
wanna
need
get
to all be dying of laughter, them threatening to kick us out, all very socially awkward when
I
they
will
order
get
a
fucked
drink. It's going to be great.
The last time I smoked a Phantom Blue Betty, August of 2003, Brad Wilkerson, walk-off grand slam, and the next time is when the Knicks win the championship?
Did we make this public on the show, or was that a behind-the-scenes thing that we're
I don't know.
No, we said it on the show.
Okay.
Pre-rolls all around, omakase.
Can't wait to
First
try
time
this
having
marijuana.
sushi.
Oh, yeah.
First time,
summer,
Peachy?
We're going to Summer League.
Yeah,
We're
that's
doing
it.
everything. Oh, there's also going to be a fight that we'll be covering there, too. We're also going to be doing a live show, July 10th. Anyway, we're going to talk more about this with action, so I'm not going to bore you all. All the haters out there, I don't love you. I love you, Celtics fans. I love you, Boston fans. It's all good. We're champions as well. I can't wait to get home and just sit there and watch more content over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. I can't get enough of it. I can't get enough. It doesn't feel real. Just looking at the graphics, Knicks champion. It doesn't feel real. It doesn't feel real. I don't know what to do with myself, but we're going to talk about other things. It almost feels like I'm not giving it the justice that it deserves by not speaking about it for the next 5 hours. But there was a big event. There was a big event that happened last night, and it wasn't your ordinary event. It was a very important event for this country. It was an important event for the UFC, obviously for the sport as well, for the fighters involved. And in the end, this card, how many times did I say, by the way, how funny is it that I said, I can't wait till June 15th, not knowing that, I said this as of last year, not knowing that June 15th would be this celebratory show talking about this. Obviously, I was talking about the fact that I was just going to be happy that this event was over. Not because I was wishing bad upon it. Let's be 100% honest. A lot of people were wishing bad. A lot of people were reveling in the weather issues, reveling in, a potential disaster, a delay. I was not doing that. As I said last week, I just wanted the fighters to get this opportunity. And in the end, this event that we had been hearing about for almost exactly 12 months, 11 and a half to be exact, I think was a grand slam for the UFC. Now, will we nitpick things? Will we criticize things? Sure. But on the whole, you look at the sights and sounds, you look at the production, you look at how it all played out, you look at the fact that they were staring at a storm. I'm watching this at home. I texted Pizzi about this co-main event. There is a massive storm, loud, it's that's how the rain sounded. I'm like, holy crap, we're obviously not in Washington, but is this thing coming? It sounded so loud, and that would have been a disaster. The lighting, the walkouts, the visuals, the entrances, and the fights. You go 7 for 7, all finishes. Again, this will trigger people. I get it. I understand it. But as far as the actual pulling off the event, this once-in-a-lifetime event, to me, it was a grand slam. It was a home run. It was A+. They nailed it. There's no infrastructure in place there. There's no blueprint. A massive tip of the cap to the production team. The presser looked great. The weigh-ins looked great. The event looked great. The fights were great. And by the way, where do I sign up for more 7-fight cards? Nice, tidy. This is surreal shit. I'm sitting there sleep deprived. I slept for an hour and 45 minutes Saturday going to Sunday, and then I'm sitting there watching the UFC at the White House, cage fighting at the White House, and Diego Lopez starts the card off like that, and Houfi fights like that, and Cyril Gane fights like that, and of course Justin Gaethje fights like that. I'd love to know, does anyone feel otherwise? Does anyone feel like this was a miss? Does anyone feel like this was the White House, Times Square Part 2? I thought, look, were there times where, now we can nitpick, were there times where the crowd seemed subdued? Yeah, absolutely. That's going to happen. Were there times where it was like, the history stuff, okay, I get it, or the Trump, yeah, sure. But if I'm being 100% honest, I thought there'd be more Trump stuff. Correct me if I'm wrong, guys. Was there any sort of, there's a chance I dozed off here and there, not going to lie, in between fights. Was there any sort of Trump, happy birthday, we joked, Marilyn Monroe type of thing?
No.
Right?
No, we figured beforehand, right? We all kind of said, of course, there's going to be more of that. because we've seen the other events. I always reference that event that I was at with Rick at the Prudential Center. So we just fully expected there would be a lot more than that, and there wasn't. That was one of the concerns of many people that said they were watching. But I don't think, of course, you've mentioned the entrance and all that kind of stuff, but the spectacle was insane. And I genuinely don't feel, if you've seen the other events, that this was any more than they've ever done with him at these events.
I thought it looked better than the Sphere. Like, if we're going to compare special events to special events, do you agree, GC? You're shaking your head. I can't tell if you agree or disagree.
Of course I agree. Yeah,
Okay.
I don't even think it's close. I think when we left the Sphere, we were like, that was pretty cool. But then, like, once the fight started, it was essentially same old, same old. And I know that was the same here, but like, you really felt them being at the White House throughout the entire event. The walkouts, when you got to the cut man, you could see behind it the special entrances from the Marine Corps band, which were incredible.
Well, let's give a shout out to your brother.
Shout out.
Dude, you're
Unbelievable.
This guy's brother. Those entrances were amazing.
So
The
good.
best ever.
There he is.
There's your brother.
There he is. It's
Gunnery
fun.
Sergeant Burks. Is that how you say it?
Gunnery Sergeant
What does
Burks,
gunnery
baby.
mean? What does gunnery mean?
That's just a ranking within the Marines.
Unbelievable.
Gunnery
Your
Sergeant.
brother
There
was
he is.
there.
There he is.
What an honor, by the
Shout
way.
out.
Never sounded it better.
Yeah.
Never sounded better.
Shout out. There he is.
Thank you for your service.
Shout out to Harrison.
Bro, your
Crushed it all
brother's going to be a
weekend.
part of the entrance of the year award. He has to accept when we give out the awards.
I always rep the merch of different things. Repping the President's Own Marine Corps band. Shout out to it on the
Nice.
hoodie. Yeah, they absolutely smashed it. Like the Sean O'Malley walkout was so good. Like all of the
Derek Lewis. Can I ask
Derek
you?
Lewis.
Can I ask you how long did they rehearse that?
Oh, a lot. Yeah, when I was hitting him up, he was there essentially.
No, but like, was it a month out? Like, that's a lot of songs.
Yeah,
to play.
longer. Yeah, longer. And they had to get like approval and everything. But he,
Was the hobby the only one that didn't get that treatment?
yeah, but like I was talking to my brother about it beforehand and was saying like, it's you have to.
Pick and choose.
Yeah, you have to pick and choose on like what you can play orchestrally.
Okay, okay.
You gotta decide.
I thought it started from the bottom could have been a good one.
Yeah.
Felt like a bit of a shot to my people, if I'm being
I don't
honest.
think so.
It was amazing. It
was incredible. They absolutely smashed it. They always do. I mean, they're run like the military because they are a branch of the military. But yeah, they absolutely killed it, man. So shout out.
You know, I'm a sucker for landscape lighting. Like, it's like one of my things. I'm not a big like decorative person, that word, decorations, but I love landscape lighting. Do you know what I'm talking about? And the White House has tremendous landscape lighting.
Yeah, of course.
So them walking
Talking
out.
about the uplighting of the
Yeah.
Like,
It was just like, it looked like they were in some magical resort and these walking down. It was just, Rick and GC, you guys are American, like true, like you learn about this place. This place no doubt means something different to you than it does to PT and I. Did you
Absolutely.
feel like it was desecrated? Did you feel like it was disrespected? Do you feel like it was inappropriate? Rick, let me ask you, did you feel any of those things watching that?
No, I did not. I felt
GC?
like-
Sorry.
No, I didn't.
Okay.
I didn't feel that. This was an event that I was looking.
Because obviously I'm seeing that sentiment, right? I'm seeing some of that. That was going to happen regardless because of who's involved.
Is
It's
there
so
something
divisive.
further on that? I have not seen that sentiment. What is the
I
crux
have.
of?
Oh my
Okay,
God.
so what is the crux of what the desecration was? The fact that it happened at all? Like,
Can't
what is the-
believe you're not calling this out. Can't believe this is happening. Can't believe.
Calling what out?
the investments that Trump has in TKO and everything like that.
Okay, so their objection
Relationship.
is with the ties, right? Not necessarily
The ads on the
event itself.
cage.
Okay, that's fair enough then.
There was a lot, but like to me,
This looks like a celebration to me.
it really, like, I was expecting a lot of Donald Trump saved the UFC. Donald Trump was there.
Yeah.
Like, we didn't get any of that, right? We didn't get any of that commander-in-chief stuff that we've gotten in the past.
To their credit, they avoided all of that pretty seemingly intentionally. Like it was not that which we all expected it to be.
For where it was, like at the White House, you knew there was going to be some. Like it was no different than when Trump walks out at the pay-per-views. They were always going to walk out from the
course.
Oval Office and do all that at the very beginning of it. But throughout the fights, it didn't feel like it was overkill.
As I said last week, when Trump walks out in Jacksonville, Florida, or Utah, or whatever, I'm just picking random like UFC locations, that feels out of place, right? There's a reason we have that initial jolt. Trump walking out at the White House does not feel out of place. That's exactly what I would
a great
expect
point.
to happen. And the fact that was the kind of minimal presentation of it. Obviously, there were fighters who went over to him cage side. There was the moment where he
Expected.
entered the cage after the after the event was over. But like, it was not a commercial for Trump to the degree that I thought it would be.
I will say that I didn't feel any of those things. I didn't love, like Anthony Smith was talking to us about the packages before.
Hated them.
Yeah, stuff.
The packages for the Sphere I thought were better.
Way cooler.
Right?
Not even comparable.
Yeah. So
This was the lone miss for me of the card. I
Yes.
thought the packages were added nothing, weren't particularly patriotic, seemed cobbled together.
a lot of the AI weirdo stuff, like
AI shit.
It was all AI.
Yeah.
Didn't evoke emotion.
It didn't.
just
Yeah, it didn't
useless.
feel special. Like I didn't need it. I will tell you this though, and going back to the 7 fight cards, I remember. So they did. Okay, so they did a package, and they did it for most of them, but they used the My Way Limp Bizkit song
Yes.
for Zahabi O'Malley. I would argue a rivalry that didn't necessarily like deserve the right to have that
stop.
song. What?
That was great.
It's not, to me, it's like My Way or the Highway is
The Rock.
Ilya Gaethje. My Way is Rock and Austin main event. It's not the third fight fight
that's
that has
fine.
no
That's
heat
good.
whatsoever attached to it. That should have been Ilya or Gaethje, My Way or the Highway. Like that was the perfect song for it. Anyway, it made me feel like if they have the time to give us those packages, these cards would be so much. I'll tell you, I'm going all over the
Those
place here.
packages in general were much better.
Oh, yeah, the historical ones.
The individual fight packages were fantastic. WWE had to be involved in that, right? The production that
They're all together. The takeaway for me, one of the biggest is when the UFC wants to care, they do it better than anyone. Do you know what I mean? Like a lot of it is so formulaic and cookie cutter now, and just the delivery of it feels like it's always so flat. That felt special. That felt different. That felt unique. That felt big. It felt important. And it's because they cared so much. They put so much TLC into that event. It just was radiating off the screen. I was exhausted. It's a Sunday night. I can't imagine how many other people were struggling as well. And it was enthralling because of the visuals. And of course, the fights were fun and they all delivered all that stuff and more. And so I would say the packages were a little bit of a miss. I would say there were like 3 major misses in my opinion. If I'm allowed to be somewhat critical here, because again, I said Grand Slam. There's no greater sort of endorsement that one can give. That's an A++. The packages were a little bit of a miss, in my opinion, because they just didn't, as Rick said, invoke any type of emotion. The other little bit of a miss was it felt like a lot of people were being propped up except for UFC fighters. And Conor McGregor noted this on Twitter, and I thought he was 100% right. It felt like there were luminaries there were dignitaries, there were politicians, there were important people there. And there were other members of the TKO stable there, Roman Reigns, Triple H, Terrence Crawford, Jai Opetaia, Conor Benn, and obviously the big Tyson Fury walkout, which we'll get to as well. And it didn't feel like there were any sort of notable, correct me if I'm wrong, guys, like I saw pictures of fighters at the Ellipse, but I didn't see like a champion's row, so to speak. I didn't see any super duper famous fighters getting that shine, and I didn't feel like any of the packages were about how far the sport has come. I know at the beginning they had this thing, but it didn't feel, it felt like the UFC fighters didn't get the same TLC as some of the other entities involved. Does that make sense? Here's what Conor tweeted. The platforming of our athletes within the business was not capitalized on enough, in my opinion. I don't know who the F these guys are that have never fought MMA, yet were visibly all over the show. It should have been a celebration. This is my words, now his. Strange how not one MMA legend at the fights tonight, yet a load of little scared of an MMA fight boxers were. Like, I would have loved to have seen Chuck Liddell, Randy Couture, obviously issues there. Former champions, legends, GSP walking out with Zahabi was great, but I even feel like that wasn't made of a big enough deal. John Jones should have been there. Where was John? Where was Demetrius Johnson? Where was Ronda Rousey? You know what I mean? Like, I felt like that should have been on display as well. Does anyone agree or disagree?
I thought the Tyson Fury walkout and then the no announcement thing was very odd. And then you had the row of him, Jai Opetaia, and Conor Benn. Terrence Crawford was there as well. And when I was scrolling Instagram this morning, I saw different UFC fighters like Natalia Silva was in attendance. I was like, oh, I didn't know she was there.
Was she in attendance or was she at the Ellipse? Because I saw Juliana Pena looked like she was there, but it was so far off that I was like, oh, she's at the Ellipse.
No, if I'm not mistaken, Natalia Silva.
Okay.
It was a picture of her like in like a formal gown at the event.
Was she shown on TV?
No, I did.
Yeah.
I did not see her anywhere. I also saw Sean Brady was in attendance at the event. Now you have me doubting myself because of the potential Ellipse thing, but I saw pictures of them at the event.
Yeah, I saw him with his dad, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
He
but
didn't get highlighted at all.
Yeah.
So yeah, I felt like that was kind of odd, and like obviously Volkanovski's there, he was cornering for Hoofy, but yeah, it didn't feel like. Was there any UFC fighters on the broadcast that weren't actually fighting?
They didn't show anybody that I can recall.
That felt like a miss. Like this should have been an opportunity to put over some other athletes, to put over the sport, to put over the organization. And I didn't feel like that was done enough. Certainly the winners on the card took advantage of the situation, but I would have loved to have seen other fighters, both present and past, highlighted.
I think that could have been good, but I don't know that you used the airspace for that. I don't know that you waste the real estate on it. When the focus is the White House, the focus is America, the
Terrence
focus
Crawford,
is...
Jaya Pataya, Conor Benn.
In contrast to the boxing part, that's where I'm like,
well, I'm saying
they
gave the real estate to Zuffa
Roman
boxers.
Reigns, Triple H.
Yeah, and other TKO entities.
I agree.
It's bizarre that
Head of Crypto.com.
It was them over the fighters, but I don't feel
Listen, if no one was shown, then I wouldn't even bring it up. But I was sitting there being like, yo, where are the MMA luminaries, you know?
Tyson Fury getting a full walkout to then announce nothing was bizarre.
What happened with that?
Okay,
it felt
so
like he was doing John Anik a little bit dirty there. He's like, yeah.
Second time this happens, right? Second time. We're told that there's going to be an announcement, and it almost feels like it's teed up Netflix card in April, and they don't announce the AJ fight. And now here's the big walkout. And John Anik asks all the right questions. In fact, I felt like John even doubled down to be like, are you sure you're not going to tell us something here?
The last question is just like, so one more opportunity here if you got anything to tell us, Tyson.
And he walks out to not the biggest pop. My first reaction was, wow, Tyson Fury's in America, because we know about the issues of not being in America. Also, that was addressed to their credit. Like that was somewhat of an elephant in the room. Tommy Fury can't get into the country, at least for now. Till we've talked about this with him. And it seemed to me like they were going to announce that he has joined Zuffa Boxing, right? I think that's what everyone thought.
That was the assumption, yeah.
He doesn't announce that. He says, I'm not going to take away Dana's shine. At the same time, Turki Al-Sheikh hints at something on social media as well regarding Tyson. And it feels like what they're trying to tell us and what they're eventually going to tell us is that he's either A, joining Zuffa Boxing, or B, they will be the promoters of Fury Joshua in this continuous battle of who's actually going to be promoting it. I don't doubt, like, what people have to understand is, in particular, like Zuffa Boxing, TKO, Nickal, and Turkey, they're all very tight. There is no way this fight is going to be happening on Netflix without their involvement. And so we have seen situations where like AJ's on Netflix and like Eddie's not there. DAZN is not there. What did he tweet? Sorry. You are welcome, my brother Tyson Fury. Welcome back to America. Big announcement coming by us about your next fight against Anthony Joshua, or about your fight against Anthony Joshua. So to me, it was like, it was a confirmation without a confirmation. I don't know why it didn't seem like they were on the same page. I really felt for John in that moment because I think no one told him, or I don't know, or
do you think part of it is like they're on Paramount Plus doing this giant event, and here's Turkey tweeting at Netflix?
No,
like
I don't think that's it. It's all incestuous. No, I don't think so.
Also, it's like he's walking out and they just commentary saying nothing.
Yeah, it was. It was interesting. It was certainly interesting. Like it felt like a moment that felt like it didn't quite deliver. But they're in a war now with Eddie. They're in an absolute war with Eddie, and I want to know what Frank Warren feels about this. Not just Eddie.
Yeah.
Like Eddie has his guy. So to me, what does Frank Warren feel about this? But someone texted me like, did Tyson join Zuffa Boxing? And I was like, well, they've always been pals. Like I remember being at Clash at the Castle in Cardiff. Tyson shows up with Drew McIntyre, that whole thing. And he's shown up. He's a big wrestling fan. Like, and Nickal was involved in the Top Rank deal with ESPN. Like this goes way back. If you think that these individuals, this company is not going to be involved in that fight, you are kidding yourself. I know what Eddie is saying, and I think it's going to be an interesting road to get there. But it was just, so that to me felt like, wow, he gets his own entrance, which, you know, God bless, got your own entrance, well-deserved, you're one of the greatest of all time, but I'd love to see Alex Volkanovski get an entrance like that, or announce, I don't know, Holloway like that, or, you know.
I was going to say, how about Conor McGregor walking down there instead of Tyson Fury, right? Like, ahead of July. That would have been the move.
Yeah, I don't know if he wants to be there. I don't know if he wants to leave or whatever. I know he's going to be in New York tomorrow. He's going to be on Fallon, I think, in person. So I actually thought that the announcement that he was going to do an interview with Rogan on the broadcast was really smart. But then in the end, it was just a preview for the post show.
Yeah. and they cut, and it's like he's
It was super
immediately
edited.
screaming. It was
Yeah,
like
it was
not
super
really
edited.
like.
Give us the unedited.
It was hard to.
So anyway, those are the two items, and then the third, just unnecessary from Josh Hokett. Unnecessary, man. Unnecessary, man. It's like what I said earlier. You don't have a feud with Ilya Topuria. Nothing is going to come of this. Don't waste the airtime. Pereira, fair game. Lewis, fair game. Obviously, I personally think there's a line even when you're fighting someone, but it's all fair in love and fight promotion. You are not fighting Ilya Topuria. You don't need to talk about him. The Michelle Obama line was very distasteful and useless, does nothing good for you in that moment. There's no one that sees that. I'd like to think it says, that's my guy. Like, it does nothing for you. All it does is bring unnecessary attention to you. All it does is bring scrutiny, criticism, and it apparently has pissed off Dana White. We've always asked, what's the line? Well, here's Time that reached out to Dana White, who said in response to the comment, I understand that the Obamas are public figures, but I'm completely against saying nasty and false things about people's families. Thank you. And that's exactly what he should be saying. Everyone knows my position on free speech, but I hate that kind of nonsense. Does he say anything else? The White House did not immediately respond to Time's request for a comment about Hokett. I had a friend of mine who works in the business I hope you blast Joe Rogan for that. Why? What did Joe Rogan have to do? That to me was Josh Hokett and Josh Hokett only. I don't blame the White House for that. I don't blame the UFC for that. I don't blame Joe Rogan for that. Why? It was just, he was doing well. You know what I loved? He wins the fight and then he gets on the microphone. He's like, I was sitting next to Jacqueline, my wife, and I'm like, okay, here comes, watch this guy. He's going to do a poem, which is impressive in its own right after a fight. And then he goes, forget it. And I'm like, wow, this is great. We're going to get a real freaking promo from him. And then he drops that. Unnecessary, man. He's very talented. Why allow yourself to be held back? There's no payoff. There's no payoff.
A devil's advocate question.
Yeah.
Is he going to be held back by this?
No, but it's just, dude, you just won on the White House.
I'm with you.
This was self-inflicted.
But
it was so self-inflicted.
Inflicted implies that this will harm him, right? If there are no repercussions, is the UFC going to do anything about this?
No. But look, they determine everything, right? There is no meritocracy. So I could see Mark Shapiro or Ari Emanuel being like, yo, man, we can't. I could see that.
Sean Strickland's the UFC champion. I just can't see it. Josh Hokett is too good at fighting to have that happen to him.
Anyway, I don't even want to get into a Josh Hokett thing. I just thought that those were like the three sort of dark spots, if you will, what do you say, just sort of clouds hanging over the event. But in the end, it ended up being a grand slam, like I said. And so let us acknowledge that I don't often make predictions. I don't. But I said multiple times sitting in this chair, talking to that camera or to a guest, that I question why the UFC would have an event which was being billed as a celebration of America and book a main event in which an American was going to be knocked out in the main event. I said it. And so I have to eat crow. I have to apologize to Justin Gaethje. This is the business that we're in. You make picks, you pick a side. Justin Gaethje, what he did on Sunday is the highlight of his career, obviously, and apropos given the fact that he is nicknamed the highlight. A most unlikely career culminates in the most unlikely of venues. A guy who early in his career was not looked at as a can't-miss prospect, was not someone that we talked about, even in World Series of Fighting. I noted yesterday when I did my wrap-up, I remember being at a weigh-in, I think it was in Toronto in 2013, and he walks up to me and he says, yo, man, can you put this on Twitter? Say Justin Gaethje is one of the best lightweights in the world. He needs to get some shine. And I'm like, here we are. He has all these bonuses, all these moments, all these victories, and now he's undisputed champion. Imagine telling someone as he's getting knocked out by Max Holloway on the grandest of stages, UFC 300, that he would then come back and beat Paddy Pimblett, handing him his first UFC loss, and then beat Ilya Topuria at the White House. I mean, just an absolute unbelievable performance. We're on fast right now. Stay with us on YouTube. We're going to take a quick break and talk more about Justin Gaethje. Look at these pictures. Surreal stuff. Ilya Topuria was always going to get heat once he lost his first fight. And everyone loses, unless you're Khabib, because he puts himself out there. He takes risks. He's overconfident, all these things and more. So when he puts in 18-0 and he celebrates 4, it was always going to, at some point, explode if he lost. I don't think he thought he was going to lose this one. I didn't think he was going to lose this one. And I know a lot of you out there didn't think he was going to lose this one. And early on, it looked to me like he was not going to lose this one because he was landing those big shots. But Justin Gaethje, holy shit. Usually when you get knocked out the way in which he got knocked out by Max, the chin deteriorates, goes down to 0. It seems like something else has happened. It is like strengthened because he took the hardest of shots from Ilya and he kept on coming. And in the end, Ilya can't get off the stool for the 5th round. It appears as though his corner and it appears as though his brother, Alessandre, is the one who says no more. Ilya's face. It was shocking. It was absolutely shocking. The beatdown, the damage. It was shocking. And then you start thinking about the past year and everything he's been through, and you wonder. I will say, he looked much smaller. The thought of that version of Ilya fighting at 170 against Islam, he looks like a small lightweight. Not to give him any sort of excuses whatsoever. He fought the fights, he walked the walk, talks the talk, all that stuff. But Gaethje looked big out there, and Gaethje did the job. And I am shocked. He deserves all the flowers, all the praise, all the platitudes in the world, all the accolades. That was unbelievable from Justin Gaethje. You cannot say a thing. He just derailed a guy that was looking like he was going to go down, and he could still. But as of last night, he was on that trajectory of going down as one of the best fighters to ever fight in the UFC. He was not there yet, obviously, but he was on that trajectory with the confidence and the knockouts and the moving up in weight. And Justin Gaethje, at the tail end of his career, after multiple blistering knockouts that he suffered, did that to him. One of the more unlikely outcomes and one of the greatest performances that we've ever seen from a challenger in a title fight. Pete, what did you think?
Absolutely incredible. Just an amazing fight, equal to the venue. And from the second he hit the screen for that walkout, and he's reading what I believe is the Declaration of Independence in the Oval Office, and he walks out to Johnny Cash, "Ain't no grave gonna hold my body down." And that's what he's all about, because he makes people meet him at the edge of misery. You know, like he doesn't. When he fights guys, he takes them to a place that they've never been before. And I've said this many times about, you can never rule him out of a fight because he does things differently. And there's a moment in the second round towards the end where he eats this flurry of body shots, which I think any man would drop any man in the world. And at that point, I'm just like, he's fighting as if this is his last fight ever. He's going to leave absolutely everything in there. And what was interesting was, on the flip side of that, Ilya Topuria fought like a man who'd never been defeated, because he's walking straight into this blender. And he's like, I'm going to find a way to do this. But Justin Gaethje, it's actually working in his favor, because, like, keep coming in here. I'm going to bring you to the edge of living. That's where I want to bring you, because I've lived here for many years and I know you can't live here with me. And I thought it was absolutely insane. I thought it was complete cinema. And even just to contrast those entrances, you look at the composure of Topuria on the way out, and he looks every bit the guy we've been saying he is. This is the new superstar of the UFC. Look at this guy. He's perfect. This means nothing to him. The grace he has at the top when he just comes out into the South Lawn, and he's looking at the guy, and he's like, all these people's like, oh, thank you so much. You're about to witness what I do here and what I do so well. And then for Gaethje to have that moment is just one of the most incredible things I've ever seen, and one of the most brutal fights I've ever seen. To talk about Topuria's face, his bones were coming through his face. I think his brother makes the right decision there. He is getting damaged in a way that he has never before in his life. He can't see. There was that situation, and I think Mark Goddard was put in a very awkward situation. He had two different doctors speaking two different languages, with people telling him two different things. And I think that took a lot in that moment.
Did you think of that moment where the doctor's like shaking his head, and it seems like he's...
One's shaking his head, one's saying he can fight, and he's going, what the fuck? Like, we have to fight if this fight is happening. It was and then they had this horrific situation situation where the corner seem to be saying one thing, and then you have another doctor just alone with Topuria in the ring. That is the worst position you can put a fighter in. You've removed everyone else who can make the call now, and it's just on Topuria. I thought that, I don't think Godai could have done a better job with that, because it was a complete clusterfuck. Two different doctors saying two different things, a corner saying one thing, a fighter saying the other. It was absolutely wild. But I think they made the right decision, because that was extreme damage. That was extreme damage. His face was it was like a butcher's block. And John Anik was saying you can see his bones protruding through his face. Unbelievable.
That's the kind of
why
fight.
Just in case he joins in hell. Essentially, I'm going to drag you into hell because you've never been here before, and I fucking live here every day.
It's honestly the kind of fight that changes you as a human being. Like, he's going to have to be gone for a long time, in my opinion, after that fight. And he had been so invincible for so long, to see it then revert to this against someone like Gaethje, who, like, this wasn't Arman who did this to him with ground and pound or Islam. It was like the speed bump en route to 2 mega fights. Like, did anyone?
No, but I think
Crazy.
this is the best case scenario for him. Oof. Best case scenario.
Explain.
This is
for Ilya
Topuria.
Best case.
Best case. This is.
You don't think defending would have been the best
Nate Diaz
case?
fight? No. This is the Nate Diaz fight. This is Conor McGregor's Nate Diaz fight. This is the one where everybody thinks you're invincible. You think you're invincible, and you get brought back down to reality, and you have to figure it out, and you have to reset it. And if it wasn't going to be Justin, it was going to be Arman, or it was going to be Islam, or it was going to be whoever it was. This could not last forever. It never lasts forever. Unless you are Terrence Crawford, unless you're Khabib Nurmagomedov, unless you're Floyd Mayweather, the guys who are just the ones. It does not happen this way. It is too brutal a sport. There's too much that can happen on the night. Ilya Topuria seemed like he was pressing, and now he has a real opportunity to rebuild himself. I think we were talking about this on Thursday in Boys in the Back. I think he's reached a level where even a loss does not sink him, right? There's a time when you're on the way up where a loss, all of a sudden, it's a quote-unquote fraud check. I don't think anybody thinks Ilya Topuria is a fraud based on the body of work he's done so far, based on the resume.
We've seen this before. We saw it with Sage Northcutt. We saw it with Conor McGregor. The boo birds, if you will.
Oh, no. There's
going to
be people saying bullshit. What I'm saying is they don't actually believe that in their hearts. They know how good Ilya Topuria is.
Well, we're about to find out how good he is. Like, he has to rebound.
That's why I think this is the
best case scenario. I don't agree with. Listen, we've seen how people rebound, and we see what happens. We're about to find out Victor Wembanyama, same thing. Like, when the going gets tough, we see how you rebound, right? How you deal with the adversity. But that was shocking.
Oh, yeah.
Like, can I tell you, there are some fighters that I have a texting relationship with, right? Where it's not just like transactional and like, hey, here's the Zoom link. I don't have that relationship with Diego Lopez. Seconds after the fight's over, told you with a smiley face. He did say it last week on the show. He said it, and I didn't believe him. I did not believe him whatsoever that Justin Gaethje could pull this off. Not at this point in his career, not with Ilya looking so good. Is it okay to ask the question, is Ilya not suited for 55?
Yes, it is okay to ask that question.
That has to be a thought that you have.
Is he too small, GC, in your opinion? Because he looked considerably smaller, right?
He did. We obviously saw the success against Charles Oliveira in a striking battle that's going to favor him. But when he fought an incredibly competent, powerful striker in Justin Gaethje, who's has that chin that Charles Oliveira I don't think has, we saw him struggle, and it almost felt like after round 2, he was kind of gassing out as well. Like, it felt like he was sort of wilting to the damage a little bit in there. So I think, to your point, we're going to have to see how he bounces back. I imagine he's going to stay at 155 for his next fight. Who it's going to be against is to be determined. But yeah, I think his next fight is going to be a massive, massive moment for Ilya Topuria. I know Rick is saying this is best case scenario, but hindsight is 20/20 in that we were able to, that he beat Nate in the rematch, and then he gets the double champ status at MSG against Eddie Alvarez. Like, he was able to have that ascension. We don't know where it's going to go from here for Ilya Topuria.
The pressure is off for this. Now he doesn't have to press. He doesn't have to be the guy. He chased the knockout against Justin Gaethje to a degree that I think was to his detriment. He was entering a war with Justin Gaethje in a way that he hadn't in the past, and I don't think he needed to, because he wanted to knock him out, because he had built the expectations to this level. He now has the opportunity to not have to worry about that. He now has the opportunity to say, I've suffered defeat. I've made it out of the other side. I'm all good. I'm still a gangster, and he's going to rebuild himself. If anybody's selling Ilya Topuria stock, I'm buying all of it. I will buy every single shred of it.
I agree 100%. And I guess here you are looking at the percentages, the odds.
Yeah, this was over the course of the fight.
Yeah, that's an incredible cross section there. I agree with what you're saying. It would be absolutely insane to sit here and be like, he's broken, he's never going to come back, when the guy who beat him face planted and got knocked out not that long ago by Max Holloway.
Yep.
How many times have we seen someone suffer a bad loss in the sport and then come all the way back? He will be back. He is too good. He will figure it out. He will be champion again, in my opinion. There's zero doubt in my mind. But just to see it play out like that was shocking. Was absolutely shocking. It was shocking because of where it happened. It was shocking because of how good he looked. Shocking because it was Justin Gaethje. And, Dana White is the ultimate gambler. He touts this all the time. He's always talking about the gambling. And I've said time and again, it just always feels like when it comes to the UFC, the house always wins, right? It always breaks in their favor. And in this case, they rolled the dice with Gaethje versus Topuria at the White House, and Gaethje wins. The night ends with the American winning? Like, who predicted that? How many times did I ask a guest, could you believe they put that fight in the main event? I mean, the Americans obviously not going to win, and it works out in their favor. Unbelievable. I mean, what is a greater symbol of the American dream to have Ali Abdelaziz in the octagon at the White House holding Justin Gaethje on his shoulders? Is that not the American dream?
That's it for sure.
Is that not it? That anyone can come back from anything?
I mean, when they went to him in the Oval Office and he was reading the Declaration of Independence, I was like, wow, this is crazy. I can't believe it. He's got the stars and stripes and he's walking out Declaration of Independence from the Oval Office to fight on the White House lawn. And then the walkout then gets infinitely sicker when you know that he comes in and he pulls off one of the biggest upsets in UFC history against this undefeated guy that no one thought could be beat. And he absolutely thumps him. Systematic beatdown other than that second round. It makes the walkout and everything that much cooler for him.
Very funny moment at the press conference. He was asked about that, and he said, yeah, the language was different back then. I didn't really understand anything. But it made for a great moment.
I like to think that he's just looking at it and he's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, what are they talking about?
I got to go? All right, yeah, let's go, man.
That's cool.
It's like LeBron sitting with the book in the locker room that he's not reading. It was just for show.
So as we all predicted, the next UFC lightweight title fight is Arman versus Justin Gaethje, right?
As we all
I've been saying
thought
it
would
for
happen,
months, man. Back when he got the Patty fight, I was like, rightfully so.
But is that it? Is that it?
In my opinion, yes. Arman is
going to be ready for the rematch.
Arman is ready. I think Ilya is going to need some time to recover. I'm not sure just winning the title and not defending warrants the immediate rematch.
Yeah.
I think it should be Arman.
There is the wild card, though,
What's the wild?
of McGregor's return.
Wow. This has
I'm
been...
just saying, if he can win the fight against Holloway, and he's a big underdog, if he can win that fight, let's not pretend that the UFC wouldn't move everything to make Gaethje v. McGregor for his last.
I don't think they would.
The only problem is it's his last fight.
Yeah. It's his
Unless
last
they
fight.
sign him, here's Connor saying afterwards, Holloway flatlined Justin, face down, out cold. It is a glorious time to be in the McGregor fight business. I think he's implying that, this guy beat that guy, I beat this guy.
Yeah.
But they ain't giving him a title shot on the last fight of his deal. Unless he resigns, then it's different. Gaethje versus McGregor would be a nuts fight. But no, it's going to be Arman. It
I
has
think
to
he
be
wants
Arman.
to test free agency, though. I think that's the problem there.
As he should. It makes all the sense in the world that he would. By the way, we were speculating. I don't think Ilya versus Conor McGregor is off the table, and I'm interested in that one just as much.
Up at 170.
Yeah, who cares?
He barely makes 155.
Wait, you're talking about Conor?
Ilya.
Ilya
What do you mean he
170
barely
against
makes
Connor.
155?
You're saying Ilya's too...
If you haven't got indication that maybe Ilya needs to rethink things after that fight last night, fighting up weight.
Pete, this is the one who was saying Islam Makhachev versus Ilya Topuria was a joke of a fight while you guys were all high on the supply. Don't get me wrong. I think Ilya Topuria is undersized. But Conor McGregor versus Ilya Topuria is a striking fight. I'm totally down for that.
I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see Ilya for a year.
God, he just
was
took a year
out
off.
for a year.
Yeah, I don't.
It's impossible. Oh, okay, I didn't see this. Did this just come out?
He just posted it 15 minutes
Okay,
ago.
this is from Ilya Topuria. Justin, congratulations. You said you'd leave your mark on my face, and you did. Class. You took the sight from my right eye in the first round, and by the end of the second, from my left too. No excuses. At one of the best camps of my life, I came in sharp, prepared, and ready. Last night was your night. That's the nature of this game. Glory and pain walk side by side. I'll heal, I'll rest, and I'll return stronger, wiser, and far more dangerous. And trust me, this story between us is far from over. We will have our rematch. I mean, that's as good as it gets, right? Credit
Glory
at
and
the
pain
top.
walk side by side. Unbelievable.
Still
That's fantastic.
giving out bars. Unsurprising to me. I imagine that he was going to be gracious in defeat. I know he does the predicting everything, celebrating beforehand, showboating, all of that, but it doesn't surprise me
That is amazing.
He's carrying himself with class throughout this. I mean, you see it with all the great champions. Alex Pereira does the same. Israel Adesanya does the same. These great champions, when they do succumb to defeat, they handle themselves well.
I can't shake the McGregor stuff. I think he's going to be back sooner than later. I think he's going to be in there as soon as he possibly can. I don't think
He took more damage than McGregor
Oh yeah,
did.
no doubt. I mean, Conor got choked out by Nate. It's not the same level of damage that he took. But
If you're guiding Ilya's career, you're probably telling him to chill, man. You've been through a lot, right?
Yeah.
If you care about this guy, and we'll never know how much the past year, I mean, the pain that you feel when your family goes through that has to have an impact. The uncertainty, the changing of life, like that has to play some kind of part. I'm sorry. No one is immune to that. So I feel for him. And that's class. You know who could learn a thing or two from that message? You guys know who could learn a thing or two from that? Young Victim Wembanyama.
Jesus Christ.
Shout out to Skip Bayless.
Shout out to Skip.
No, it's disgusting. You walk off, you don't shake hands. First thing Jalen does is shake Mitch Johnson's hand. He doesn't even celebrate. He's shaking the coach's hand, and Victor won't even give him props. Won't even shake a single player's hand. Disgusting. That was a flagrant one, by the way, huh? That was a flagrant. He should be suspended for Game 6. Oh, yeah. No Game 6. Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. What a story. No, that is disgusting. I'm sorry. You don't walk off like that.
Is it better for
He's just
Ilya
gonna try and keep
Taporia?
on edging his conversation towards.
Is it
New
not?
York Knicks.
Is it not disgusting?
I'm not surprised by it. He's a kid in his young 20s.
Enough with the excuses.
Just
He's
love.
dirty. He's dirty. He almost took Naz's Reed head off with that elbow to the head.
Is it better for Ilya
sorry.
Taporia to sit out for a year and stew on it, or is it better for him to get it back in there? Only he'll be able to answer that question. To me, I suspect his mental makeup is that of somebody who wants to right that wrong immediately.
I just need to see him get right, like health-wise.
Yeah, it's going to be a
Well, he
minute.
needs to
Pictures
figure
are
out where
gruesome.
is he gonna fight? Like, is it gonna be back at 55, 45? It's a lot more than just let's get this back. Let's get back in the win column. I think it's just.
I don't think
feels more
45's
complicated than that.
in.
You remember the videos just came
Conversation.
out of him like crying when he made 145 the last time he did it.
Yeah, I don't think
I think
45
145 is over for him.
Well, it's interesting because there was a common theme with the main and co-main other than the fact that there were two titles on the line. Because throughout the course of this fight, or the build-up to this fight card, it seemed like Ilya and Alex, who are two of the best pound-for-pound fighters on the planet, developed some kind of bond. Not only at the press conferences with the Josh Hokett stuff, but they traveled together to the White House. It seemed like they became like actual pals and, extended members of each other's team. And so we talked about Ilya, and now we talk about Alex, who also dared to make some kind of history. This history in his own right, trying to go for that third belt. And in the end, he didn't take as much damage, but it was the kind of damage that we've never seen Alex Pereira take before. Like, when he got knocked out by Izzy, it was sort of flash. He was on the offensive, and then Izzy hit him with the kill shot. This was different. This was him getting beat up. This was him getting actually beat up by a guy who looked bigger. Again, watching that, I felt like Alex Pereira is not a heavyweight. That, to me, that looks like Gregory Rodriguez, by the way, to the left. That does not look like Alex Pereira. That looks like RoboCop. And there's more similarities. Cyril Gane, after he gets somewhat embarrassed by John Jones, let's be honest. Like, he did not show up for that fight. He has since turned his whole career around. Like, how many of us thought after that John Jones fight, that's his last chance fighting for any kind of belt, this is his last chance in a main event, a big-time fight, and he's never going to, like, really get to the mountaintop. Now I know he's not undisputed champion, but if you couple the way he looked against Tom in October and this performance against Alex Pereira, Cyril Gane showed up. And now we get to hopefully right the wrong of that fight back in October. And what I mean by that is some conclusive finish. We need to know For Tom Aspinall to move on with his life and career, he needs to beat Ciryl Gane. And we need to know who's the better of the two. And for Ciryl Gane, he gets the opportunity now to finally become undisputed champion, just like Gaethje got that opportunity yesterday. And he could beat that guy that he was looking so very good against. And we get that fight. He mentioned September. He mentioned September in Paris. Well, here's Tom Aspinall on his YouTube channel this morning, believe it or not, saying he's down. Take a look.
Well, sir, congratulations. Enjoy this.
Paris in September, eh? I'll do that. I'll do that. Let me know.
You're not the boss. You're not the landlord. Like
I don't mind.
AJ said.
I don't mind. I'll go to Paris. Let me know.
You're up for the rematch.
Let me know. I'll be there.
That kind of gives me chills in its own right. Let me know. Let me know. Let me know. And you know what? There are a lot of fighters who say that, and it's somewhat performative. I believe Tom 1,000%. In fact, I reached out to him. And I said, would you really fight? Absolutely. Would you really do Paris in September? Ready to go. Let me know. Now, do I think they're doing it? No. It's not a numbered event, even though it doesn't really matter. They're all the same at this point. But that to me is a great sign. I feel like we're going back to Abu Dhabi for some reason. I feel like it's October again, right? It just feels like it. But Pizzi, it pains me to see what happened to Alex. It's all gravy at this point for him. He dared to make history. No harm, no foul. We get a conclusive finish to this fight. I think for both Tom and Ciryl, they need to fight each other to move on with their lives, and I don't think this is a bad result. I know Pereira, I know Jones, I know the sexier names and all that, but I don't think that was a bad result for the UFC. You can make the case Gaethje winning is somewhat of a bad result for the UFC because he had Ilya and Arman right there. I don't think this is a bad result for the UFC. Do you agree or disagree?
It was unfinished business, and the reality of the situation was if you've put the interim title on the line, if Alex Pereira wins that fight, there's a good chance that Gane and Aspinall just lays unresolved. Like, we don't get back there for some kind of reason. It's a fight game. You never know what happens. I thought Gane looked tremendous. I know a lot of people have been talking about the fouls and everything like that since the Aspinall fight and in the aftermath of the Aspinall fight. And, you know, first look, I'm like, tremendous performance. Everybody's in applause. Look at the back of the head. He's hit him in the back of the head on the way down. I think.
Well, can we just say those were back of the head, like repeated
100%.
Back of the head, like
elbow to the back of the head.
Yeah,
on several occasions.
Yeah,
I will say he appeared to have Pereira in a shit state before any of that went down. It's a situation where they're moving on the ground, and he clearly hits him in the back of the head a lot of times. But to your point, it's the fight that the heavyweight division needs. We need to see Aspinall and Gane. I wonder how Andy Aspinall feels about that. Watching him, if you go back and you watch the lead up to that fight, remember they did the blog afterwards where it's all in the back and Habib's there, everything like that. Jason Herzog comes over and he makes that statement that went viral afterwards about fouls because they work. Just before he says that, Andy Aspinall says, watch him on the back of the head. Watch him in the back of the head. So I'd love to hear what Andy thought about that finish when he was watching it back. But I thought Gane looked tremendous. He made Alex look like he was not meant to be at heavyweight, to be honest. And it sets up this massive fight. One request. Big fight going down September 5th in Dublin. Let's move it to Abu Dhabi. October sounds great.
Yeah.
October sounds great.
No, I heard about that. Yeah, I don't think so. That's not going to be. I mean, it would be great. It would be gangster on Aspinall's part as the actual undisputed champion. But, you know, I give him a lot of credit for saying yes, and I believe him, but I don't think it happens then. It was a little jarring at first. Maybe it was the state that I was in. When I saw Gane holding two belts, I was like, what are these two belts? What's the second belt mean?
Yeah,
and then I forgot about the American belt or the Freedom 250 belt. But it was just like the visual. I was like, is that Daniel Cormier? What's going on?
Him holding two belts while also having not been an undisputed champion.
Wild. What a wild
It's an
scene.
odd visual.
Alex Pereira's next fight, heavyweight or light heavyweight?
Sheesh.
Hopefully light heavyweight.
Yeah.
Against who? Olberg?
Ilya Topuria.
Listen, Olberg, I don't know how long he's going to be out for, but I just, look, Gane is a big, big boy. And by the way, credit to his team as well. We talked about this with Anthony and all week. Like I thought bringing in Vakitov, bringing in Mori Kroma, who we spoke to last week, who won, who had an incredible knockout in his own right at the Glory event. Like I thought it was smart. I don't know if they learned lessons from Usyk versus Verhoeven because this happened obviously very recently as well, that fight. But to bring in kickboxers, it seemed like he didn't do a lot of media. It seemed like he was just hell-bent on proving that the Aspinall performance wasn't a fluke, that he is that guy, that he can win the big one. And this was a pretty damn big one. This was a big one on enemy territory. And he looked great. And so if I were in charge of Pereira's career, I would say, let's go back to light heavyweight.
And is it to re-get that belt? Is it to recapture?
Nothing left for this guy.
I was about to say, I don't think there's fights left for Alex Pereira outside of John Jones that I'm like dying to see.
Are you dying to see the Jones fight now?
Yes, that's a great fight.
I'd rather see Aspinall versus Jones.
I mean, if that's on the table, fuck
I'm just
yeah.
saying, if
But
Jones is coming back, to have him fight Alex, who got beat up by Cyril Gane, it's sort of like the Joshua
it's
AJ.
the two best light
Joshua
heavyweights of the modern era. Like I'm interested in it. Now,
am I rejecting it? No, but if Jones is coming back, I'd love to see him.
If Jones and Aspinall's on the table, that's what I want, no doubt. Number one, I'll take that. But if it's not, then I would take Jones and Pereira.
Sure, of course.
By the way, let's not act like, John Jones hasn't done contortions like this in the past, talking about how great Stipe Miocic was when he was not anywhere near the caliber of fighter that he was in his prime. Like, there's legacy conversations. Having Alex Pereira's name on your resume means something, and he has continued to talk about how Alex Pereira's name on his resume means something and Tom Aspinall's doesn't. So if he's amenable to that fight, if the price tag is less, I could see a world where that one happens. UFC might be more motivated to make that one, and especially with considering Tom and Cyril have business to settle. I'm just saying that that's the only fight on the Alex side that I care about. On the Jones side, there's more.
Sure.
Alex Pereira, Josh Hoka, completely dead?
No.
Is that the fight you want as Alex, though, at this point?
I don't think Hoka, to me, feels like a small heavyweight. He's not.
Pavlovich v. Hoka. Let's go.
You bring up Hoka, like, A, I think it does make sense, and B, I don't think it's egregious. But I'd rather see Pereira as a light heavyweight. But maybe that's the one. Like, that makes a lot of sense.
For Hoka?
For both guys.
For Alex?
Yeah.
How? If he loses this, that would be...
It's a
If he stays at 265, who else can he fight?
He's a small heavyweight, and he's not a top contender yet. He's getting there, but he's not a top contender yet. I don't hate it, but in general, I would rather Alex stay at go back down to light heavyweight. Let's talk about Eamon Zahabi and Sean O'Malley. I felt like Eamon looked nervous walking to the cage. I don't know. That was just my feeling. Felt like he looked nervous. Felt like he looked a little stiff. Sean did not. And Sean felt like someone who had been there before, so to speak. A lot had been said of, Sean, guy's a superstar. And what a great walkout. The you are what you... It was just, the dude is made for these moments, man. He is made for these moments. Great finish. Great everything. The hair, the whole thing was great. They kept showing and repeatedly I obviously wasn't there. He knocks him down, beautiful barrage of strikes, and then he starts saluting the crowd, and then the fight was stopped. But the replays were so tight that I couldn't quite get a grasp on whether or not it was premature. Was it premature?
The stoppage or the celebration?
No, the stoppage.
No.
The slow motion, man. He got rocked bad.
Okay,
he was standing up. O'Malley hits him again, and sure, he wasn't eyes rolled to the back of the head out, but he did not need to take any more damage. He was far gone at that point.
It was hilarious. Knocking him down, going to everyone.
As you said, he's built for this. O'Malley is the guy for this.
What a performance, man. Unbelievable.
He called a shot. He said he was going to get his first knockout since the Aljo fight, and he did just that.
That too. It must have felt like a relief, like a weight lifted off his shoulders. Afterwards, he said, Petr Yan, do you think there's any chance that they leapfrog Merab?
Doesn't seem that way, right?
I don't think they leapfrog him, but I wouldn't be shocked if O'Malley said, let me sit out and see if Petr Yan can get that one done.
Oh, I agree with that. Especially considering, let's say they do Merab Petr Yan. I saw a video of Petr Yan shadowboxing in what appeared to be the hospital. Did you guys see this afterwards? It looks like he's in a hospital gown or something. Unless it's old, but I saw it last night or maybe this morning. It seems like the timeline would be let's do Petr Yan versus Merab, I don't know, September, October, and then he just waits.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, that's what I would do if I was O'Malley.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, he's got the win over Yan, so
I think Yan is
entitled to it.
Yan makes sense as a next fight for him, whether Yan wins or loses. That's a great fight.
Yeah, but especially if he wins, right?
If he wins, then it's like the best possible outcome. Yeah.
Worst outcome for Sean would be Merab wins, and then
Well,
you think they give him a third?
You would think they do a trilogy, but maybe they do O'Malley in between.
Wait.
O'Malley in between.
Trilogy.
No, I don't think they do a trilogy.
No Merab trilogy for O'Malley.
No.
Just make the
I'm
Yan
talking
fight,
about
no
for
matter what
Yan.
happens.
For Yan.
Oh, Yan
actually, no.
Merab
What
trilogy.
would that be? Yeah.
I'm saying if Merab wins,
Yeah.
do you do Merab versus O'Malley for the belt?
No, you do Yan
No,
versus
Yan,
O'Malley.
yeah.
Win
I
or
understand,
lose.
but he wants a title shot.
Oh well, I mean, yeah, you can't. He can't fight
I don't
Merab
think
again.
I don't think it's Jan that's like his target. I think he wants the belt back.
Yeah, you're not getting another
And
fight
it
with
just-
Merab.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. He sits out, Merab wins, now you just sat out for not.
No, you
And-
get a Peter Yan fight, which is great.
Yeah, but he wants the belt.
But what
I
if
know
they
he
do
wants the
Petr
belt.
Yan
He's not getting the
Merab
belt.
I know.
We keep talking about it like it's his choice. He's not getting a fight against
I kind of
Merab.
feel like it is his choice, to be honest. I feel like he gets, you know.
If he got another fight against Merab, you think people are signing up for that? Nah.
Do they care?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yan is the fight. No matter what happens.
Rick's points hit harder since he shaved the mustache.
Yeah,
I don't know what it is.
Yan
looks
is the
like
fight. Yan versus.
He looks like a mix between Zabit, Hamzat, and Abe Lincoln.
I'm dying. I've been dying for Yan versus O'Malley. It's finally here. It makes sense no matter what happens in the title fight. It's time. Yan versus O'Malley.
Best fight in the division.
I know
good.
O'Malley has like unlimited self-belief as well, but like I can't imagine he would want a third Merab fight.
Oh, he
after
definitely would
going-
want it. He ain't getting it.
I know he would want it, but you have to be like, please let it be Yan.
Oh yeah.
I've beaten this guy.
He's Jan's biggest cheerleader right now, as he should be.
Is this a fair statement? I was left more impressed with Josh Hokett post Curtis Blades than I was post Derek Lewis.
No. Yes, that is a completely fair statement. That's not crazy at all.
I wasn't like blown away by the performance. I think talking about common themes, I think the common theme between that fight and the Chandler Hoofy fight was like we have reached the back end for Chandler and Lewis.
Absolutely.
If you didn't believe, they just looked old. They looked older. Like they just looked at their bodies looked older. Their fighting, their reaction, and this is now the second straight time where we see Derek just kind of, you know.
And they're against the next gen too.
Yeah.
And the next gen is proving they are a level above. If both of them hung it up, I would be completely content with
Do you
that.
think either of them hang it up?
No.
No. But this was a weird.
Level when
Like he couldn't finish the armbar there. That was weird.
Yeah, his jiu-jitsu needed some fine-tuning.
Yeah, he's
But
still so raw.
He's raw, but the athleticism is unlike the other heavyweights. He's going to have a good time against guys like Curtis Blades and Derek Lewis. What is going to get interesting is once you start cracking that next level, right?
But what is the next level? The guy above him is
Volkov.
Waldo Cortez Acosta. He could beat Waldo Cortez Acosta.
It's the Volkovs, it's the Tom Aspinalls, those guys. It's the Cyril Gahn.
It's Pavlovich, Volkov, Cyril, Tom.
Yeah.
Can he hang with Pavlovich and Volkov?
we should find out.
I think so, but he's going to be outgunned. The size is going to be a factor. A guy like Tom or Cyril, I don't think he can hang with.
Not yet.
Just based on the physicality.
I think that line all the way up to Cyril is where he can hang with anyone.
By the way,
he gets one of those guys?
This is my
Yes.
Gable Steveson thing.
Yes.
It's the same thing. What if you're an athlete of that caliber? You can basically be a top 3 heavyweight just by existing, and that's what I
That
think.
next to Josh
Debut,
Hokett.
match him with Hokett.
I was going to say Gable Steveson wins the debut at UFC.
Nah, don't kill off a contender
Yeah,
with that.
they need to build up some
They need to build
contenders at
those guys.
heavyweight. Do they not? I mean, come on.
Yes,
There's
and
nothing going on.
Hokett is fast tracked right now.
His walkout, he came out to the Hulk Hogan song.
Yep.
It was like, all right, Josh, here you are.
Tucks the hoodie into the
The
sweatpants.
Cormier,
Yeah.
the sweatpants.
Yeah. And then he does that.
If Tom,
Well, it's just
if Tom
it's every
can't
person's
go,
nightmare what he said, right? Like that's exactly what the opposition to what this event.
Oh yeah.
taking
Listen,
place.
when I
That's
heard it, was I
exactly-
like fuming? No, I was like, ugh, why?
Yeah,
I was like,
exactly.
for fuck's
Okay.
sake.
Can we
For
go
fuck's
back
sake,
to this?
Josh.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
what I think everybody here is in agreement. Didn't need to be said.
Yeah.
Unnecessary, incredibly offensive, should not have been done. But if there are new repercussions, if the environment that has been created by the UFC is you say whatever you want, Dana White goes, he probably shouldn't have said that, and then no repercussions, and it gets all this attention, is there a negative outcome? Or is he doing exactly what he's supposed to be doing?
when I say negative outcome, I don't mean like he's going to get fired or anything
I'm
like that.
not talking about you in particular, or even the people who have a problem with what he said.
Nah, Jake Tapper is talking about Josh Hokett.
We should all have a problem. That's my point. Jake Tapper is talking about Josh Hokett. Did he do his job? If there's no consequences, if this idea that it's like I let everybody say what they want. Him personally saying I don't like it, but I let everybody say what I want. If there are no negative consequences and the entire world is talking about him, clearly Josh Hokett doesn't care if they talk well or poorly about him. That's the entire part of his gimmick. Is this what he wanted, and does he win?
I think Josh Hokett is like, he's got a few loose screws.
Yes, he definitely does.
And he doesn't care. I don't think he's in his feelings today. I just thought it was unnecessary for the moment.
Absolutely.
It was just unnecessary. I believe, get on the microphone, use that real estate to call your next shot. If he would have gone out there and been like, hey, Waldo Cortez, I'm going to do this, that, and the other, I'd be like, all right, okay, that makes sense. Or, hey, Tom Aspinall, I'm going to do this, that, and the other. Or, hey, Cyril Gahn.
Well, no, he did Alex
called
Pereira.
out Alex,
this was obviously before the Pereira fight, so, like, that's who he was gunning for. Like, he got on, said, fuck the poetry.
Shama on your mama, all that.
Shama on your mama.
Honestly, I forgot.
Yeah.
Because of that. I forgot because of that. So then, is that good or bad? I don't
That's
know.
my point.
So it overshadowed.
Well, I guess you also have to forget about it because Pereira lost.
Did it work? Because I don't even remember it.
No, the other one worked.
Did it work,
The one that we're saying is horrible is the one that everybody's talking about and the one that everyone remembers. If there are no consequences, you have to. He's pushing the envelope as far as it'll possibly go. I'm talking about Sean Strickland too, right? I'm banned from the White House. Now I show up, and now
what was that? What was going on with that? Can someone who's smarter than me explain?
I actually don't know either.
From a psychological standpoint, what was that? Like barefoot? Like he was dying to be arrested, right? Like he was just.
I think so. It seemed that way.
I think he was begging for it. Was he not? Because here's my thing. Like you're at the like what is what is happening here? I don't understand what's happening. He was loving it. Look, he's dying for it. This is like I don't know. I don't know what to say about this. What was going on with this? Can someone explain? Seriously, from a psychological standpoint, what is happening?
I have no idea. This is my first time seeing this. I don't even know what he's doing.
Oh, he's getting kicked out.
Yeah. He got kicked out. He got detained.
Secret Service.
Yeah.
Goes on. Let me tell you something, you guys. They had Kash Patel coming after me. Like, I don't get. The whole thing is just bizarre. Are we led to believe that he was not allowed, like, even at the ellipse? Like, he was not allowed to just
I think because he's such a star, it just creates a massive disturbance.
Okay, but he's not doing that. He's selling it like
Yeah,
he's
There's
banned.
a lot of things that it isn't what it actually is.
It's just a lot. It's a lot. It's like, oh gosh, this is so uninteresting. Look at this. What is this? Why is he not wearing shoes?
I think he was probably in the ring, yeah?
You think he took off the shoes? He was in the wrestling ring?
You got to respect the mat.
I suppose, not a wrestling mat, like pro wrestling. I think he frames that picture. You know what I mean? Like, I think he loves this.
What was the wrestling ring doing there?
TKO.
TKO, bro, the activation.
Yeah,
Didn't
come
you
on.
see
No, but it was
Reigns
just
and
like
Triple H?
it's just a display essentially, right?
But
You didn't see the Riyadh Season Zuffa boxing ring as well?
I didn't.
No, but like there was there an event on?
No.
This ellipse thing, which, by the way, fair play. There were a lot of people at
It
the
looked
ellipse.
good.
Shit.
Yeah.
I was like, where are these fans coming from?
All over.
All over.
Yeah.
Yes, all over, man.
Look at this. It looks like freaking Woodstock. Was it Glastonbury?
Yeah, I guess like respect to him that it was so close to the White House that like you kind of feel like you're a part of it. Like I think it was Sean O'Malley who was like, thanks to those fans, man. Like y'all really.
What about that scene with Diego Lopez?
Yeah.
He
Dude.
comes out of the cage and then all of a sudden he's on the stage. Like everything about it was so different and unique.
Yes.
It felt like, what is this?
He looks like he's pulling up at a music festival.
Yes.
Like they're like, and now your main act.
Yes.
Diego Lopez.
Lopez came across as a star.
In the fucking rock slides as well.
That shot of him on top of the cage. But look at this. I know Dana doesn't want to do the outdoor thing, but man, can we figure this out? Like, can we get this once a year in some way, shape, or form? It just felt so big and important.
The production team nailed it on a level that, like, I know they're great. We always say this. They're brilliant at what they do. But it felt like they were just having so much fun being let off the leash a bit.
Yeah.
You know, like, look what we can do here. Like, it took me about 2 hours to get my jaw off the floor after the introduction. Like, I was like, fuck me. Like, I can't believe. And then the entrance started. I was like, for 2 hours, I was still in I can't fucking believe this is happening. And it was because of what it looked like, what it sounded like. The entrances were like,
They were
the best
breathtaking.
entrances I've ever seen.
Breathtaking.
It's unbelievable.
Rogan's
first
wearing
one-
a shirt and tie. I mean, come on.
Ty was tough, man. It could have gone a little longer, maybe a little skinny.
White shirt for Rogan?
To the top.
White shirt for Rogan's a big deal.
It's like maybe like a stylist or something, man.
Nah, man. He's Joe
Dana
Rogan.
as well. Dana with I think he had the Travis Scott Nike Dunks on as he's walking out
tough.
of the It's like, let's throw on some loafers. Or
Yeah, it's tough.
Let's get some.
It's tough.
in there.
Didn't the fact that it like they nailed it, like it was the fact that all the buzz was like, oh, the weather, oh, there's swarms of mosquitoes, this everyone getting up about the Cormier and Trump thing, and then it's like it just happens and you're like, everything's fucking okay, like this is just happening. It's not.
It's gonna be all right, guys. The emotions were so high. I tweeted something
why
like
it felt
Dana
so
White's
good,
worst
right?
nightmare is playing out, and people thought that I was like hoping for. I was like, no, this guy has told us repeatedly he doesn't want to do outdoor events because of the weather. I'm not willing this or wishing for it. On the contrary, you think I wanted to be sitting up there till 2 a.m. watching this?
Oh
no,
my God.
I wanted this shit to fly through. It brought out so much emotions. The Eric Trump DC thing, which, briefly talking to DC on text, like, I believe he was hacked. And I think everyone for a moment wanted to believe it was real. It didn't seem like DC, by the way, who wrote that initial tweet that everyone was freaking out about. What kind of an idiot would actually tweet that? Like, I don't know anything about Eric Trump, but he surely isn't that dumb. And then there's further tweets. What a hack job that was. Kind of scary,
The
to be
further
honest.
when Wiley's on the broadcast, like you expect him to, like, as soon as they give him a break.
Yeah. It's kind of scary, to be honest, like how pointed the whole thing was. So it starts off with that. It starts off with the weather delay, the rain delay. They're sitting in that room there, and everyone's like, "Yeah, this is the deal with outdoors." And you get Bisping going like, "Listen, let me tell you guys something. This thing's gonna go off at 9 o'clock, and it's gonna be the greatest event of our lives." And I'm like, "That's right, BLB. You tell him. You tell him right there. You stump for the weather." And it was fine. Come actually a little bit before 9
I
o'clock.
was gonna say, who's our boy that said 9? Who's the boy? Who's our guy?
Yeah, Greg Rosenstein.
I don't know.
misled
No.
us.
In his defense, Brendan Fitzgerald did say they were shooting for around 9.
Okay.
And so what did it end up being? Like 8:40 something?
8:40.
Yeah, it's fine. It was fine. In the end, it was fine. They get the big elaborate.
Not for me, Greg. Not for me.
Yeah, I agree.
They get the big elaborate walkout. Lopez kicked things off. 7 for 7.
7 for 7 knockouts, not just finishes. No subs on that.
Were they mismatches?
Mauricio Hoof.
Is that a Netflix MMA?
Were they all mismatches? No, I'm kidding. Mauricio Hoof, yeah. I didn't feel like they were mismatches.
There were some
Hoofy
big
and
favorites
Hogan
here.
felt
And
like-
look, at the end of the day, there was a mismatch by the odds in the main event. And we saw what happened. Like, we have to get over this idea that, like, MMA is this sport where it's like everything's a squash match. Anytime somebody's a big favorite, everything's a squash match. Justin Gaethje was a huge underdog to Ilia Topuria. If that went the way it was supposed to go, everybody would be saying that was a squash match. And it was not. And it ended up being a real fight that Justin Gaethje beat the brakes off Ilia Topuria. This idea, like, every fight is a foregone conclusion in MMA, and it's just crazy. We need reminders. Hamzat versus Sean Strickland, Ilia Topuria versus Justin Gaethje. These things happen. That's what makes this sport so incredible.
Quick break on Fast. Stick with us on YouTube. Mike Brown's face after the Bo Nickal. Anyone catch that?
No, I didn't.
Mike Brown was giddy.
Oh, yeah.
Mike Brown, I've never seen Mike Brown so happy. Mike Brown was so happy after the Bo Nickal win. Bo Nickal with a great win over Kyle Daukaus as well. In the end, what was the American score? Let's see. I mean, it's only 7 fights.
They won the big one, and they won the main event where it was American versus a non-American fighter.
Gaethje, O'Malley. As far as fights that,
Hokett won.
Gaethje, O'Malley.
An American.
Garcia loses, Chandler loses. Where there was,
So 2-2.
it's not bad. It's gonna happen. Yeah, man. It felt different. It felt special. It wasn't over the top with the Trump stuff, in my opinion. If you hated it already going in, you hated everything that you saw. If you were somewhat like indifferent to it, like I think we all were, just being like, at this point, it's been 11 months. Let's just see how this thing plays out. I think you left that thing saying like, all right, That was pretty cool. That was different. Now back to your regularly scheduled programming. What's this weekend? I can't even remember. Does anyone remember?
Kyle Horiguchi coming up?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, let me tell you something. When it's Manel Cap versus Kyoji Horiguchi at the Apex, I'm going to be longing for your brother playing, started from the bottom, now we here, or whatever the hell they were playing.
To be honest, when you just mentioned Mike Brown, I thought we were going back to Knicks talk.
Yeah, what's that? Say it again?
You said Mike Brown. I thought we were going back to Knicks talk.
For a moment, I thought we were going back to Knicks talk too. No, we weren't going back to Knicks talk. We were talking about Coach Mike Brown for ATT and Bo Nickal. The smile on his face was unbelievable. And so let us speak to the one and only Bo Nickal. First guest of the day, still to come, Action Bronson, talk about the Knicks. Arman Tsarukyan is going to join us to talk about what transpired in the main event. And Anthony Smith, who did such a great job of previewing the card for us. But let's talk to a person who was actually there and competed and won and had his hand raised on Sunday night, the one and only Bo Nickal. What a win for him over Kyle Daukaus. In the car, the man, always kind enough to squeeze us in. Hello, Bo. You just fought and won at the White House. I don't know if you know this, but it's a pretty big deal.
I heard it was a big deal. Couple people told me that.
Does it feel like you did that? Like, has it sunk in that you actually accomplished that you were part of that?
I would say it's tough because you train, for me for 7 months, wanted to put a good performance out for a minute. So it's obviously exciting, and this was the most unbelievable event, but it's just like a weird also letdown when it's over because there's so much buildup and excitement. And yeah, overall, I'm just grateful for the experience.
Yes, and I loved what you had to say about gratitude, about the way in which you are living your life. You said that in the post-fight interview, which I thought was incredibly well said. Can I ask, did it live up to your expectations? Did it exceed your expectations? How would you describe how you felt about the experience going in and how it played out?
Definitely exceeded expectations. I came in just wanted to enjoy it, have fun, and I think that through all of my experience competing at a high level that I was able to do that and not let the moment get too big. Nice toes there, looking good. But yeah, it definitely exceeded expectations. It was just an awesome week, one that I'll never forget for sure, and grateful for all the people that helped make it happen, and grateful for my team, my family, everybody that supported me through it.
I kind of wanted to move chronologically here. That press conference on Friday, was it stressful for you guys? I really felt for the fighters because of the rain delay, knowing that you had to wake up the next morning to cut weight. Were you stressing about that, or was the work already done?
Everybody handled it differently. For me, it's no big deal. You just control what you can control. And if you're worried about other stuff, then that's out of your control, and that just wasted energy. So for me, you got to roll with it. And luckily, after wrestling, 10,000 plus matches and now having a few fights, you can experience a lot of different things. So you're able to just, make the best of it.
Supreme athletes like you guys are so locked in when it's time to compete. I'm wondering if you did allow yourself moments to be like, that's the Lincoln Memorial. I'm on these steps. There's thousands of people. Did you smell the roses at any point?
Yeah, definitely. I felt like I was kind of going back and forth between, trying to focus, then trying to smile and have fun through it. And I think that what really helped is being with my coaches and my friends and seeing my family and just kind of like keeping everything in perspective. But like I said, just competing as many times as I have in high pressure situations, you learn to enjoy it and embrace it and have fun. And I'm really, appreciative of the experience that I've had, prior that allowed me to do that. I think most people probably don't have that, and they're not able to really like fully be present in those moments.
I said at the beginning of our show that I thought it was an A++ event. I thought the UFC hit a grand slam. The visuals, the production, it was amazing to watch. But I don't know how the sausage was made, so to speak. And obviously, you guys are the ones, like we kind of treat you guys sometimes as like just little toys in all of this. Like, oh yeah, they can wait if there's a rain delay. Was there anything that was more stressful than usual as a result of the unique setting that you say like, okay, that was great for once, but I can't wait to just be a part of a normal fight week the next time?
Yeah, of course it was more stressful than a normal card. There was a lot more that went into it, a lot more buildup, especially for me with 7 months of preparation, knowing that I'm on the card and knowing that I need to be dialed, and this is going to be the biggest moment of my career. So yeah, definitely more stress, but in my mind, I just, was kind of doing a lot of self-talk and asking myself, like, yo, are you that guy? Like, are you going to deal with it, or are you going to be a baby? Like, figure it out. And, you just deal with it. And again, like I said, try to have fun through it. And that's really, I think, where my experience kind of helped most was being able to have fun with it and enjoy it and be loose. I think a lot of guys seemed a little tense, during fight week and stuff. But I felt like I was having just a blast the whole time.
Can you tell us about yesterday? What time did you get to the White House? And what was like the warm-up / locker room experience like? What room were you in? I'm dying to know like all those little details. Can you tell us about it?
You want the tea?
Yeah, give us the tea. Give us everything.
So I forget the exact name of the building that we were in. It's right across from the White House. It's Eisenhower building, maybe. And it was like, if you saw any of it on the show, it was like the most unbelievably decadent, cool room that had probably 50-foot high ceilings and crazy molding everywhere and all this and that. And it was just like a awesome spot to be in, just like looking at the architecture and stuff. And there's American flags everywhere, marble floors. So, it was really, really unique and really unusual for a pre-fight experience. And, it was kind of cool too, because everybody in red corner shared a locker room. So there was 7 guys together that all were kind of in there and ready to get out there and scrap. And so that was fun. But yeah, I enjoyed it. The walk from the Eisenhower to the White House was pretty cool too. You have like a whole security team around you, and then your coaches and stuff. And, you just kind of roll over there, maybe 300-400 yards, walk to the White House, and then get to meet the people you're walking out with, doing that whole thing with Medal of Honor winner and other service member. And that got me hyped because I was talking with my Medal of Honor winner, and he was like, "You ready to go?" Like, kind of just hyping me up and stuff, which was fun. But yeah, the walkout was insane. The live music, the President's Band knocked it out of the park, and it was just it's like a movie. Like people use that saying too much, but this definitely fits.
Were you emotional at any point?
I was a little bit emotional in the rehearsal on Thursday, just doing it for the first time and kind of seeing everything, being in the White House, seeing the service members, the band, kind of being in the cage with nobody there. Like, I was emotional in a very spirited, excited way, where I was just like, wow, like, and it got me so pumped up to fight. I felt like just dialed in and excited and ready to rock.
At the very beginning of the broadcast, it starts at 8 p.m. and they tell us there's a rain delay, and you're the second fight on the card. Was there any part of you that thought you have to taper off with the warming up? You can't do certain things. Was that uncertainty any kind of inconvenience?
It's just all your perception, right? Perception is reality. So, for me, I didn't really give a crap what happened with the weather. I was going to go out there and whoop that dude. So that's all I was worried about. And, stuff happens, once in a while you're, things don't go as planned, and you just got to roll with it and figure it out. And, like I said, just smile through it, have fun, enjoy it. And, don't be so tense, so tight. I think a lot of guys I saw, like I was saying, seemed a little tense, but I guess it's a fight, so it's hard not to do that.
And could you tell us, a lot was made of the bugs, the weather, this, that. What did it feel like out there? It didn't seem like any of that was an issue, but for you, what did it feel like?
The weather was perfect. It was unreal. I think right when I was, and it was.
Oh. Did we lose you? Do you see me? Do you hear me? We may have lost him there. There's a great moment there that he shared with the president afterwards. Shall we reconnect with Bo?
Absolutely.
Okay, it seems like we're going to reconnect with Bo. His fifth career win via knockout. He ended the fight in the first round, of course. 434 of the first round against a guy who had been looking quite good as of late, Kyle Daukaus. Still unranked in the UFC's middleweight division. Now back-to-back stoppage wins. Of course, he won in November at Madison Square Garden. And it was about 13 months ago that he lost to RDR in May of 2025. That was in Iowa. Daukaus, by the way, on a 6-fight winning streak. And, was on a 6-fight winning streak going into that fight. So he had been looking quite good as of late. A lot had been made of the fact that Colby. Oh, yes. Okay. We'll go back to Bo Nickal here. There he is. Hello. Can you hear me, Bo?
Yes, sorry about that.
No problem. Yeah, it's a little choppy. Obviously, you're on the road, so I appreciate you joining us very much, and I won't keep you for much longer. As far as the fight playing out the way in which it did, first round finish, now 2 wins in a row since the RDR fight. Can you tell us about how it played out, and was that how you expected it to play out?
Yeah, so I always do a lot of visualizations for my fights, and that was one of the things that I visualized as a possibility for getting the finish, front kick to the face and then, finish him off from there. It wasn't in my mind, the most likely, but yeah, I mean, I felt like after we popped up, after we were stood up, that he was a little slower, not reacting as quicker. And I was like, I think this will land. So moved around a little bit and then went for it and it worked out. And yeah, I mean, like I said, definitely I visualized that one pretty clearly the night before.
What did you say to the president afterwards there?
Yeah, I just told him thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for making this possible. It's just such a cool thing to do. And I just said I've been such a huge fan of him since I met him in 2019. And he was really kind to me. And look at us now. Look where we're at now.
Do you think they do this again?
I don't know. Probably not, but if they do it again, I'll get back in there.
Yeah. Afterwards, what do you do? Like, where do you go afterwards?
There was a lot of media. Well, the one thing that was really cool, actually one of the coolest parts of the whole event was we got to go to the Ellipse after, and in front of 85,000 people, I tossed some shirts in the crowd, did a little interview, and just kind of, it was like the biggest live crowd I've ever been in front of, and just to like kind of interact with the fans there was really special. We got some cool content of it as well.
I love that. I saw Diego Lopez. Like, did they take you guys from the cage to there? How long of a walk was that?
It was a little bit of I think a car ride over to it.
Okay.
So we went, we went fight, a little media, and then jumped in the car, popped out at the Ellipse, and I got to do the Fan Fest thing.
Yeah, the visual was great. I also love that they brought back, I don't know if you've ever experienced this because you're newer to the scene, the old school press conference where all of you were sitting up there with Dana. Did you enjoy that?
Yeah. Or wait, post-fight?
Yeah, afterwards. They don't do that anymore.
I hated it. That sucked.
Oh, why? Why? Because you were sitting there and no one was asking you stuff?
No, not that at all. I thought it was interesting to hear the questions and answers and stuff, but I felt like I finished my fight and I'm just like sitting around waiting for the co-main main event Dana to get there, and I'm like sitting there for 4 hours and I'm like, I just want to go hang out with I was hanging out with my coaches and family and stuff, but you're just in a little room and watching the fights and stuff, so you kind of just want to be free. You're like, I did my job, like I smashed this dude up, so I kind of just want to be done with it. But yeah, it wasn't too bad. It just, you get held up. I mean, we didn't finish till 2:30 in the morning.
Got it.
And I thought I was done a lot earlier than that.
I understand. Did you happen to share a moment with your old college, your old college opponent, Josh Hokett?
Yeah, we talked for a little bit. I like Josh. I think he's a tough guy. Really, good fighter. He's been able to blow up here in his last couple fights, which is exciting, and I'm hoping he continues to do well.
Are you shocked at how well he's doing?
I I wouldn't say so. I mean, the guy's an NCAA All-American wrestler. He played in the NFL. He's a freak athlete. And so, I think that he's committed himself to fighting. He definitely trains hard and works hard. So I'm sure he can go far in the sport.
How quickly do you want to return?
I'm ready to go. I gotta get back home, see the family, and then I'm gonna start training again here ASAP. And we'll see. We'll talk with Hunter and with Mick and figure it out. But yeah, I'm ready to fight again.
Anyone in mind?
Who do you think? Who do you think I should fight?
Well, are you going to get ranked now? Do you think you're going to get ranked?
Maybe. I don't know. It's not my job.
No, I know it's not your job. I don't know. I mean, I feel like there's a ton of.
I'm not in the speculation business.
Sure.
Chatting about it. I think you're better at this, so I would defer to you.
I appreciate that.
Or Chael or somebody like that. You guys tell me.
What about like a Jared Cannonier type? Are we ready for that? Or
I think he's booked, I'm pretty sure. But I mean, yeah, if somebody not booked, I'm around that, in that same ballpark. I'm down.
Yeah. Well, I presume like if he moves on and then you're probably coming back in 3-4. You have to wait a long time for this fight, so I would imagine there's a party that wants to make up for a little bit of lost time, right?
Yeah, man. I mean, I love fighting. I love the training and improving, getting better. But my favorite part's going out there and fighting. So as much as I can do that, the better. So, yep, I'm definitely down.
Highlight of your career, would you say so far?
It's up there.
Okay. Fair. And by the way, I know you were busy, but did you watch RAF on Saturday?
No, I missed it. I like to watch actually good wrestling. So, I heard the main event was some guys that didn't really know how to wrestle, so I didn't watch that. I watched the early matches, some of the lead up.
I was curious, since you're so invested, like the Hamza Dillon stuff, do you feel like that's going away from what will make RAF special and successful? How do you feel about that?
Man, obviously there are two guys that generate a lot of buzz. I think that they, they're going to do their thing. I'm not surprised with the way it turned out. But what RF's doing really well that I think is flying under the radar is they are putting together amazing matchups, fun, exciting matchups. Like every time I see the matchups that they're lining up with really high-level wrestlers, I'm like, oh, let's go. Like, I got to see that. Like, that's epic. So, that stuff, I think it flies under the radar, but it's really special, and the real wrestling aficionados appreciate it, and I think those matches are more entertaining to me.
Last thing, you said yesterday that Kyoji Horiguchi, who's fighting this weekend, has been critical of your striking, and you were hoping to get some praise. Did you hear from Kyoji about what you did out there?
Not yet. He's focused on his fight. He's going to go beat this dude up, and I'm pumped for him. And then we're going to have to get back in the gym and train together some more. And he's a tough dude. He's the Japanese culture. They're perfectionists. So I think to get some praise from him, I got to keep getting better.
Fair enough. But you are on your way. Tremendous stuff. Congrats, Bo, and thank you for doing this on your way home. Really appreciate it. Enjoy the victory. Enjoy everything that comes with it. And, of course, your summer with your family as well.
Thank you, Ariel. I appreciate you. Always appreciate you having me on. We're getting close to me not responding to your text. So
I know, Matt. This one, I thought this was the one. I thought this was the one. I thought this was the one that you were going to ghost me on.
Did you really? Wow.
Yeah, I mean, you're fighting at the White House, and I'm asking you for a 12-hour turnaround. And I was like, there's no chance. And like always, you respond with a smile on your face. I didn't see your face, but I presume there was a smile when you were responding.
Of course. Yeah, but the day will come, so be ready.
I don't want to hear about this. Please, no. Not yet. Not yet, Bo. Thank you so much. All the best to you, and congrats.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
There he is. Bo Nickal, victorious, beating Kyle Daukaus. Anthony Smith is going to join us in about 12 minutes. Action Bronson. I got to talk to Action. I got to talk to my guy Action about the Knicks. And, of course, Arman Tsarukyan. If you're watching on Fast, quick break. If you're on YouTube, stay right there. All right. Let us go back to, and for the YouTube crowd, we got to do this. I know it's a little bit awkward, but am I doing it well, by the way, guys? Am I doing it well? Am I pausing long enough?
Nailing it.
Is it?
Life is good today.
Am I pausing long enough?
Yeah, you're doing it.
It's so weird when you go back to your face looking like that. It's so weird. Can I tell you something that I'm debating right now, guys? I actually need your help.
Oh, please.
It's on my mind. It's actually quite stressful. So I'm going to the parade, right?
Sure.
It starts at 10.
Yeah.
What that means, I don't know. Like, it's not like I'm just going to stand there and I'm going to see everyone be like, hey, guys. Here's the question. How early do I need to go?
6.
Yeah.
And where do I go?
FIDE.
Well,
Like-
Canyon of Heroes and FIDE.
But, like, where do you set up shop?
Wherever you can.
Can I tell you?
You realize there's going to be people going earlier. Whatever time you choose, there are going to be people.
Okay,
people
so
going
here's my
earlier.
thought. Sleep in the city night before.
Absolutely.
And what time are you going in, though?
City?
No.
Oh.
What time are you showing up?
Sleep in the city night before. I'm going to have my kids with me, obviously. Claire too. 6 a.m.?
Yeah, I think lining up at 6 a.m. is
Oh, lining up. I was going to say wake up at 6 a.m., but
People are gonna camp out the night
Yeah.
before, I bet you. So if you get there, if you wake up at 6, you're not gonna be close.
It also depends. Do you want to hear the speeches or do you just want to see them going by on the floats celebrating?
That's a good.
I don't know. I don't know. What am I? Here's the thing. Is there any chance I regret this?
No.
Regret going?
Yeah.
No way.
Is there any chance
regret
it's,
it? I have FOMO.
it's such a shit show? You can't
It's
move.
like we tried and fuck it.
This is like
Yeah.
one of the staples the city offers. I think is cool. Like
Ticker
these
tape.
parades. and
You're going to be
FIDE.
amongst a bunch of people who have that feeling that you have.
No.
That you're.
Did you know that this is the first ever Knicks parade? In 1973 and 1970, Mayor John Lindsay felt like it was an inappropriate use of funds.
Wow.
To put on
That's
a
bullshit.
And they didn't get a parade. They got like a gathering at City Hall, but they didn't get an actual parade. There's no footage of
What a
them
loser.
on floats, on buses of any kind. So number one, you guys think I should go? A.
Definitely.
Do you think I should go the night before?
Yes.
I think staying in FIDE the night before is a smart move.
I think it could be disaster trying to get in from your house.
Yeah. Okay. So did you stay in FIDE?
Yes.
Yeah.
There's a couple cool hotels right by where you used to work.
Is
with
it?
us down there.
Oh man, that's the old office, huh? Where is the Canyon of Heroes?
I believe it's starts in like Battery Park and goes all the way to City Hall. I think that's where it's gonna end.
How many miles is that?
I think it's only like
It's pretty
one.
short. Yeah. It's all up Broadway, right? From what I remember.
Is Danhausen going to be involved?
That I can't tell you.
1000% has to be. He uncursed the Knicks.
I'd like to think so. I keep going on Twitter real quickly and seeing stuff, and I'm like, wow, the Knicks are on GMA doing like that team interview afterwards. I think Mikal Bridges is very drunk, but it's unbelievable.
He is definitely
all of
loose
it
right now. He's just
it's just unbelievable. All of it.
letting it all out.
Speaking of Twitter, all right, let's take a look at the people who reacted to Ilya Toporia's loss. I think there's like an absolute avalanche of reaction.
This was kind of expected with how
Sure.
much like he puts everything on the line.
Yeah, you guys give it to me. Here's Alexander Toporia, obviously his brother. Proud of everything you do and have done, my brother, in victory or in learning. Always grateful to God for everything. And it's still unclear who called it, who didn't call. I don't know. Marab says, proud of my warrior brother Ilya. I know he will come back stronger than ever. So these are the positive ones. Here's maybe not so positive. Islam Makhachev, to quit in the biggest fight of your career is something not everybody can do. Le Leyenda, which is the nickname that I think he gave to himself prior to the Oliveira fight. This is more from Islam, he who exalts himself will be humbled. There's levels in this game. Congratulations, Justin. You deserve this belt more than anyone. So Islam enjoying this. Here's Patty Pimblett quote tweeting the tweet that Ilya sent him or about him when Patty lost to Justin back in January. The only thing, and I'm going side by side because I think he like used the same words, right? Almost to 100% degree, but not quite. The only thing you had to do was beat a 38-year-old coming off a 5-round war with me. Instead, you quit on your stool like the little bitch you are. I'm a real fighter and went 5 rounds. You're, typo there, a little pretender chorizo. Congratulations, Justin. Rematch for Undisputed.
Not sure I get the victory lap of like I went around longer than you while also losing.
Yeah. I think the judges had a 3-1, right? Families shouldn't be in the corner whatsoever. I mean, some of the great duos in combat history were father-son. He quit himself. Sad to see. He earned a nice stripe, however tainted. He will get stronger from this beating. What a sport. So somewhat, what Rick was alluding to. Here's Terrence Crawford. This is the guy that said he would knock me out and whoop me and Shakur at the same time. Laughing, laughing, laughing. Terrence was in attendance, by the way. Sort of like an honorary Zuffa boxing member. Here's more from Connor quote tweeting the Terrence tweet. What the F are you saying you can wrestle, yet you are afraid of an MMA fight? That to me is pitiful. The kid was beaten in an MMA fight, of which you don't have the courage for. What the F was with all these little boxers at this show, yet no MMA fighters. Hashtag these boys ain't man enough.
Y'all see them though.
That's right. A lot of belts. Here's more from Terrence. Shut your drunk ass up. Or does he mean ass? And get ready for yo fight. He got his ass whooped like you did, running yo mouth. I don't have to come and fight in the cage. That's the joy of boxing. Y'all come to us. We don't have to come to y'all. I mean, he's got a good point there. It is true. Most of them do. Here's Chris Eubank Jr. Sick fight. I think Topuria would actually do well in a boxing ring, and Gaethje's a bad man. So he actually thinks Topuria will do well after that performance. Francis says, never count Justin out. Congratulations, champ Justin Gaethje. You never let me down. All right. Hamzat says, those who rejoice at the defeats of others will never see greatness in this sport. Wait a second. Is he talking about Islam? Seems like he was rejoicing. Here's Lil Wayne. Too happy for Justin right now. Congrats, champ. Hashtag highlight USA Bish. By the way, hashtag highlight. Did he mean to actually put in the hashtag and he just kind of spelt it out?
Who's to check?
Lest we forget, Arman Tsarukyan seemed to have bet on. So did he bet on him or not? What's the deal?
Okay, so I think the clarification has finally been made that his friend bet on Justin. And if you watch the full video of the wager being placed, the friend is the one that's placing it.
Anyway, Justin, by the way, what did you guys think of the old school press conference?
Yeah, I thought that was interesting.
I kind of dug it.
Caught me off guard.
It reminded me of the old days. I kind of dug it. But I do understand where Bo's coming from. Anyway, here's Justin reacting to the Arman bet.
The last question. Speaking of betting, Arman Tsarukyan earlier this week, and apologies, I know your mind has been everywhere.
So money.
He made a bet on
his friend
Justin
bet.
Gaethje
His
winning.
friend bet. He didn't bet.
Wanted to know if you knew about that bet at all. Is it true? Is it false? Just
I saw
Arman's
that.
buddy bet.
His buddy,
$1
yeah, his buddy bet it.
And his buddy made some cheddar.
and on Justin, and on that same note, Justin, Arman said that if you win,
5.7.
Yeah.
5.7. Who took that bet?
Arman posted that.
I think his name is Pucho.
His buddy Caesar.
Who'd they bet it with? Polymarket?
Let me double check.
Got him.
It's a big hit for Polymarket.
Yeah. I mean, Arman also said on the stream where he made that bet official that if Justin wins, he's buying you a pickup truck or any truck. What type of truck do you like, and what's your message to Arman?
Ooh. I mean, I don't really
Ram.
need a truck. Yeah.
Buy him a Ram.
I'll take a Ram. I am due for a new truck. My truck is a 2020. I bought it when I beat Tony Ferguson, and it's got about 65,000 miles on it, so send it.
And just for clarification, it was on jack.com. Don't know.
What's that?
Jack.com.
Oh, yeah, jack.com. They got Jack tonight.
Here's Arman. By the way, what a wild thing to see that again. Those press conferences feels very old school. I kind of dig it. Arman tweeting, "What color do you want your truck?" to Justin Gaethje. And here, what was that? I think that was Volkanovski tweeting, "Wow, absolute insane ending to a crazy night. Well played, Dana and Trump, UFC White House." Here's the actual scorecard, by the way, in case you're wondering. Obviously, things ended in the break there between the 4th and 5th rounds. Ben Cartledge had it 3-1 for Justin Gaethje, giving just the second round to Ilya. Derek Cleary had it same. Sal D'Amato had it same. So there you have it. It would have required a stoppage by Ilya to win the fight, had it gone the distance, which is which is pretty remarkable. We talked about Aspinall's reaction to the co-main event. Here's John Jones's reaction to Ciryl Gane beating Alex Pereira. No audio. Congratulations to the new heavyweight champion, Gane. You look great out there. Signed, the GOAT. How about that? Francis Ngannou reacted. Congratulations, Bon Gamin, for the wonderful performance. Sincerely, the lineal heavyweight champ, the LHC. Crazy, 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 crazy. What a time. And also, by the way, shout out to Tom Aspinall, who was at the Misfits event in Manchester, hanging out with Phil Foden. America isn't for everyone. A nod to Foden not getting selected to the English team. You guys locked in on the World Cup yet?
Locked in, bro.
Are you really? I can't get into it yet.
Cape Verde forcing a draw against Spain today.
For real?
Yep.
Holy smokes, that's shocking, no?
Yeah, Spain was minus 1,500.
Whoa.
Yep.
Congratulations to the U.S. What a performance. Former Nottingham Forest zone, Gio Reyna, with the Trivella.
Yeah, like 97th minute, that was nasty.
Like with the right foot.
Like 12 hours for Spain, huh? Draw against Cape Verde.
That's a good, yeah.
Warrior goes down.
Is it Cape Verde or Verde?
I actually think it's Cabo Verde.
Damn. Canada underwhelming, I have to say.
Yeah, it wasn't great.
I wasn't impressed.
It's all right. It's game one. Argentina lost to Saudi Arabia in game one.
Well, you know what's huge? Qatar, Swiss tying.
That was a crazy game. Header in like the 94th by Qatar.
So everyone has a point in that group, but you got to beat Bosnia at home. You're opening the World Cup, Bosnia. Come on. All due respect, I know they beat Italy, all that, but like, come on, it wasn't a good showing. It was a very underwhelming performance. I'm going to get into it now. Are you going to a game? What's the verdict?
Yeah, I'm going to a couple games. I'm going to one
in Jersey or all in Atlanta.
One in Atlanta on Sunday, Spain, Saudi Arabia. I'll be
this
there.
Sunday.
Yeah.
Holy smokes!
I'll be there, and then in Jersey as well. Going to go to one.
Quarters or
I can't remember the date? Yeah,
England.
It's knockout. I can't remember the date.
Oh, so you don't know who you're seeing?
Yeah, don't know who I'm saying.
All right. Well, still to come, Arman Tsarukyan is going to join us to talk about what transpired in the main event. Action Bronson in an hour as well to talk about the Knicks winning the NBA title. What is this universe that we're living in? But without further ado, I really wanted to have Anthony Smith on because I thought on Thursday his analysis of this card was amazing. Like a really, really great analysis. If you watched it on our Facebook or X, I thought he was on fire with some of his takes, and a lot of them came to fruition. And so I wanted to get his reaction to what transpired in the aftermath, and he's now kind enough to join us once again. There he is, Mr. Lionheart himself. Hello, Anthony. How are you?
What's up, Ariel? How are you?
Life is good, my man. I'm an NBA champion. There's nothing that can be said to me that will upset me right now. I feel like I don't even know what universe I'm living in. You know what this feeling is like as a fan of the Chiefs. This is very foreign to me, so I'm very, very... Did you ever go to a parade, by the way? Did you go to any of those parades, or were you too far out?
No, it's like 3 hours. It's like a 3-hour drive, so I never made it. Actually, I think at the last parade there was a shooting too, so it's a good thing I didn't go.
Oh, God, because I'm deliberating this right now.
You have to go.
Okay, despite the fact that there was a shooting at the last one?
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay,
it's fine.
Well, I'm going.
Duck.
Okay. You asked me when we were talking last night via text, what did you think of the event? And I didn't reply to you. And truth be told, I fell asleep, but I'm happy that I didn't reply, that we did not talk about it. You don't know my thoughts unless you've seen them on Twitter. I think you're off Twitter, by the way. You deleted your Twitter, right?
I did.
Yeah.
It was a dumpster fire.
I was looking to tag you, and I couldn't find it.
No, you got to get out of there. That's a dumpster fire.
When did you pull the plug, by the way?
Oh, it's been a couple years.
Oh, it has been that long. Okay. And by the way, what's going on here with this part of your was it your left? What is that over there?
Oh, right here?
Yeah, what is that?
It's one heart for everyone in my family.
Wow. And why is one colored?
That would be me.
Okay. All right. Wow.
Yeah.
Wait, so did you get your whole arm black?
Yeah. Yeah, the whole thing.
When did that happen?
Oh, midlife crisis was at its peak probably, I don't know, 3 or 4 months ago.
Oh my gosh. What does that represent?
Nothing. It's a cover up. So instead of getting it removed, which is a long, painful process, I just blacked it out. And then it doesn't have to be perfectly blacked out because then I'm going to go back over it with a color sleeve.
Oh my gosh. And why did you want Why'd you want to cover it up?
I don't. It's just a bit of a midlife crisis. I think. I think tattoos sometimes for people that are heavily tattooed sometimes represent less about the tattoo, and a lot of times it's where you were at in life when you got it, or what kind of mindset you were in, or whatever. And I'm just trying to, I guess, evolve and grow. And it wasn't in a great part of my life when I got that stupid ass tribal. So I'm just trying to erase it.
Wow. Do you regret them?
No, not really. You can always cover it and remove it, and
sure,
it's a process. But no, I don't regret it. I mean, I was there. You know what I mean? It was like it was a time in life, and I'm somewhere else now.
Both arms are blacked?
No, just one.
Okay.
Just one.
Why not the other?
Because I haven't got there yet.
Okay, but you're eventually going to do it.
Probably.
Okay. That's not why we wanted to have you on, but I'm just an inquisitive person. Now going to the event, what'd you think?
Yeah. I thought it was absolute cinema. Like just the scenes, just how cool it looked with the White House in the background. I thought it was amazing. They had like veterans and first responders walking each fighter out, and they recognized them, put their names up on the screen. I thought that was cool. Just the visuals were absolutely crazy. So overall, I thought it was a great event. It was just hard to imagine like that we're here, like that the UFC is in this place right now. It was just, I think Cormier said it at the very beginning. He just couldn't believe that he was a part of something like that. It was just, I couldn't believe I was just in my basement watching it with a couple friends. I just couldn't believe what I was watching.
Yeah. I think we sometimes take for granted how this stuff comes off. I was thinking of people that you work with and know, the Zach Candidos of the world, the Craig Borsaris of the world, the Michael LaPlante of the world, Ricci, like these guys who are like, they live and breathe this stuff. And I kept thinking like, I can't imagine how they are feeling. These are producers, by the way, for the audience. I didn't mean to get all inside. Seeing this play out the way in which it was, because I thought it was beautiful. I thought it was breathtaking at times. I thought it was beautiful. It really was.
I got the chills. I just got the chills right now thinking about it. Like I found myself getting the chills the whole time for the same reason as you. Like how proud those guys must have been of just themselves and each other to pull off something just so. I think breathtaking is a perfect way of saying it. It was a beautiful sight.
Do you think it's one and done as far as that type of event is concerned? Like, do you think we ever see that again?
Yeah, it's probably just a one-off, I would imagine. Because I don't imagine that there was any money made. You know what I mean? It's like the Sphere event is kind of a very similar thing. It's kind of just I don't know. It's like just a moment in time, I guess. And they're doing it to do it. And just because they can, and they're, the UFC is one of the only organizations in the world that could pull something like that off. But I don't imagine that it's, financially sustainable.
I am curious though. There were a bunch of, this is a whole other topic, but there were a bunch of ads all over the cage. And I was told that because it's on federal land, you can't have advertising of any kind. So I don't know how they got around that, but that's a whole other topic for a different day. As far as the actual fighting was concerned, we talked about Gaethje and Ilya, and we'll ultimately never truly know. Like we talked about everything Ilya's been through over the past year and whatnot, but like for the fight to play out like that, I have to say I was shocked. I was giving Justin a very, very small chance. You were not. Like you gave him, I don't know, like a strong chance, big, but like you definitely laid out the case for him to pull this off. As you saw it play out, what were you thinking?
I was hoping that Gaethje was going to stick to what he was doing. Because I think I said when we were on here talking before that I would have a strong idea of how the fight was going to play out in the first 2 minutes. And in the first 2 minutes, I really liked what Gaethje was doing. Even the fake shot, like the fake single to the uppercut. Ilya's approach was confusing at first, and like at the very first, and I don't know if it was a lack of respect or if it was an over belief in his power, but he had this weird kind of stance that he's never really had before, where his hands were really high, right hand tucked really, really close, and every time Gaethje would throw, he would like hinge backwards at his waist, almost like his head was out past his heels. And he's never done that before, and he wasn't countering initially. He kind of just pressured, took space, forced Gaethje back, and Gaethje was just laying in that jab right away. Like I feel like Topuria was hit cleaner in the first round of that fight than he has his entire career combined. So I don't know. He just wasn't his volume wasn't as high as I expected it to be, and he let Gaethje get away with a lot early. But once I seen Gaethje he was just unorthodox in his approach. His jabs were oddly timed. Like if you look at that right hand that dropped Ilya, the first one, it's like there's a tempo that everybody fights at, Ariel. So like usually if Trevor Whitman calls for a 1-2, 99% of the people out there, it's going to go boom, boom. It's going to be 1-2 right behind it. Like we're taught once your jab is out, the faster you pull that jab back home, the harder and faster your right hand is going to be. And that's the tempo. It's boom, boom. They're supposed to be really quick. But Gaethje went jab, one beat in between, and then the two. That's something that's kind of notorious for like Justin Gaethje. It's a very odd thing. He fights at a very weird tempo. It even just one little beat off makes a big difference because everyone's used to parrying the jab, covering for the two, or parrying the jab, slipping the two. But if someone throws the jab and you parry it, or you eat it, and then there's one beat in between, you don't expect that there's a two coming down the pipe. And that's just something that Gaethje's always, and I don't even know that that's anything he's ever been taught or learned. I think it's just a thing that I think it's just natural. That's just his instincts, is to have that beat in between those two shots sometimes. But if you go back and look at his career, most of the time when he hurts people, there is a weird tempo from the punch that was right before that.
Wow. Okay, great insight once again. I'm not trying to offer any type of excuse for Ilya here. As I said at the top, Justin deserves all the flowers. He won that fair and square. It was an unbelievable performance. I was struck at the size difference. It wasn't as stark as it was when he fought Oliveira, Ilya did. Do you think this result will cause him to rethink his position in the lightweight division and think about going back to 45?
No, I don't think so. I think he was really struggling to make 145. I had a lot of shades of Conor Nate Diaz watching that fight. And Chael says this all the time. The worst place you want to be is in a fight that's harder than you thought it was going to be. And I do think that there was a level of underestimation for Ilya. Like he had Justin in a couple bad spots in the second round, had him mounted. He was trying to attack submissions, potential arm bars. He was looking at arm triangles. He was trying to take his back. I think he's just so used to finishing people that I think there is an element to being in that second round and being a bit flustered and disheveled, maybe is the word, when he didn't get him out of there and then realized this guy's way tougher than I thought he was going to be. And I thought that if Gaethje could take a big shot from Ilya and be okay mostly, I thought that he would do really well. I thought that the whole fight was going to be based on if Justin Gaethje could absorb the damage. Because we've seen him hurt, we've seen Charles Oliveira drop him, we've seen Max Holloway knock him out. I mean, we've seen him hurt before, and seemingly Ilya Topuria is as powerful as any of those guys. So I thought if he could take a shot from Ilya and be okay, that I thought he had a great chance of winning.
You're 100% right, and I think that happened quite early, right? I think he realized that very early in the fight, like, I could take this guy. And I thought, like, that's what I was picturing. I was picturing a car crash a la Oliveira Ilya back in June of last year. And Gaethje we've seen him fall face first against Max Holloway. And I thought, this is what, Ilya does to everyone. It's going to happen again. And once that didn't happen in the first round, I was like, holy shit, Justin is live. And then in the third round, the 1-2 that he hit him with, that right hand, I mean, we've never seen Ilya get caught with something like that before. And so we get to that moment, fourth to fifth. Actually, can I ask you about the third going into the fourth, that moment with the doctor and Mark Goddard? What do you think happened there? Because it seemed to me like the doctor was waving it off. Like he was like, nope, he can't see.
He got bullied.
Yeah, what was that?
He wanted to stop it. And then then they brought in another doctor. And then it seems like they hit it behind the guise of a language barrier is how they kind of played it off. But credit to Ilya for walking back out there. He had an easy out. He had someone that was right there going to save him. And it wouldn't have made it look like he quit. It would be easy to blame it on the doctor. That was an early stoppage. I could have kept fighting. Like, he had an out. and there was a wide open door, and not a lot of people would have given him any shit for it, and he didn't take it. So you got to give him credit, and I got to give him credit for how he fought. He took some big shots. He took some he got pushed to a level that he's never been. He was in deep water that he's never seen before. So not only did he, I guess, show up and find himself in a dogfight when he had never had to before, but I think that he really showed his heart and his will and his determination. The mountain was too high, and that's okay. Sometimes that's fighting. That's how it goes. He'll be better for this once he heals up, though.
Okay, I'll ask you about that in a moment. I'm just curious, what did you think of the decision to call the fight off fourth going into fifth?
Oh, it's a good call.
Yeah,
that's a good call. I had seen enough. We knew where this was going, and it was headed downhill quickly. And I don't think that there was any reason for him to take any more damage. He was battered, and we want all these guys to go home. And we don't need to take any more. Like, is 5 more minutes of that beating going to do him any good? Is it going to take his career any further? Or are we going to take time off of his career? And I just, sometimes you just got to get your ball and go home.
And so you talk about him, you make the comparisons to McGregor, Diaz. I see those comparisons. McGregor obviously didn't take as much damage, but, we've seen people come back. Let's not forget, Gaethje was getting knocked out by Max Holloway not that long ago, and look at how good he looked in this fight. And then, of course, back in January. What would you suggest would be best for Ilya? Because I would imagine the competitor in him wants to get back as soon as possible, but he took a lot of damage. And so how long do you think he's out for, and who should he come back against?
As long as he's healthy. I mean, he definitely took big damage, but I didn't feel like he was wobbled a bunch. I really felt like the damage at the end was that knee to the body. But he did take, facial cuts and laceration, they look terrible. I don't know how. I bet he heals quickly. I bet in a week he's going to look almost new. So I'd like to see him at the end of the year, though. You don't want to sit on that too long. You don't want to, because it'll fuck with you. It'll mess with how you feel about yourself. Especially when you're the level of superstar that he is and the attention that he has, and he's gonna be eating that one for a while, especially with the shit that he says. I mean, he had a celebratory dinner before, and had a funeral for Gaethje before. Like, you're gonna have to eat that. You're gonna have to eat that shit for a minute. So the quicker you can get back and be healthy and 100% and try to get that monkey off your back, the better.
Is there someone that you would like to see him against?
No, I don't know that it matters. I don't know that it matters. He's good and he can beat anybody. He's good enough to beat any of them. So I don't know that we need to protect him or move around and get a specific matchup. I think something that motivates him.
Patty.
Something that
win or lose against BSD. Win or lose makes sense.
That's a good one.
Right?
That's a good one. Win or lose, you're right.
Yeah,
I don't think that it matters.
I mean, that's the one.
A win against BSD is going to be hard to convince Patty of that. But if he loses,
fight.
A little grudge match there. Two guys don't like each other. I think that's a good matchup for Ilya. It's Patty's got power, but he's not a crazy, clean, technical striker. So it's someone that he can probably feel a little more comfortable on his feet. Even as bad as he knocked out Oliveira is really dangerous. It's got to be super stressful to stand in front of that guy. Justin Gaethje's the same way. So I like the Patty matchup. Actually, I think that's a great call by you.
We'll never know the answer to this question, but just curious, when you were watching that fight play out, how much were you thinking about this guy has been through a lot? You talked about this on Thursday. Like, no one is immune to behind-the-scenes issues, family issues, and whatnot. How much do you think that came into play here?
Well, it's his first time fighting with his life totally different.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know that he was thinking about it, very specifically, but I think there was a lot. I think that these fighters aren't getting enough credit for how much different this event was. The walkouts were different. The music was different. This isn't a locker room. You're inside the White House. The travel to get in there is hard. You got Secret Service all over the place. I mean, they're under a lot of stress because everything is different. We're creatures of habit. So that's why you won't hear a lot of fighters complain about fighting in Vegas all the time, because it's comfortable. It's normal. Every once in a while you hear someone bitch about the Apex because they want to be in an arena. But in terms of how comfortable you get there and how familiar you are with the spaces and the people and just the system and the schedule, it's all the same. The White House is drastically different. Everything was different about that. Then you throw in the Ilya's entire training camp was different for the first time in his whole life. Like, I'm sure the people change here and there and the lengths of it change here and there, whatever, but he's not going home to his wife and kids anymore. He's not, you know what I mean? He's not hearing the same noise in his house. He's probably alone more than he's ever been previously. Everything is different. So I don't know that he was very specifically thinking about it, but it had to have had some sort of impact because he was doing something for the first time on several different fronts.
Right. As far as Gaethje's concerned, are you as shocked? I said it. I don't usually make picks. I was completely dismissive, and I want to give him all the flowers, and I eat the crow, and I apologize to him. I did not think he could do this, and quite frankly, I didn't think he could do it against Paddy either. I thought he was being served up to Paddy. I can't believe how he's rebounded from the Max Holloway loss. Like, most guys don't come back like that, but this sport is a little bit different, and he's a little bit different.
I thought the Paddy matchup was perfect for him.
Really? Okay. And so you're not shocked by all of this?
But no, not at all.
Really?
He's a fucking monster, dude. I've seen that guy in the gym. If you spend 5 minutes hanging out with him, you can tell right away this is a different human being. He's what does Goggins say? He's uncommon amongst uncommon men.
Yeah.
He stands out amongst the baddest motherfuckers in the world. He's different even in rooms with those guys. So he's built different. He really is. So that's not surprising. I thought the Paddy fight there was a good chance it could go like that. He's got natural power in his hands. He's a big guy for the weight class. He's a great grappler. But I think a lot of his success does come from the threat of a takedown and people not wanting to end up on their back. We've never, other than Khabib, we've never seen Gaethje really just taken down and controlled and held there for long periods of time. So I didn't think that Paddy was going to be a good enough wrestler to like truly threaten Gaethje on the ground for long periods of time. And Paddy's hittable. And so even if you can't knock him out, you put enough damage on him, it's going to affect him for sure.
What kind of a chance do you give Justin to continue this hot streak, if you will, against Arman, who we suspect is going to be
I don't hate the Arman Tsarukyan matchup for Gaethje.
Wow. Why not?
I don't hate it. Again, he's a great wrestler. And he does a great job using it defensively. And he's, like we just seen, he's live with anybody on his feet. And I think that the way that he's evolved at this point in his career, at this stage of it, is commendable. I mean, if you're just a casual fan, you just want to watch chaos, you're not going to notice it. But I noticed the small changes in his game. He's really cleaned up a lot of the bullshit. He's gotten away from the leg kicks a little bit. And I know that like Daniel Cormier and Rogan hate that. I think it's genius because people are always going to think about it. If he throws a couple, it changes the way that they think about anything. But he was getting hit a lot. He was becoming predictable. He just rounded out his striking game. At the beginning, he had to land the leg kick to be successful. Well, now he's rounded out the rest of his game, and Trevor's really cleaned a lot of it up where he doesn't need to rely on it anymore. So I don't know. I've loved watching this Justin Gaethje experiment, just watching him, at the later stages in his career, make small, really, really beneficial changes in his game because he looked a lot different than we've seen him before. When's the last time Justin Gaethje even pretended he was going to take somebody down?
Yeah.
I just in the way that he mixed it and turned it, like, remember I talked about this controlled chaos? Like collar tie to a single leg to force Ilya to pull his hips back. Well, when he pulls his hips back, Gaethje's got hold of his head. So he pulls his head back and now he's bent over at the waist, ripped the uppercut, and then just closed the distance again. It was fucking genius. And he just kept doing it over and over and over again. And then when it stopped working, he went to something else. It was just super smart. It looked like a bit of chaos, but that was very, very tactical. And I couldn't fucking get enough of watching it.
Yeah, it was interesting in the post-fight. He said to Rogan, I promised my mom I wouldn't make a decision about whether or not I'll retire tonight or in the moment. I'm like, retire, man. It's all coming together for you. Why the hell would you retire now?
Dude.
There's no chance, right?
The only thing Gaethje loves more than fighting in golf is money. There's no goddamn way he doesn't get one more.
And then he got that, I think it was like $825, $825K in bonuses, which is wild. Because he was the one saying before the fight in January, I haven't even made $1 million worth of bonuses, all these years, 14 or so, whatever it was. And he almost makes it in one night, given all of this.
It's crazy. It's crazy.
Do you think the 7 for 7 on Saturday or on Sunday, still feels weird? Do you think that had anything to do with the bonuses being up, the fact that we got these finishes in every single fight, or do you think it was just the matchups?
It's just the matchups, man. They put 14 of the biggest savages in the UFC. So that someone's getting finished. Like if you look, like even Diego Lopez and Steve Garcia, those are two prolific finishers. Like someone's getting out of there. Derek Lewis and Hokit, same thing. Just two big finishers. I mean, and the list just goes on. O'Malley's a great finisher. I mean, I think Amos Zahabi's finished like 14 out of 20 of his wins, and I think like 11 of them are in the first round inside the first 3 minutes. I mean, they did a good job of just putting hardcore finishers on this card. So I don't know that the bonuses made it. And to be fair, I've got a lot of bonuses. I've never once thought about it in a fight though.
Okay, fair enough. Because obviously I saw that being written about, and you wonder if it's in the back of their mind. But obviously you're out there fighting. You're not thinking about bonuses. A lot of people gave you
trying to survive,
right? Of course, a lot of people
go home
gave
the same way you left,
right? A lot of people gave you props for your analysis on Alex Pereira, given your history, but you were very complimentary of him going into the fight. You said it was the easiest fight to predict, and in the end, it didn't go his way. Were you shocked?
No. I mean, it's fucking Cyril Gahn, for God's sakes. I mean, I would never be surprised if Cyril Gahn beat anybody. I was a bit surprised by the speed advantage that Cyril Gahn had over Pereira. I thought so. Alex was a faster kicker, which I thought was surprising. Like his kicks seemed to come at a faster rate than Cyril's. But I thought that their hand speed would be very close, and it was night and day. Cyril was significantly faster. I went into this saying that Alex doesn't cut people off a lot. And it's essentially what got him burnt, because he did cut him off. And that's just something he doesn't do often. I'm not saying he never does it, but he doesn't do it often. He kind of follows. I think him cutting him off was probably part of the game plan to try to trap him and then tee off on him once he gets to the fence. And it just, because of his style, he's not crazy mobile. Like his feet are very heavy, and that's where the power comes from. And he's always grounded. But as he's not used to moving laterally super quickly and trying to cut people off like that, it's not something he does often. He kept getting caught square, so it was kind of shuffling, and then Cyril would plant his foot and throw like a laser, and Alex was just there for it. So and he got dropped with a jab. I mean, that was goddamn crazy. That was crazy. Cyril Gahn's a monster, dude. Jesus,
he looks like a monster out there. So I asked you about Ilya going down. Do you think, based on off of this experience, Pereira's move to heavyweight should be reconsidered? Do you think he should go back to light heavyweight?
No, I think he should stay.
Really?
I think he should stay. Yeah, I think he should stay. That's a winnable fight. I mean, he did get knocked out, but we watched him get flatlined by Israel, and and things changed. So, no, he weighed in at 251. He put on a lot of weight. It's going to be, and I think that I've said this from the beginning. I think his chin is drastically compromised when he cuts all the way down. I think he's got a better chin. I mean, he didn't really even go down. Like after that initial first shot, he took big shots and never. I mean, he was stumbling it out on his feet, but he was still upright. And he dipped his foot into the pool with with the most dangerous shark that's in it, arguably. So I don't think losing to potentially the best heavyweight in the world is a reason to leave. I think that he fights down the rankings a little bit, and 1 or 2 wins, and we see him right back in a title shot.
Cyril Gahn said he wants to fight Tom Aspinall in Paris. I don't think that's going to happen. It's not a numbered event. But Tom Aspinall said on his YouTube channel, like, yes, I'm in. And I believe him. I believe Tom when he says that. He's not that type of guy to just say things and then say something else behind the scenes. That being said, now that you've seen Cyril look like this on Sunday, and look the way in which he did back in October against Tom, if Tom is back to 100% with his eyes, who do you favor in that fight?
Cyril. And I picked Cyril in their first fight.
Wow. And does this give you even more confidence in that pick?
Yeah. I mean, unfortunately, Tom's just been sitting.
Yeah.
And healing. And so I'm not giving him shit about that. It's just he hasn't been able to continue to get better, and work on new skills, and then you try him in a fight, and that's how we get better. You learn it, You drill it, you try it, you spar it, you try it in a fight. Then it doesn't work or it does work. You come back, you fix it, you drill it. You know what I mean? He's not doing that. Again, I'm going to steal it from Uncle Chael. You don't get better at something by not doing it. So Cyril's grinding. He's working. And he just took out one of the more dangerous guys in the entire UFC. He's on top of the world. Tom's kind of still sitting on with that bad taste in his mouth from the last one. Cyril's kind of erased that and moved on. Mindset matters. They're in two different places in life.
100%. And we don't know where Tom is. It seemed like he was ready to go. I asked him, would you be ready for September? He said yes. But again, there's some similarities. You say you're not surprised with Justin. Like, I think even with Cyril, I mentioned this earlier, when he lost to John Jones, the way in which he did, it seemed like the moment got too big for him. And obviously he's fighting John Jones. It felt to me like we'll never see him back in this position. And now look at this guy. Look at this guy now. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, everyone wrote him off big time after that. And just candidly, I never did, because I know what it feels like to be in there with John. He's an alien. It's different. It's like nothing else you'll ever experience in your entire life. So I'll never judge anybody off of what they look like versus John Jones. Like, you can't judge people off of how they look versus Khabib. I mean, look at Gaethje now. Look at Charles Oliveira. Look at Poirier. He smoked them all. It doesn't mean that they're not great. It just means they're not Khabib or John. Those are one-of-a-kind type humans.
I ask you this next question knowing that you went through this very recently. You went through the sort of like internal dialogue of like, when is it time to hold them and when is it time to fold them, so to speak. And so I'm wondering, what do you think both Derek Lewis and Michael Chandler are thinking on this Monday? Do you feel like they are thinking that's it? Do you think that they're thinking, nah, I got something left in it? Because to me, watching those guys, great respect for both of them. It does feel like they're on the other side of it. And Chandler in particular, I thought looked, he's been through so much. He's no spring chicken. He looked up there. I don't want to be disrespectful, but he looked older, right? And Derek didn't quite look like the Derek of old. And so what do you think they're thinking on this Monday?
Well, I found myself feeling really, really sad for both of them, because I know what that feels like. And I hope that they have people around them that can put it into perspective, because it doesn't mean that they're not great. Like, and you got to not listen to the comments. You can't read the comments. You can't listen to the fans. Like, they're going to tell you that you shit and you suck and you should never be here and you need to retire and go kill yourself or whatever they're going to say. They'll say all of those things. But I hope they have someone smart in their ear and say, you've had a very long career. You've taken a lot of damage. You've entertained millions of people. You've made a fucking fortune. You've put your families in better positions. Derek Lewis came out of goddamn prison, Ariel. And look what he's doing now. He's a multi-millionaire, big old fat house, Lamborghinis, Ferraris, beautiful wife, beautiful children. Derek Lewis won the game of life when it comes to MMA, and he used MMA as a vehicle to do it. So as much as I know he woke up this morning feeling like shit, I lost in front of the president, I was supposed to be his favorite fighter. Who gives a fuck? You're a goddamn legend in this sport. And maybe you can't just do this at the highest level anymore. And that's okay. It's like this bad joke I tell all the time with those like dudes in college that stay there for like 10 years, and the joke is that they're getting older but the girls stay the same age. It's kind of how it is with fighters. Like, we get older, but then the people, if you're good and you're at the top of the rankings and you're making a lot of money, there's no more easy fights. So we get older, but I was still fighting 25 and 26-year-olds. So I was fighting the same age people, and you start getting close to 40, and this is a young man's sport. We're not built to do that anymore. It's nothing negative towards Derek Lewis or Michael Chandler. It's just the circle of life. Those dudes did the exact same thing to people that were their age in those positions, making that kind of money on those type of fight cards on their way up. And now it's their turn. So this is how it's going to look until you decide that you don't want to do it anymore. And so, you don't want to sit around and think, oh, I just got to fix this, or I got to do this, or I got to work harder. It's not going to work. You either need to fight somewhere else or significantly much lower opponents, or that's likely what the fights are going to look like from here on out.
Do you think?
And that's a hard pill to swallow when you're sitting at home.
Oh,
it's hard, and I've done it. It's hard sitting on your couch like, even watching the fights, like watching Gaethje and watching Hoofy and just watching these guys, and like I'm just so happy for them. But there's a part of me watching that stuff that gets sad, thinking I could never do that again. Like I couldn't do what they're doing anymore. I just can't. Not at the level that they're doing it at. And there's a sadness there. There's like a realization that at one point in time in your life you were one of those guys, and you're just not anymore, and that's fine.
Do you think either of them fought their last fight in the UFC?
Chandler maybe. Chandler maybe. Because he's got a lot going on outside the UFC. He's got businesses, he's got a beautiful family, wonderful kids, wonderful wife. He's got a lot of opportunities. He could, I think he would be a great analyst.
Yeah.
I think that if he really committed himself to a YouTube channel or something similar, he would blow up because he's very smart. He's very well spoken. He's got a lot of other things that he could be doing. And I just feel like his family is going to be the one that says, I don't know, we want to watch that anymore. Derek Lewis, I still see him rolling out there, knocking out some dudes.
Yeah.
Because he's working his way down the rankings too.
Yeah.
So the fights are going to get, especially at heavyweight, you can go a little longer and a little older. I could see Derek fighting a few more times.
I said earlier that I walked away from the Hokit Blades fight more impressed with Hokit than I walked away from Hokit Lewis yesterday. Impressed. I didn't say that correctly, but my point is I was more impressed with Hokit after the Blades fight than I was after the Lewis fight. There it is. I nailed it. Agree or disagree?
Agreed. Totally agree. So it was a cleaner performance. But I think it's hard to look good beating Derek Lewis, no matter what. He's just so dangerous. I thought his hands looked good. I was happy to see him wrestle. I think he showed a few glimpses of his game there. Just that double leg was fast and powerful. I was a bit cringy on some of the jiu-jitsu things. I think that's probably really good for him because now his team has some really good criticism of him. Just as the fucking armbar attempt, I couldn't believe it. Like Derek not defending it, him not being able to finish it.
What was he doing wrong, in your opinion?
A better question is, I'm trying to find something he did right. I'm telling you, put Derek Lewis on his back. I got a 9-year-old. You give me 5 minutes with her, she'll finish that armbar.
Wow.
But that's good because he got some lessons without having to take a loss. That's great for him. That's great data. He should have finished Derek in that first round when he was on his back. And the fact that he didn't means he tells me he's got a little bit of growing and some cleaning up of his jiu-jitsu game. But again, Derek Lewis is just a pain in the ass. Freaky strong. He's awkward everywhere. It's a tough guy to beat and look good doing it.
You have said that you're not the biggest fan of the Hokit gimmick. The heat that he's getting today because of the Michelle Obama comment, like he's getting it from...
I can't believe that's the one that's blowing people away.
Okay, tell me.
After all the shit that he said,
well,
the Michelle Obama comment that's been floating around the world for years. I mean, I've heard people say that 1,000 times. I don't agree with it. Like I don't necessarily like that he said it, but I'm more confused. Like that's the thing that was too far for everyone else. Now it's a big deal. That's crazy to me.
Well, I think it's probably because you have people who don't usually watch this stuff, who probably weren't watching this, but are political commentators or whatever, that are looking for a reason to be upset about this. They see this and they think it's disgusting that it's being said at the White House. And so now, as opposed to it happening within our MMA bubble, it's being talked about outside of the bubble because most people who aren't MMA fans aren't watching Josh Hokit fights, and
right.
So they're turning it on and they're like, wait a second, there was a fight at the White House? They're pissed about that. Oh, it was on Trump's birthday? Pissed about that. And one of the fighters got on the microphone next to Joe Rogan, pissed about that too, and said this about Michelle Obama. There's like a million things that is upsetting to people. And so I'm just wondering.
It was cringy.
Is the juice worth the squeeze? Like, it's what I said earlier. I'm not asking.
You have to win.
Yeah.
You have to win. That's the scary part. Like,
but is it taking away from the win? Is it taking away from the win? Like, it's one thing to call out Pereira and say the things that he said, but this leads to nothing other than, I guess, maybe saying, oh, people hate him now and they're going to tune in to see him get his ass whooped.
Yeah, I don't like it. I don't it's not tongue in cheek. It's not Chael. It's not even Colby. People were like, yeah, well, we know he's an idiot. Like, we understand that this is, an annoying gimmick or whatever, but this is different. And again, I love watching the dude fight. I just think that comment was too far for where he was. If he said it, if we were at the Apex and he said it, then nobody gives a shit.
No, yeah.
But just for where he was, it just some bad situational awareness. That's all.
Yeah, I don't think he cares.
He's hyped up. He's pumped. He's jacked. He just beat Derek Lewis. At the end of the day, who gives a shit? Like, say what you want, but I don't necessarily like it. But he's a grown man. He can say whatever he wants.
Yeah, and I don't think he's bothered by any of the backlash or anything like that. I think he's just a little bit different. I think fair to say. But
that's a nice way of putting it.
Well, when he had that moment with Joe, and he's like, you know what, forget the speech. And I was like, oh.
I was excited when he said that.
Yes.
I was like, we're going to get the real one.
Yes.
Like, fuck all this. Let's just be honest for a second. And then he was like, oh, fuck. Never mind.
Yeah. What'd you think of Bo Nickal?
That's a great win. That's a great win. Daukaus is tough, man. Daukaus is tough. And back to Bo Nickal hurting people on his feet. That's
crazy.
That's interesting. It's interesting. It's a great win. It's a great win for him. It really is. I really don't got a whole lot on Bo Nickal. Tough fight. Thought he fought his ass off, and man, I'd like to watch him and Hokett fight each other. I wish they were the same size.
Yeah,
run that one back.
They did once, in college, way back in the day. I think 2019, if my memory serves me correct. And I was wondering, you said what you said about the bonuses, and I completely understand, and I would believe what you're saying. I was wondering, I felt like Garcia in that first fight, Steve Garcia, like we don't usually see him fight that way, and I was wondering if he was trying to do something spectacular. Maybe not for a bonus, but just to kick this thing. He had a chip on his shoulder. We spoke to him last week. He felt disrespected. First fight, let me get this off on the right foot, and I felt like he played with fire, and it cost him against Diego. What do you think?
I think that's spot on analysis. I think he fought a little bit outside of himself, which again, we kind of seen Ilya do the same thing. Yeah. I don't know if it's the location, if it's the crowd, if it's the people in attendance, the juice that's on this card. A couple of the guys on the card fought outside of themselves a little bit in ways that we hadn't typically seen them fight, and a little more aggressive, a little more pressure based. I think if he would have sat back a little bit more and not been so overly aggressive, he put so much pressure on Diego, which is untypical of him. I think he would have been better, but that's hindsight's 2020, Ariel. If he'd have clipped him with that crazy pressure and put him down, we would be praising him for it. So, that's the game. I thought he looked good up to that point, though. I thought he looked really good up to that point.
Sure, yeah. I thought he won the first round. But the second round, I thought just a little bit outside of himself, as you said. And also, by the way, I don't know. Well, I'll have to ask him. I thought Ayman Zahabi looked nervous walking to the cage. Again, we're just watching, but he just seemed tense to me. And Sean seemed like cool as can be, superstar. He's been there before. I felt like Zahabi wasn't quite himself. What did you think?
He seemed tense generally.
Yeah.
Not just in his walkout, because he's, I kind of thought that at first, but he's pretty reserved and controlled and not very emotional. But even in his approach when the fight started, he was hesitant. I don't know if that's the moment, if that's, kind of this big lights kind of feel, or if it's maybe just who he's in front of. I think we don't always take into account that these guys and girls are human beings, and we're throwing them in there with like when you fight a big name like O'Malley, until they were probably matched up, he'd probably never really been around him very much. Or been in his presence. That was one of the things that threw me off at the beginning when I first started fighting like former champions of big names. Like, I'd never been in a room with a guy like Rashad Evans before. So like, I remember being like face to face with him, like just weirded out, because you see these people on TV, you see them in film. It's like a lot of times you don't ever see them in person until you're about to fight them, or you're at a press conference, or you're at weigh-ins or whatever. So he just seemed hesitant, and he was uncomfortable with the length, and O'Malley did put a lot of pressure on, and he had a vintage feel to him in that fight. And that's tough. I'm sure they spent a lot of time in training camp like, well, if he does this, we're in trouble. If he gets in this flow, we're in trouble. And then you see it in front of you and you're thinking, oh, fuck, I'm in trouble. You know, you can't, like, I kind of felt the same with Chandler. Like, once Chandler even reached for the leg one time, you could just tell, like, he kind of started throwing, you know, the kitchen sink and kind of Hail Mary type of shit because it was just uncomfortable. And he just, like, you try something, it doesn't work, but that's one thing we keep going back to it, and get closer and closer and closer. But sometimes you try something and you're so far away from it and it's just not a thing. You know, there is a bit of a panic and forcing to reset, and does cause you to be a bit tentative and hesitant.
It's too bad you're not on Twitter, by the way. You missed Eric Trump asking DC if the fights were rigged.
Okay, tell me about this. Is that for real?
I think
was that shit real?
I think it was an unbelievable hack job, is what it seems like it was, because it seemed like it was like it was spaced out to where someone. This is my read on the situation. I don't know.
Did it actually come from DC's Twitter?
It did come from DC's Twitter, yeah, and then they deleted it, so it looked like he had posted it, which apparently did. But then there was a follow-up tweet later on, which leads me to believe, like, did DC not change his password? What the hell happened there? Because then there was a follow-up tweet. Like, I think my read was that the hackers may have posted and deleted it, hope it gets out, then say, oh, no, that's fake, make the whole thing up, and then later do subsequent tweets about Eric Trump while DC is on the air, so he can't necessarily attend to it right away, and then deleted those bizarro stuff.
What was the second tweets?
It was more Eric Trump stuff. It was someone who clearly wasn't a fan of him in particular, crypto stuff. Nothing about the fight anymore, but it was just to try to, like, you know.
See, I didn't see any of it until I started seeing reports on Instagram that they were pulling DC from the broadcast.
No.
And putting in Felder. I was like, no way.
No.
That's not how it works. Like,
I don't even think Felder was there.
No, that's what I mean. It's not like an hour before they're like, all right, Paul, you're in. Like, he's just waiting in the wings just in case. Like, he's in Philly. Like, he's not there. But
a weird one. And I don't know what's
I thought it was weird, so I looked into it to see why.
Yeah.
And then I seen these tweets and I was like, well, first of all, DC gets himself into some shit. But he's not that stupid.
Yeah.
He's not. Even if that was a real thing and Eric Trump did ask him those things, DC would say no, and we'd never bring it up again.
100%. The way that tweet was written, I've texted with the guy enough. Like, I know you've got great punctuation. You're always got periods, and you could tell how someone texts. You know that didn't read like him. I know the way when he writes stuff, it didn't look like him. And he would never be like, oh, I got this weird DM. Let me run to Twitter to tell the world about it. No, he would tell the bosses. He would tell, UFC staff, production. He wouldn't do that. But it was weird.
He's not going to jeopardize his job.
Between that and the weather at the beginning, the whole thing was like, this is off to a weird start. And then by the end, it was
amazing. Okay, before I do get out of here, what we had talked about hoping that people gave it a chance and didn't just automatically from the beginning think that they knew what this was going to be about. How do you think that they did at kind of the celebration part and not making it like a Trump party essentially?
Yeah, I want to give them credit for that. I was worried. We joked that it was going to be like, Marilyn Monroe and JFK at MSG, Happy Birthday, Mr. President. I felt none of that, to be honest. Like I may have been in and out. It was a Sunday, I don't remember a lot of mentions that it was Trump's birthday. So to me, it didn't feel like a love letter to Trump. And so I was happy about that. There are people saying he's going to put the belts on the guys. He didn't do any of that. And I don't think the president should be doing that sort of thing, to be honest.
They showed him a few times, but I think that's just part of being at the White House. You showed the president.
The walkout. I was actually fine. Sometimes I think the walkouts are a little much at the event. In this regard, it's at his house, essentially. So I was fine with it. Totally fine. I thought the walkouts were.
I think they have to at some point because the fighters want to go talk to him.
Yeah. No, all that I expected.
You kind of have to go to him. You can't just not put the camera on the fighters that goes and talks to the president of the United States of America at the White House.
No.
After they win a fight.
All of that was expected.
You have to pan the camera. I expected that, but I was happy that it wasn't what everyone says that, or what everyone thought it was going to be. People are still gonna be pissed about it.
I know.
I got hammered after I came on your show.
I know. They don't like that story. They don't feel like it's appropriate. They don't think that it's accurate, and that is what it is. Everyone has their take on that. I didn't want the event to be like Donald Trump saved the UFC and Donald Trump is the reason why we're here because it didn't feel appropriate and they didn't go there. So I was happy about that. Personally, I'll just say, as we're keeping it real, I didn't love the packages. Like I said that my 3, I gave it an A++ Grand Slam. Just get that out of the way. But we're always allowed to have criticism. I thought that my 3 sort of low points, if you will, were I didn't love the packages. I just didn't love how they were put together, number 1. Number 2, I thought that there was a lot of attention paid on WWE guys, boxers, and I would have loved to see more UFC stars, UFC legends, UFC champions get that shine. This is, after all, a UFC/MMA event. Champions of yesteryear, current champions. It just felt like there was a lot of the boxers, the WWE guys, a lot of the TKO types, but not the actual UFC stars. And the Hokit thing was just like an unnecessary own goal that I thought could have easily been avoided. Rogan's getting crap for this. I don't know what Rogan has to do with it. He was just holding a microphone. Like, I don't know why people are coming after him. But I felt on Twitter, again, so much emotion and so much like tension. Every single thing that I tweeted about it, I felt like there was so much pent up aggression about it because you either thought this was unbelievable or hated it. There was no in between. There was no like, I'm just going to sit back and watch the sights and sounds on a Sunday night. And I'm kind of glad that it's over now and we can move on with our lives.
Totally agree. Because anytime you could just talk about one of the fights on the card and be like, oh, goddamn White House. Like, geez,
yeah, it was a lot.
About fights?
Yeah.
We're just talking about fights.
So overall, great event, a lot of stories to talk about, a lot of fights. By the way, when are we going to see you in Game Bread MMA again?
Sounds like September.
Okay.
Miami. Yeah.
So we're doing this.
Yeah, I'm excited.
This is the thing.
Well, I'm back. I'm back in retirement now. I'm gonna pop back out in September, and then we'll go back into it again.
You go in and out of retirement.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I don't even know if it counts as being out of retirement. It's just doing something.
It's still
different.
competition.
It's semantics. It's a bullshit way that I think about it in my head, but I just don't feel like I'm coming out of retirement. I'm just doing something new.
But this isn't you doing the RAF thing. With all due respect to RAF, like that's bare knuckle MMA. This is different.
Yeah, I like it actually a lot.
Wow.
Yeah, I like the bare knuckle aspect of it. It forces you to be better.
Power slap?
I tried. They told me no.
Why?
I told you I'm on a full midlife crisis.
I know, but why say no?
Ariel, this is what happened to me last week.
Okay.
I got a new Harley and a CPAP on the same day.
Wow.
I am in full midlife crisis right now. I tried to do power slap. Hunter told me no. I begged. He told me no. I said I would do it for free. He told me no.
What was the reason?
I don't know. I don't know. I think they're probably the last thing they want is to see UFC fighters going over to power slap. One, it's probably a bit unfair.
Okay.
Two, the aesthetics of it probably looks bad. Like I'm sure people are like, damn, Anthony's so broke, he's got to go to power slap. He's down bad.
I mean, Paige Van Zandt was in there.
Yeah, it's true. She has been doing some of the weird shit though.
Yeah, I don't think she's hurting for money. I don't think that was like
definitely not. It's definitely not a money thing. I offered to do it for free.
Right.
I keep calling it a midlife crisis. I don't actually know what it is because I'm not like unhappy.
You're 37, by the way. You're far from midlife.
Yeah, I'm 7 years past midlife, probably.
No, I hope not.
The way this CTE is kicking in, I'm gonna make it barely past 60. Probably.
No. Well, the way this what is kicking in?
CTE.
You feel it?
I'm just joking.
Okay, gosh.
No,
you just depressed me.
Kidding.
Okay.
No.
Thank God. All right.
Yeah, I don't know. I just wanted to try it one time. I thought it'd be fun.
Wow.
Hunter was hardcore no.
Okay.
Was it absolutely not. It was not just a no, maybe not. It was go fuck yourself. I tried.
Well, you could do bare knuckle MMA, so that's a nice soft landing.
Yeah, it's close.
Amazing stuff, man. Thank you. I urge everyone to check out the YouTube channel. Great stuff there as well. Great analysis. Great job breaking down the fights. There you have it.
Sir.
Anthony Smith.
Appreciate you. It's you gonna be getting out anywhere soon?
What do you mean, out in the public?
In the community. Yeah.
I'm going to the parade on Thursday. But no, we'll be at International Fight Week. Will you be there?
I'll be there. Yeah.
We'll see you there.
Yeah, let's link up. I'll see you then.
You're the man.
All right, bro.
There he is, Anthony Smith. Great job as always. Enjoyed the insight. I feel like the greatest thing that I could say is, he has a history with Alex Pereira, and look at what he said about the Pereira fight. The Pereira fight on Thursday. Easiest fight, gave him all the praise. Great analysis about the Gaethje fight. So enjoyed that very much. Arman Tsarukyan is going to join us in less than an hour. Can't wait for that. I know a lot of you are excited about that. Action Bronson, I can't wait for this one. Can you give us this? All these years, all these shows, all the moments. Can you give us this? Do I do this one with the hat? He's not here yet, by the way, but can I do this with the hat?
I like the hat, yeah. Do
quick,
the hat.
Quick break, by the way, on Fast. If you're with us on YouTube, please do stick around. Can I wear the hat? I bought a lot of merch. I got a miniature trophy. I got a banner.
Is the trophy the one that comes in the like little locker looking thing?
You betcha, Jordan.
I was just looking at it.
You saw it?
At it.
Jordan, I was like...
I'm having trouble. You know, I'm going in right now, not obviously during the show because I work hard, but...
of course, yeah.
You know, I'm looking at things and I'm like, oh, shit. Large is sold out again on everything. Large is the most popular size.
You had to do it on Saturday night, but it'll be okay.
Getting the Danhausen shirt, though.
Danhausen. I bought... Now, we talked about this. Can't all be positive. The shirt...
Trash.
It's a little Ed Hardy Affliction-esque, circa, 1999. The bedazzle was wild. I saw it. I was like... I was so euphoric. I was like, ooh, that shirt. That's an interesting shirt. It actually felt more like a Spurs shirt than a Knicks shirt. You know what I mean?
The colorway, the vibe. Yeah,
I needed something classic.
I will say all my friends want the bedazzled shirt.
Because it's kind of ridiculous. Ordered it, of course. I had to get the one that they were wearing.
Now, are you building like a museum?
I don't know what I'm doing.
I don't know what I'm doing.
No, but here's the best part. Yesterday, go to the mall with my boys because they're going to camp. I had to get some socks and stuff. There I am, Foot Locker. The shirt's there. Bought it. I just wanted to have. I just felt like I had to buy it. So now I'm going to have
any Knicks merch you don't have? Knicks championship merch.
But no, now there's like the New York or Nowhere stuff.
Oh yeah,
that's what I'm saying. You gotta wait for these alt brands.
Well, wait, I'm getting that too. I'm getting all of that
so far, like the Fanatics stuff.
Has it arrived?
No. Is everything you've gotten like Fanatics?
No.
Nike?
In fact, if I'm being honest, I'm kind of searching for the non-Fanatics.
Yeah, that's what you gotta do.
The Fanatics.
How about that trophy from Fanatics though?
Yeah, well, okay, but that's
LOB little.
Guys,
y'all see them though.
Do you remember?
Kith dropped a sick.
Kith's got some
There's a
stuff.
$1,700 leather jacket on Kith that is like so unbelievably sick.
I'm not a leather jacket guy.
Helwani's got an AI bot that's just bought that jacket.
Guys, could we remind ourselves that in December I bought all the NBA Cup merch
sure you did.
because I thought this was the closest I would ever get, and I would say I got it. I got the picture. There is a picture hanging. I sent it to you guys on my son's wall. NBA Cup champions, Knicks, Spurs, and I said, "Wow, this is unbelievable." If you actually squint and ignore the Emirates Cup logo, it looks like we're the NBA Finals champion. Now we're actually the NBA Finals champion.
But what we gotta acknowledge is Jimmy Dolan being like, "Nah, no banner." And then
all-time origami.
Is that not the all-time?
Let's hang them both.
Bro, I got to be there. They're going to hang up the Summer League 2025 banner, the NBA Cup banner 2025, and the NBA Finals banner. Summer League one I made up, but we did win Summer League back in July.
Do you buy replicas of the Cup and the Finals and then hang them in your house?
Oh, I would love that. Banner?
Oh, you have the banners in the rafter somewhere?
Oh, my God.
In the living room where you watched all the games.
We should put could we put like a banner up here?
In
the living room. In the living room, in my actual living room.
I bet they're also going to sell replica. We could get one for the studio for sure.
Oh my God, I can't believe it.
By the way,
yes.
We're expensing all this Knicks merch, right? Like that's an expense report. I did it for the show.
Oh, you? Sure, go ahead.
Okay, cool.
Me, I don't know.
All right, so let me get in on that. Actually,
sure, everyone get in.
All
on
right,
it.
deal.
We're going to the Omakase, expense that.
Vishal, Yusuf, Victor, Aman, I'm buying all the Knicks merch on Helwani for you.
We need to stop by to see our boy Richie.
Shout out Richie.
Lucia.
I know he was
Lucia. Lucia. I keep messing that up. I checked in with him. Can I be honest about something?
I want you to be.
Please.
118 texts at one point. It then swelled. I took one line and just copy paste. I had to. I've got too much OCD to leave 118 unread texts.
Respect.
I felt bad about it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure people listening right now are like, "Oh, that shit was just canned."
Yeah. And then I was like, "Oh, it was nuts, man! It was nuts."
You think Bronson's gonna design a sick Knicks championship
probably.
shirt?
Oh my God,
probably.
Could we get a Bronson? Like I need
I think it's going to slowly trickle out. Just sick shit's going to keep dropping.
Oh my, it's going to be
paintings.
And I can't wait. There's little things that come to me like, oh, like the NBA draft. The Knicks are like the gold standard.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, you know, the NBA draft, it's like, oh, they'll mention, oh, now coming up at 29, the NBA champion New York Knicks. I'm like, what?
You're heading to the home of the defending champions in New York. How does that feel?
What? Summer League? I'm dying to go to Summer League.
My boy Jake's getting commissioning a painting of the OG Tippin.
Oh, that's a great one too. You know what I need? I need the 2 New York magazines. No, New Yorker. The one of did you see the one where it's like New York celebrating orange and blue skies, and then the one of like all the legends with Jalen on top? There's so much I need to get. I need to frame those newspapers for sure.
Have to frame the newspapers.
It's just, there's a lot. We're going to sign off right now on the Yahoo Sports Network. Stay right there on YouTube. More to come.
And
we're back. Is this good? Am I doing it well, guys?
Crushing.
Fast has never been happier.
Oh my God.
Now the question is the chat being like,
what does the chat do? Are they roasting me?
What the fuck is this? Every hour you toss for 2 seconds?
W's in the chat? W's? W's in the chat. There it is. BITB on Thursday. Am I the special parade correspondent?
Absolutely. You must. But will it be over by the time we're on the air? That's the question.
Oh.
So maybe you're just sending
us
videos.
You think so?
10 a.m.? I mean, the party won't be over, but like they can only close that street for so long.
Guys, I'm standing here live at the New York Knicks parade, the first ever parade, of course, back in 1973 and 1970. Mayor Lindsay, he decided against it. This is the first of its kind. We never thought this would happen. It is pandemonium as the ticker tape parade is off to City Hall. I should do that, right?
Yes, and you'll have to hit us with one of the live news report delays. Ariel, what's going on down at the parade?
It's an unbelievable scene out here.
There it is.
It's absolute scenes out here, Connor. I mean, there are people here crying, kissing each other like World War II just ended. There's confetti coming from I don't know where, the skies. Who the hell knows? What a time to be alive. That is it. Arman Tsarukyan is going to join us at 4:45. But there was one guest that I had to have on today's program, and one guest only. My brother, who I've been to more Knicks games with him over the course of the last few years than my actual brother. And I will never forget him calling me after game 4, tears streaming down his face and mine. And then I think I lost him at some point after game 5, but we did reconnect in the early morning of Sunday, June 14th. And now here we are meeting and speaking for the first time as NBA champions. As NBA freaking champions.
Truly unbelievable, my friend. This is, I've never had this feeling before. I don't even know how to feel. I'm just letting it sink in. I'm just letting it all just like digest. It's already surreal. I'm already getting phone calls about what the fuck are we doing about the team? We blowing it up or getting Giannis? What's going on? I'm like, get the fuck off the phone, bro.
Yeah, what the hell? Who's asking you about this?
Don't worry. I'm not going to expose, but I'm telling you. Just let me relish. So I feel pretty good, man. I'm not going to lie to you. I've cleansed in waters near and far. I've got down on my hands and knees and thanked whatever's out there for letting a team win a basketball game from New York and championships. And I truly don't even know I don't know how to react. I don't know how to act right now. I'm just trying to be humble.
I think we all feel the exact same way. Can you take me back? There you are. This is you after game 4, right?
I'm still there. I'm in total shock. That was one of the most shocking things I've ever witnessed in my life. I've been through some shit. I've seen some shit. That was crazy, man. I don't ever like to say this type of thing. I'm not a cocky fan. I'm not like one of those guys that likes to predict the future, but it was hard for me to fathom them coming home from San Antonio without the chip after that. Yeah, I was like, I wasn't even totally locked into the game. I'm not gonna lie to you. How about that?
Nope. Really? I was crapping in my
making
pants.
love. I was making love for the whole game. I'm dead serious. I stopped making love with 4 seconds left.
What? How?
I'm really good with timing.
But we started. First of all, I was so nervous, man.
I was listening to it. I had it loud on the television.
I was so nervous. I was just like a fucking psychopath walking around the block.
Listen, these things happen. You got to just sometimes do unorthodox things. I had to do something unorthodox to get my mind off of it. I'm that kind of guy.
So 3 hours?
I took the Ahmed pill, the one from Ak.
Okay. I'm not familiar with that one.
It had the Brahma, it had the rock sign, had the Brahma bull on it.
Oh. Did you even have it playing?
Everywhere.
Did you have it playing in the background?
Yes, loud.
Okay. So Mike Breen is the soundtrack.
And Legs.
Yeah, shout out to Legs and RJ.
I had dinner with SVP, Legler, this dude Nick, like a new guy. He has the long black hair. He has like a Greek look. I like him. And Stiller. It was a wild dinner.
What? When was this? Nick Wright, by the way, I think you're talking about, right?
Yeah, he's the man. I like, his knowledge is sick. I fuck with him heavy. I feel like him and Connor would be friends.
Yeah, well, okay, sure, yeah. I mean, he's a Syracuse boy like me.
They like gambling things.
They do like gambling. I've had dinner with him once.
You wouldn't be able to keep up with the gambling talk. I wasn't. I was like, I was in La La Land.
Was this post Game 5?
No, this was post. This was prior to 4.
Wow.
This was night before 4.
What a meeting there.
Yeah, it was just a nice secret dinner. We had a nice little meeting of the minds.
Did you cook for them?
No.
Okay.
No. We went to a beautiful little place unknown.
So can I ask, what was the emotion? Like when it struck 0 and you see them celebrating this thing that we all dreamed of that we thought would never happen. Jimmy Dolan
at this point, the tacos had showed up.
Okay.
And they were on the table and we had sat down to eat tacos. So I was standing up, dipping guacamole. I was having a chip with guacamole as the clock struck 12, and Cinderella was back home.
Wow, this is
it was unbelievable. Yeah, it was truly sick. I feel like I needed to pull out some sort of art project for this. This was my magnum opus. And I did this.
Did you feel any sort of healing? I felt healing when I saw Patrick hold the trophy.
I just feel it's not that it's a healing moment. He didn't win. I love him, but he didn't win. And I want to get to this. I don't really, I was watching the game, the end of the game, and at the conference, like Bronson sitting with his pops there, and he goes
that was weird.
To the guys, like, yo, sorry, but Pat's the best Nick ever. Like, yo, dude.
That was weird, right? That was weird.
It's wild. First off, I'm the first one to tell you it's not true. Jalen is now the best. It's just like, there's really nothing to say at this point.
I agree. And I never thought I'd ever say it. I couldn't even say it. Like,
I've been wearing a fucking UN jersey for half of my life's time on Earth. You know what I mean? Like, it's, I get to say that.
100%. I couldn't believe his dad said that right next to him. I don't know if that was
it was a wild scene. It was like he was like a little kid around everybody. I really didn't feel that because that's a man right there.
Yeah.
Played like a man. He handles himself like that, so it's fucked up.
What'd you think of Wemby?
I mean, listen, I don't particularly like his antics. I don't particularly love his game. I don't like that type of game, man. Like, I don't like watching that. Like, his body bothers me. My body might bother him. We have total opposite spectrum and bodies. You understand this? That's why we conflict.
But him not shaking, him walking off, pouting.
That's how you do. First off, he's tight. He's not their friend. He wants that chip. I'm happy he plays like that. Fuck that.
Okay.
I don't want to see him like dapping up, smiling after that. did mad shit to try and hurt everybody. Like, it was serious. It was a serious thing. You didn't take this as a joke.
Okay.
This wasn't fun and games I had playing in the park. I was for the chip. That was it. That was to erase many, many years of people's whole entire lives. They could die now. Old people could die now that never saw that shit.
Amen. Did you go out in the streets?
Hell no. Hell no. I've been in these streets for 42 years. I had enough of that. What am I doing out there? I'm not a brand new fan. I'm not a newbie. I'm not going to ruin someone's vehicle.
How do you feel about all that?
Dance around. I mean, bro, I'm trying to be in the crib. I'm not the kind of guy that's going to be out anywhere anyway. Unless it's diagnosed and specific, I'm not going nowhere.
No parade?
Definitely not.
Do you think it's a mistake? I'm deliberating.
I mean, my brother, do not do it.
For real? Mistake?
Big time. Hold on. What the fuck? Why does someone always got to fucking call, man? I don't even know how to turn that don't call off, because then I wouldn't be able to get the proper connection.
Well, why do you say don't do it? Why do you say don't do it?
What are you going to do?
I don't know. I just
go watch them roll by on a thing and then go home? Come on. Grow up. Get it together.
I'm not together.
This parade's enough for you and not for guys. Come on, it's not that type of thing.
For real. I really wanted to
No,
what about my
we're
kids?
in the boardroom. We're looking at salary caps. We're looking at matchups.
We're moving on. That's it.
What else are you going to do? How long are you going to hold on? It's Monday.
What? Bro, I've been waiting my whole life for this.
Me too. Me too.
We're gonna have a Fatty Boom Batty in Vegas.
I mean, bro, why you have to wait till then? Just come through.
I know. I was hoping you'd do it here. I told you I had the hashish ready for you.
You don't have hashish ready for me.
I was gonna secure the
Where
bag.
were you gonna procure the hashish?
I got people.
You let me bring the hashish. This is like when when Tony Soprano takes Meadows' boyfriend out to dinner. You don't fucking pay for it. I pay for it.
Okay. I just was trying to entice you. I was trying to entice you.
Hash doesn't entice me.
What does? What was that like?
Diamonds.
Yeah, there was a gummy type of thing that I saw at one time.
Nothing entices me.
Okay.
I'm a man of free thought.
So that's it, huh? So you're not celebrating anymore.
Well, I'm celebrating deeply inside, like you can't believe. Like, I'm celebrating in my way. I don't want to be judged for my celebration tactics.
I wanted to know. I
want to let you know. I want to celebrate with you in a way. I would like to have a nice little glass. We'd have like a gentleman's. We're fucking gentlemen here. What are we doing?
Yeah, I know.
Put on nice outfits. We're going to put suits on. I already bought like 5 suits.
What happened to the tux for Game 4?
It wasn't a closeout.
You had to be close.
Had to be a closeout. What was I doing? I had a guy to come correct.
The suit looked great over in Italy.
Thank you.
Thank
you. I was in Sicily.
Sorry.
It's all right.
Specifically, yes. You look fat. How did it? Well, look at
Ferragamo. That's Purple Label shirt right there.
Wow. What is Purple Label?
I never wore so many labels. Look at that outfit. Holy shit. I look like The Rock.
You do.
I keep on mentioning The Rock, but that's the look.
Circa 98.
How crazy is he used to come out looking like that, like Tupac in Vegas. That was the inspiration. Tupac walking through the Vegas lobby. That was Rock's entire inspiration of life.
The pants, how did they feel?
Oof, flowy and linen and soft. Like, it was like gentle in every way that I'd like to be touched. And I was dancing to the Midnight Oil. You don't even know.
No, I don't. What does that mean?
Nah, I was the talk of the dance floor.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
And where was this? What was this
I
event?
was the king of the dance hall.
Was there any part of you that was, oh man, are you driving right now?
Bro, I'm going 3 miles an hour. Chill out.
Okay.
Bro. As long as this fucking guy doesn't try and cross on my signal, we're good. We're local.
Yeah, of course. I thought you were going to retire the jersey.
I can't give it up yet. I have to get everyone's signature. Then I have to wear it again, and then I can retire it.
Okay, so by next season starting.
Yeah, next season. I'm already there. Game 1.
Bro, this outfit.
Full outfits in Sicily. They've never seen that look before.
This was hard, man. I never seen it.
I had people fucking like, they were It was like I was the king of Zamunda. They were like begging. They were like I was on the money.
It was amazing. Did you always have the shorts?
I've always had the shorts, of course.
Oh my God.
I used to wear just the shorts, no pockets whatsoever. I come outside holding everything I had in a plastic bag.
It is annoying. It is annoying. Just
sometimes you gotta wear you gotta like tuck the underwear up at the top to like fold the phone or fold money up in there.
Yeah.
I don't like money in a sock. I'd
No.
rather it in the waistband of the underwear.
I agree. I agree. What about that?
Definitely much more like secure in that area.
For sure. The dive off the boat. I saw that too. You look like a young Michael Phelps.
Thank you. I don't know if Michael Phelps is as good of a diver as me, but off the block he's all right. But me diving specifically, I'm like the 14-year-old Chinese girl.
Oh yeah. Okay. Did you see that? Did you?
The one who made me cry. I forgot her name, as I usually do.
She made
the
you.
ones who make me cry.
She made you cry. Why?
Because her dives, well, she had fucking 6 10s. Perfect 10 dives at 14 years old in the Olympics.
She made
And I
you
was
legit
locked
cry?
in. Yeah, I cried.
Wow.
I only cry at sporting events. I've been crying like a baby. You don't even know. Like, that's why I can't even, like, my celebration, it's been so extreme, it's crazy. As a man, I've cried 45 times already. I know you've cried.
Oh my God.
But I've cried, like, legit, like weeping with noise. You know, like there was noise involved. It was like, ah! Full on screech.
Actually, my kids, I think, were shocked at the state of their father because I was crying with such pain involved. It was like a pain, happy, emotional release.
Yeah.
It felt like a release.
Yeah, no, I've released. I feel fully relieved. I'm not even gonna lie to you.
Yes.
I know it's just one and everyone wants to downplay or whatever. We got it. It's it. This journey right here, this season, has been satisfying enough for all the years of bullshit. I promise you that. That's how I feel.
I couldn't agree more.
You know, like this has been so satisfying to watch and to witness and to be a part of and to be there and see things firsthand and in depth and behind the scenes even at times. It's like 26 has been really nice. Really fucking tremendous. What about that Justin Gaethje win? Oof.
Oh my God.
What about that hero?
Shocking?
Not at all.
You believe?
Not at all. First of all, that's my man. It's like I'm never gonna pick against Justin Gaethje. He sent me some fire-ass Onyx gloves I've been using for 3 years now. I love Justin Gaethje. I think he's a great-ass fucking... I think he's a great guy, and I think that he's a tremendous fighter. He's like Hendo, but better.
It's a great comparison. But to do that to Ilya, to beat up Ilya like that.
I mean, bro, he beats up everybody. He got hands. It's crazy how good his boxing is. Sure, he uses his head, but you know, it's like Brian Dennehy from Gladiator.
Mm-hmm.
He just knows how to fight. He doesn't give a fuck.
Ilya getting roasted.
I don't think he should be roasted. He's just, you know, he's fighting. That shit's not perfect every time. This time he fought someone. It was also the White House. There was lots of like fire and lots of shit behind this that could have fueled the man in a different way.
What'd you think of the whole scene?
I feel like they both had like juxtapositioning vibes in life at the moment. You know?
Yep. That's
so I feel like there was some extremes in both sectors. I feel like, I don't know, like Justin's back was against the wall. Everyone's picking against him. He's the big underdog. Like, fuck that. Everything is everything. He's fighting at the White House. He had to show out. It's a real American hero.
What'd you think of how it all looked?
It looked phenomenal. It looked like it was traumatic, except the Tyson Fury thing was weird.
Yeah.
That was the only thing that I thought was like, from what I was watching, was off.
And what about
the fact that there was a delay?
Yeah, your boy Poatan.
I have to watch that fight over. I didn't get to watch. I just woke up and saw it, and I was not happy. But Surreal is not something to play with. You know, he's real heavyweight and has been moving his size of body in one of the most athletic ways that's humanly been displayed. at moving 265 shredded. You know what I mean? Like 265 naturally shredded, moving in that manner. It's a thing of beauty.
Going back, and I'll let you go in a moment, but going back to the Knicks, you would be the best person to ask. You know the heart and soul of this city. You feel the heartbeat of this city. Why do you think this has resonated so much with these people?
This is a basketball town. At the end of the day, there's a basketball court on every single corner in this city. There's no like, this is the game. You go outside and you play ball. Everyone is locked into the Knicks. Baseball is baseball. It's an older man's game. It has to be sent down to you. This is like, basketball resonates in a way where it's like, it's how you settle street problems at times. It's how you settle things. You know, you play one, I'll play you right now. You can't just go, I'll play you right now in baseball. I'll go play you right now in football. It's the ultimate one-on-one skill game. It's like, it's pretty much fighting with all kinds of moves. That might not be the best way to represent the answer of what I'm saying, but who the hell knows, man? I've been a Knicks fan since I came out.
What a stretch for you. Dominated on Wheel of Fortune last week. Congratulations.
Oh, thank you so much. I do it for the children.
Oh, my God.
I really do.
Unbelievable.
I really do. Yeah, man. Like I said, I'm better at Jeopardy.
Is that in the works?
It could be. I'd like to be. I'd like to be on Dancing with the Stars as well.
Oh.
That catapulted Emmett Smith's career.
Yes.
Maybe it could do the same for me.
And you just did you not announce a show on Wednesday?
Yeah, I got a show at LPR, my little residency that I do a show a month. But I'm doing a couple shows in Europe. A bunch of them already gone. Doing some London gates, just like some fun stuff, and just come home. Just get out there, exercise the old muscle.
Le Poisson Rouge.
Yeah, maybe do a nice little dinner out there. Give everyone a nice little full spectrum experience of the Bach.
Any Knicks pulling up? They're in celebratory mode. Did you see Nickal Bridges today? He
was on one, huh?
Yeah,
he was off that yak.
Yeah, he was.
He was off those Four Locos.
Something like that. Yeah, they all were. Ariel Huckporty.
He was off that Cisco. Can you just believe that Ariel Huckporty was on the floor for the final fucking moments of the game of the Knicks championship 2026? Can we just acknowledge that?
Jeremy
occurrence?
Sochan.
Bro, Huckporty started the year and he ended the year. I feel like it's poetic justice, like Janet.
Bro, he was +4 in this game. We won by 4. He got a massive block. We don't win this thing without Ariel Huckporty.
He'll go down in Knicks lore. Yes. I want the Huckporty jersey. I'm not gonna lie to you.
It would be incredible. Him, Anthony Bonner, he's like one of those legends.
Oh my God. I want to talk about Alvarado.
Oh my God.
Coming out of nowhere and just that layup was straight up Harlem Globetrotters, yes. 1970 Bob Cousy type move. That's why that shit worked. That was incredible. No one expected him to keep the dribble. Like he did the spinaroo. He did a spinaroonie on him. Changed the entire face of the game. Like I feel like each player had their moment where they changed the game. Each player had their solo.
100%. Mitch getting that offensive rebound.
Bro, Mitch. I mean, Mitch is Mitch, bro. Mitch is Mitch. I don't even want to think about how this team is going to look again, but let's just relish in this, enjoy this, not get too ahead of ourselves. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not in the boardroom. I'm just fucking around, but...
Nah, we could get ahead of ourselves. We've earned this, my man. We've earned this. We've watched some shit teams. We've watched some bad seasons.
But I hear you saying that this is enough for you, man. It's not enough.
Why?
It's not enough.
Why?
It's not enough because do you want to fucking watch next year get smashed by the Celtics? Is that how you want that?
Right now, it's enough.
Would you be feeling okay?
We got the one.
With this same team? Yeah, we got that, but I don't want to get smashed anymore by the East. I want to be the fucking beasts of the East.
Can I tell you my line of thinking with that? My line of thinking is these losses hurt so much because it always made me question, will we ever see it? So I don't think it will be the gut punch that it was back in the day. Now I look at Halliburton going like this, and I'm like, whatever. We know how the story ends.
Yeah, I mean, listen, The good guys won.
You're in these streets, huh?
I'm always in these streets, baby.
Yo, you're the man. Thank you, Action. Congratulations. I
Take
love
care,
you.
my brother.
I love you.
It's
Thank
only
you so
for
much.
you.
I
Love
got the
you, Bill.
hashish waiting for you.
I'll be there.
All right. Peace out.
Don't tempt me. Don't tempt me with a good time.
Go Knicks, baby.
Peace, brother.
You're the man. Action Bronson. What a guy. What a guy. We're the champs. We are the champions, my friend. Do 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 do. And we'll sing with me, Jordan. Keep on fighting
to the end.
Yeah. Dun, dun, dun. We are
Can I
the
tell you
champ.
something?
Yes, go ahead.
Last week we're driving. I'm taking the little daughter to daycare,
Mhm.
and I'm feeling myself. I'm just like in such a good mood, and she's just sitting in the back, no idea what's going on because she's
Mhm.
only 7 months old. I'm like, we're gonna listen to Basketball Jones right now.
Oh.
We're gonna listen to Go New York Go, like any basketball song.
Yeah.
Before the game, it was playing, and she just sat there and enjoyed it all.
And-
I was like, couldn't have been happier.
And there's a moment where you're looking around and you're like, my life is incredible, right?
One of the best days of my life I can think of.
Yep. That is it right there. That is the secret right there. You have these moments where like a lightning bolt hits you and you're like, holy shit, it all came together.
And honestly, I'm in the car. I'm just having a good time. Don't care if anyone hears me singing Basketball Jones poorly. Go New York. Like, I don't care. Got my daughter. Knicks are winning. Life is great.
I was singing New York, New York at the top of my lungs. Windows down. Start spreading the news. I'm leaving today. He has made what a juxtaposition there. You guys tell me gotta go to the parade. Anthony Smith tells me gotta go to the parade. Action, coolest guy in the world, says don't even think about it. I'm now torn.
That's that bullshit. He is the coolest guy in the world. So like if you're trying to be cool, then I agree with him, but
you're going
a
for your
diehard fan,
kids.
man.
You're going with
a
your
diehard fan.
kids.
Yeah.
Why are you acting like you wouldn't go?
You're going.
What is this?
We're going.
What is this pretend?
Just for the story, right?
You're going.
Yeah.
This guy's also the mayor of Madison Square Garden. He pulls up, the streets are stopping, and it's not for the parade.
This is the classic Helwani. What do you think about?
No, I like to take the temperature.
No, you don't.
I do.
No, you like to pretend.
He does
you
enjoy
do.
taking the temperature because he wants the temperature to be what he has
Yeah,
set.
100%.
You don't take the temperature. You determine the temperature.
It's like me asking everyone who you think's gonna win.
You look at the thermometer.
Fuck the Spurs.
You look at the thermometer and go, "Is it 98 degrees?" When you're looking at 98 degrees, it's just.
What do you think of it being 98 degrees?
Yeah, what do you think about
more
that?
92. Okay, what do you think of it being 98? 98? Cool.
Really? 98?
Nick Lachey, shout out.
Shout out to Nick Lachey, bro.
I can't wait.
Should I go? Can't wait.
No, I just can't wait for everything.
1000%.
Okay, back to the White House car. 20 minutes. Arman Tsarukyan joining us.
Oh, wait.
Oh.
Right quick before we rip into it,
Yeah.
we got to do the results from our White House draft.
That's right. And thank you very
we can
much.
skip it.
I mean, it won't take long.
Honestly, I don't remember anything. Tell me. Okay, so just so people know, we did the draft on Thursday.
Thursday night.
So we each had to pick a winner. Snake draft.
We each picked 4 guys.
Jeez, look at me. Oh my God.
It's tough.
Holy shit. I'm just going one at a time. I had Ilya, Pereira, Garcia, Chandler. 0 for 4.
Scoring system is win is 3 points, finish is 4 points, first round finish is 5 points. But if your guy gets finished in the first round, it's negative 1.
Oh my God. Chandler first round, Garcia second round, Pereira second round, Ilya
fourth. So you finished with negative 1 point.
All right. I'm going to skip you real quick and go to Rick because he didn't seem so into it. O'Malley win. Hokett win. Daukaus lost. Lopez win.
Yeah, I did all right.
12 points. 12 points for Rick.
What time did it end?
It ended past 1 a.m., so I got the tiebreaker.
Yeah, okay. Hoofy win.
Hoofy win first round, 5.
Nickal win first round.
5.
Gon win second round.
4.
Lewis lost.
14. Lewis lost, but second round, so I stay at 14. And I had the tiebreaker.
You win. Wow.
Oh,
look at this guy.
Congratulations. Thank you, everyone. Took
wow,
this photo
congrats.
shoot earlier.
Well, congrats.
Oh,
Same
wow.
photographer that took the NBA Finals pictures.
Oh, yeah.
Tyson Fury looks pretty good there.
Hey,
wow.
Shout out to my guy Tyson Fury, bro.
That is amazing. And so, who's last place? Me?
Yeah. So you got to pay for lunch.
I got to do. What, lunch and the dinner?
No, Rick's got to get dessert.
Oh,
I gotta
yeah.
get dessert.
That's easy. You just get a cake or something.
You agreed to. You created these terms.
I know.
You just didn't expect.
Listen, it doesn't matter. Add it to the list.
Yeah.
Merch.
How much merch can I actually get from my boy?
That Amex bill's gonna show up, and you're gonna be like, "Huh?"
Well, I know. It's a problem.
No, he's not. He's gonna be fucking thrilled.
I need the damn patch. I need the patch. The patch that they had here. I can't find the patch. If anyone has the patch, I want to put the patch right here.
America 250 patch?
No. That one came off. That wasn't the best. Here's Josh Hokett talking about not breaking Derek Lewis's arm. I think he said this on. He wrote this on Twitter. Anyone remember this? Yeah, there it is. Guys, Trump likes Derek Lewis, so I didn't want to break his arm in front of him. I wanted a TKO anyways. There you go. Alex Volkanovski was in Mauricio Hufi's corner, which was a pretty cool collab. They're now boys, engaged boys, and also kind of sometimes training partners. Here's Volk reacting to the Hufi win.
Ele tá machucado. Minuto. Calma. Pisa na grade. Quando ele voltar,
Do you think he understands what they're saying?
calma, pisa na grade, chuta. Dá pra furar ele, ele vai jogar.
Absolutely no chance.
And Chandler was hurt for sure. Right?
They're screaming in Portuguese, and Volk's like, "Yeah, he's hurt."
This is amazing. This is great. That's one of the best fighters in the world. Came all the way from Australia. How about it? Afterwards, Mauricio Hufi proposed to his girlfriend. And what about Fabiano, huh? Fabiano, what a guy. He did the proposal with such oomph. Ben Davis saying UFC translator Fabiano Buschi just proposed to Hufi's wife, the dog. And he writes Benjamin. But that was good. I love that. That was amazing. He didn't just translate it. He did it with the same passion and emotion. Amazing stuff. Anyway, we talked about Tyson Fury. Big reveal, if you will, but stopped short at the actual announcement. Here's Dana White on the Tyson Fury news.
Yeah, I mean, for the last couple of weeks, I've been hearing from the media and other people that I'm not involved in the fight. I've been hearing that Tyson Fury couldn't get out of the country and couldn't get into the United States, and it just seems like everybody's always wrong.
He's loving this.
Bro, look at him biting his lip,
He's
man.
loving this.
He's giddy.
Whatever this is, he is loving this.
We're literally beating up babies.
It seems that way.
Look at that, man. And his face, too, when they did the jet flyover, and he just had his hand over his heart, and he was just like...
He was
loving it, dude.
And, as he should. What a victory. This guy was out there stumping for the UFC when they couldn't get into the smallest of venues. This is all coming together for him. And there's no doubt that he has more passion about boxing than he does about the UFC right now. And I say that only because he hasn't conquered that. He's conquered this. He wants to conquer that. And you just see it anytime the boxing stuff comes up. Tyson Fury wasn't the only boxer there. Obviously, Conor Benn was there as well. Jayo Pataya was there. They're really pushing, the boxers. We know this. Alexander Usyk also there. Is this a sign of things to come? Alexander Usyk was with Donald Trump. I don't know if he was at the event, but he was there that week. They're getting everyone. They are getting everyone. Eddie Hearn was asked about the AJ Fury stuff last week as he was promoting the Bam Rodriguez fight in Phoenix. Some thoughts on that in a moment. Here's Eddie Hearn's latest take on AJ Fury.
First of all, I never said Matchroom Boxing were the promoters of the fight. What I told you is, and this is absolutely categoric, the fight won't take place because it's written very clearly in the contract. Dana White, TKO, Zuffa, or anybody associated will not be the promoter of that show. I mean, it was very zesty at the press conference where he's like, I know where that fight is. Ask Eddie, and started doing all these weird sort of shaking about, just a part of his...
Do you know where that fight is?
No, because it's not agreed yet. Okay. Listen, this is what's happened. Dana White has said to Turki Al-Sheikh, you should do that event in Vegas, right? He's reached out to MGM Grand, trying to, again, not even has the right to even be involved, and trying to convince Turki Al-Sheikh to look at Vegas for that fight. And he thinks that he could get Turki Al-Sheikh to do the fight in Las Vegas. What Dana White doesn't know, and Dana White said Eddie Hearn didn't negotiate that contract. I mean, what this guy, talk about lies, he's either completely deluded or the biggest compulsive liar I've ever met in my life. Of course, we negotiated the whole contract. By the way, those negotiations went on for 3 or 4 months. What Dana White doesn't know is, in the contract, not only does it say Dana White, Zuffa, TKO can have nothing to do promotionally with the event, it also says, at the desire of Anthony Joshua and Matchroom, that fight must take place in the UK.
How is this going to play out? One side is adamant. They're in control. They know everything. The other side is saying they're not in control and we know everything. I don't know what's going to happen here, but it's fascinating to watch. It's really fascinating to watch it all play out. Along the same lines, Conor Benn, Ryan Garcia. Ben's obviously a Zuffa boxing guy. Ryan Garcia's a Oscar De La Hoya guy. De La Hoya now at odds with Zuffa boxing and TKO. Here's what Eddie had to say about that.
It's probably a little bit of an exclusive, I shouldn't even say, but I'm going to say it anyway, because actually, he didn't just receive a cease and desist from Golden Boy yesterday. About 3 or 4 days ago, he received a cease and desist from DAZN saying, excuse me, you need to understand, Ryan Garcia is exclusive to DAZN. Therefore, if you want to procure his services, you need to be having a conversation, not just with Oscar De La Hoya, damn right, he's his actual promoter, but also with the broadcaster that holds that exclusivity. But they think they can just walk in. And right now, it's a really interesting situation, because if that doesn't get resolved, there will be no Ryan Garcia-Conor Benn fight. And DAZN kind of hold the keys to that.
Oh, my. He also said that Dana White got his bum slapped recently. Take a look.
Zuffa got told to remove all their posts regarding what he said at the press conference, right? No one even mentioned it. Do you know what I mean? I even put it on my story because I said, good boy, Dana, take your posts down. Because as soon as he made those, I went to Turk Al-Sheikh. I said, what the fuck's this guy talking about? And he was like, oh, don't worry about it. And then next thing, he said, the team said, don't worry, they've all been taken down. And he got his bum slapped again. Because this is the thing with Dana, this is what...
Well, what's going to happen here? I'm actually Is it okay to say that ultimately I don't really care who's promoting the fight as long as the fight happens, but I'm also fascinated to see how this plays out? Like, on the one hand, it's just another chapter in this ongoing feud. I don't actually care about the actual thing that they're arguing about, but they're both so confident in what they're saying, I just want to see who wins. And is it possible that the winner is just going to be like, yeah, it's a ring event and they're going to be doing the production, just like the Fury-Makhmudov fight. TKO was kind of running that too. It just wasn't made as such a big a deal.
I really don't know why they're both so obsessed with this.
Yeah.
Because they know that at the end of the day, regardless of what the optics of it are, they know what the reality will be. They're both too smart to think that the optics are all that matters.
It's a schlong measuring contest.
I know, but...
Yeah, you love that, bro.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to say the other word. Feels like a more sanitized version.
Schlong?
Without the sex. It almost sounds worse if I'm...
Does it?
Schlong is sanitized?
What should I
ain't
say?
saying schlong around my mother.
So,
Frank, you?
Yeah,
Definitely
Frank.
not saying schlong.
Easy.
All right.
You could say Frank.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, they're both supremely confident. The Fury walkout yesterday was interesting. Like, if you're not as tapped into this story as we are, you're watching that and you're like, what was that? You know what I mean?
The biggest problem was the commentary team said nothing until he got down to John Anik.
Yeah.
So we're just watching Tyson Fury walk out and nobody's explaining what's happening. Nobody's talking about it. And then when he does get there, hey, Tyson, you got a big announcement. Yeah, I'm going to let Dana do it. All right.
Tyson Fury at the UFC White House event wearing a Donald Trump for Prime Minister hat, walking for
Was that supposed to be a joke? I didn't get that one. Like, meaning he wants him to take over the UK as well?
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
It's obviously a joke.
Yeah,
But
all right.
yeah, I mean, a 90-second walkout, no words at all. Tyson, go ahead, man.
Yep.
I'm going to let Dana. You sure? You sure, man?
Anik tried
I'm pretty sure you have something to announce.
Anik was trying.
One last chance before I let you go here, Tyson. Sure you don't want to make an announcement? I wonder, I would love to see what was going on in the production truck. If they were like, the fuck is he doing?
Maybe that was all part of the plan. Did your brother play that song? Yeah. Long time ago. Man, the stories your brother must have. Was it not surreal that your brother was at a UFC event? Like your whole life is now that too dedicated to this, and he's just sitting there playing out Ilya Taporia.
It's the crossover is crazy. My parents were watching their first UFC event ever last night. They were like hyped up. They were dual screening it. They had the watch party
That's amazing.
And the UFC on. We were catching glimpses of the side of his head. We were like, oh shit, there he is. He told me about like rehearsals. He told me Trump, Joe Rogan, Dana White, Bruce Buffer, all of them came to rehearsals. Bruce Buffer was taking pictures with the band. Like he said, it was very cool.
Unbelievable. And now, what's your typical event that he's playing? Like, what's he usually doing?
So, like, they obviously do a lot of the events at the White House, like the Easter egg hunt.
Yeah.
They'll perform at like 4th of July. They're performing that, but then they also tour around the country.
Oh, okay.
Old people love the Marine Corps.
Sure.
They love.
And his level of interest in MMA?
Like he'll go to the bar and watch pay-per-views from time to time or numbered events.
Okay.
He's not a diehard. Like he knows Sean O'Malley, he knows Ilya, he knows Alex, but like he was like, man, this Canadian guy looks like Ariel, huh? I was like, I actually never noticed that, man.
Yeah. Wow.
Good shout.
Shout out. Yeah, I was actually watching that with Jack, my wife, and she's like, wow, he really does look like you. Like, she's like, even his love handles are like yours. I'm like, what is that supposed to mean?
Well, wow.
What is that all about? I'm like, first of all, this guy ain't got no love handles. Let me tell you that.
He's like a younger, more handsome.
I was like, yo,
version.
chill. The walkout was cool. Cool that they came out to Canada, right?
Yeah.
GSP there.
I'm assuming they pumped that in.
Yeah, I don't know what that was. But I feel like he was the only one that didn't get...
No, there were others.
There were others?
But I did wonder that myself. I asked GC, I was like, why did they... the Sean O'Malley Walkout Superstar is just a Lupe Fiasco song, whereas like the Drake song, they're choosing not... Like, I didn't know what the...
I feel like Superstar is much more like singable. Like they had that.
she sang
that
this
great
shit.
vocalist singing it, whereas you're rapping for Started from the Bottom, and I just don't know if that's
Sure.
the band's style.
Do you remember Ben Whitaker a couple years ago?
Yeah, with the violins and everything. Yeah,
For that song.
They could have just done.
They could have just done instrumental,
yeah.
and it was pretty damn sick.
Yeah.
Dun.
Marine Corps band started the show.
Yeah, 100%.
They crushed it.
Bam Rodriguez fought on Saturday as well. I noted this. I just thought it was weird that he was. Look, they can't know that it's going to be Spurs in the final Game 5, deciding Game 5 and all that. But I feel like as a rule, you should just stay away from certain events. And when the NBA Finals is on, you know it's going to be on a Saturday. You know that. The schedule is out. I feel like you should just stay away from it. I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy. He did look great. He beat Antonio Vargas. And the reason I say this also, by the way, is that it's just bad luck for DAZN. He's one of the best fighters, pound for pound, one of the best fighters in the world. He is the pride of San Antonio. This fight wasn't in San Antonio. It was in Phoenix, where he usually draws pretty well. I think it was about 10,000 fans. But it's a big deal. Like he's getting to be like Holly Holm-esque over there. You know, like how Holly's the home team in New Mexico, or Stephanie Hahn in El Paso, and him going up against Spurs Game 5 is just tough. The schedule is out, so I just feel like there's certain events, certain sporting events that you should just sort of stay away from. We were talking about, would they do this again? Well, here's Dana White talking at the old school post-fight press conference about whether or not they'll do this and whether or not he liked it. Outdoors, that is.
Do you feel like this is an event you can ever top, or do you just think, man, this is as good as it's going to get and we just have to write it into the history books?
I mean, that's what I thought about the Sphere, and then here we are now. So I don't try to overthink that kind of stuff. It's just the Sphere happened, this happened, and I'm always looking to go to great arenas with good technology and give fans that show up the best experience I possibly can. It was an amazing experience. This was a one-of-one that will never happen again, and for all of us that were involved, from the fighters to my staff to the media to their families and everybody, was a unique, cool experience.
You don't think there's a chance the president says, that was good, let's do it again next year?
I can't afford it. There's no fucking way we can do this again. I'll never do the Sphere again, and we'll never do this again.
I still feel like they made a lot of money off it. You see all those ads on that cage. What happened to no ads?
The time and energy investment, though, has to be
I know.
quite a bit.
He's got to be. I mean, I feel a sense of relief. He's got to be feeling a sense of relief that this is over.
Give me a fucking break.
What about when there was the weather delay at the presser? People were mad at Dana. The "F you Dana" chant. Like, it's like the Rogan thing. Like, you think he wanted this to be delayed?
He's literally anti-outdoor events.
Listen. What? I mean, like, come on. Weird one. The highlight of the week was this moment at the pre-fight press conference. Diego Lopez being asked a question, answering the question in English, and then Dana being like, whoa, we need a translation. Take a look.
This fight. So I look for the finishes, knockout, submission. Always I look for this. This happens Sunday night.
Yo, what's Vic Blends here? My question is for
Hey, wait a minute. We translating that or what? Where's the translator at?
He's good.
You did?
That was in English.
That was English?
That was English.
Oh, shit. All right.
Vic Blends
It was
here.
Spanish to me.
Incredible.
Biggest pop of the night for me when I saw that. It was absolutely all time. Also, Vic Blends getting ready to ask a question there.
Oh, was that him?
He's like, Vic Blends here, and then Dana's like, we got to translate that. It just makes me think that, like, he's just up there and he just can't hear shit, man. He's just smiling through it all, cannot hear anything. We got a couple good, what's going on? What was that last night at the presser?
Oh, yeah. The scenes at that presser were amazing. Pereira in front of the Lincoln Memorial. Just, whatever your take is, amazing, surreal. Like, these were just, I mean, they should make a coffee. Do we have this? The Pereira in front of the Lincoln Memorial? This is like coffee table stuff. The stuff from last night, unbelievable. A lot of great photographers on hand. I know Ed Mulholland was there. The whole UFC team is unbelievable. I mean, look at that. That is amazing. Look at that. Look at this. That's breathtaking stuff. That's McGregor pre-Aldo stuff. Very, very memorable. I wonder what they'll do with it. I could see a coffee table book being released. The Sights and Sounds from UFC Freedom 250. So I wanted to speak to one man and one man only in the aftermath of this event. He told us he'd be here on June 15th, and he has kept his word as usual. He is the man that we expect and suspect is going to be next in line, finally, for the UFC lightweight champion. But that champion is not Ilia Topuria, it's Justin Gaethje. And so without further ado, let us say hello to Arman Tsarukyan, who's kind enough to join us right here and now to react to it all. There he is. Hello, Arman. How are you?
Hello. I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing great, my friend. Great to have you on. And congratulations, by the way, on another successful evening for RAF. That one seemed relatively easy, if I do say so myself.
The wrestling was easy, but I have to cut weight for that one.
Oh, you did? What was it at?
It was 170.
Okay, and what did you start the week at?
182.
And usually you don't have to cut weight for these?
I usually wrestle 175. It's easier.
And why this one? Why did you have to cut weight for this one?
Because Tony, he didn't want to wrestle 175.
Okay.
He said only 170. That's why it was the hardest preparation weight cut.
Okay. And how did you feel? How was the weight cut?
Weight cut was good. So was good, but it's not easy because the last time when it's 175, I didn't cut so much. I enjoy all week, but this time I was eat less. Count how many water I drink, and I was worried a little bit.
What did you think of the Hamza Dylan brawl?
I mean, it's a freestyle wrestling. When Hamza won him, he was still hold him and trying to choke him, but it's illegal in wrestling how you can do that. And that's why Hamza just pushed him, and then the brawl started.
Were you there? I didn't see you. You weren't there, right? Or were you?
Yeah, I'm there with the hoodie.
Okay. Did you get hit or anything?
No. This time I was trying to like stop because the Dylan Dennis was like with 2 guys, but Hamzat was like maybe with 10 guys, and my guys was like 15, and like it's so easy. That's why we're trying to stop the Hamzat's guys.
So it was like 25 against 2.
Against 3 probably.
Wow. Not very. Do you think Hamzat will do this again?
I mean, like everybody gonna do that. How you can choke? If someone gonna choke me, I'm gonna kick as well, like or like a punch or like bro. Like if you come to wrestle.
Yeah.
Why you wanna choke me?
And to be clear,
like listen the whistle. Whistle is done. Like get up. Like why you still like hold his neck and trying to choke him? Of course, and especially to Hamzat, he did on purpose and he got what he wanted.
And also to be clear, I meant like, will he do RAF again?
Me?
No, him. Did he like it?
Oh, he liked it. Yeah. I mean, he competed on the high level. He was competing on the highest level in freestyle wrestling, and so when he was like even 20, 21, he was competing in freestyle wrestling.
Okay.
So for him, it's more natural because he was competing a lot, and he wants to wrestle as much as possible. But he's focusing on the rematch. He wants to get the belt back, and between them do the REF as much as possible as well.
Okay, RAF out of the way. Now, dying to know your thoughts on Sunday night. Ilya loses to Justin. He doesn't get off the stool going into the 5th. Unbelievable performance. Justin was up 3-1. What did you think of the fight?
I couldn't watch fight on the live. I was flying. And I thought like British Airlines gonna have the internet, but I was flying business class, and they don't have a Wi-Fi on the plane, and I was like just sitting and saying, no way, how I can miss this fight. And 8 hours I was thinking like, what happened, and like when we land, my internet still didn't work, but my friend's internet worked, and he's like, Justin won. I said, what? I thought like he's like a kidding, just make me like, and like, yeah, he won by TQ or something, and like I said, no way, show me. And when I saw that, I couldn't believe, to be honest. And yeah, I was happy.
So I have a few questions about that. Didn't you bet on Justin?
Yes, we did.
So why are you surprised?
Not me, my friend did.
Sure, okay, but he was part of your crew. Why are you surprised?
Surprised because we won a lot of money.
Okay. How much did you win?
5.7.
Wow, 5.7 mil?
Yeah.
USD?
Yeah, but we split with my friend, but still.
That's not bad. But in your heart of hearts, you didn't think he was going to win, right?
No, I'm not that stupid to put just we're not that stupid, to put so much money, because like you never know, because he was super underdog for that fight and he could beat him, and that's why there is a chance. And Justin on the main fights, he always win almost, And stylistically, Tapura was good matchup for him too. He's not wrestling. He doesn't wrestle. Guys like me, Charles Oliveira, Islam Makhachev, Khabib Nurmagomedov, like these guys, for him is dangerous because he has no ground game.
Have you had a chance to watch the fight?
Yes.
So what did you think about how it actually played out?
So on the first round, Justin won. Second round, Ilya. Third round, Justin. And the last one, Justin as well.
Did you feel early on? I thought that Ilya was going for like the knockout, and once he didn't get it, everything started to change.
He felt so confident that like I'm going there and knock him out. He when he was like coming the close distance, he didn't even use his jab. He was just wanting to throw his right hand and knock him out right away. But like Justin, he's a dog, and like he has a good chin, and he always stop him with his jab, and Justin jab was so good, and like Ilya think like he's like a Canela and like and. Has the best boxing, but it didn't work, and like Justin did a good job.
And so was there like, in your opinion, was it more about what Justin did or what Ilya didn't do?
No, Justin what did right.
Okay.
And like how he handled that punches, body shots. He didn't give up, It's not easy.
Third round going into fourth round, it seemed like the doctor was calling it off, but then they let it go. What did you think of that?
They should stop him on the third round because his eye was closed and he couldn't see. But he wanted to fight, because he's a warrior, he wanted to fight, but like round number 4. His brother said, no, that's enough.
You tweeted
that's the right decision, because when you have a one eye, it's so difficult to fight, and especially like I heard he broke his
orbital.
Yeah,
the bone. Yeah. You tweeted no mas. You tweeted no mas, which is the old Roberto Duran quote, Ilya no mas Topuria. That suggests that he quit. Do you feel like he quit?
I mean, of course he did.
What do you mean? Because you said it was his brother that did it.
I mean, like, if the brother said just say no, I'm going to fight.
Right.
Yeah.
Conor McGregor tweeted that he doesn't think family members should be in a fighter's corner after this. Do you agree or disagree?
I disagree.
Why?
If I was on the same situation, either I'm a brother or a corner, I would do the same problem. Because you can see, like, you're losing, your eye cannot see, and why you should go and someone gonna knock you out. It's better just to stop it, because Justin could knock him out so bad and on the fifth round.
When I saw Ilya shove Justin, that made me a little bit worried for him, because usually he's very calm, cool, and collected, and I felt like the emotion of the week and everything being said was maybe bothering him. Do you think that came into play at all?
For Ilya?
Yeah.
No, it's just he was too confident.
You thought he was over?
He was just relaxing, like he didn't use his jab like he always used. He thought like, I'm going there, like he likes to say, I'm going there, break his jaw in the first round. Yeah, he knows just only one thing. I'm gonna break his jaw in the first round.
And so let me ask you, you said you were happy.
Never know.
You were happy. Obviously, you're happy because you won the the bet. But I feel like you versus Ilya was a massive fight. So are you a little bit disappointed that he didn't win?
No, for this fight, after the bet, I wanted to get you win.
Okay. Do you think you're next for Gaethje?
I think so. Who else?
I mean, I've felt that way for a long time. Have you been told anything?
No, the fight just done, but it has to be me. Like, who else? Like, come on, like, what they gonna do? They gonna put the Charles Oliveira versus Gaethje or Conor McGregor if he wins, but I don't think so. He can win Max Holloway. Yeah, but it's me, and I wanna beat Justin Gaethje. I wanna beat everybody, and when Ilya is gonna be ready, if I'm gonna be a champion, I would I would do same. I would like to do same as Justin did, even worse.
So it's interesting. I saw Charles Oliveira just like an hour ago tweet BMF and lightweight title on the line. So he's campaigning for it as well. Is there any part of you that's worried that they'll give it to him over you?
UFC can do whatever they want to do.
Sure.
I cannot control. If I could control that, I would fight. I would fight for the title like 1 year ago, even more, 2 years ago.
Right.
Yeah. So they didn't give me 2 or 3 times fight for the title. Yeah, I don't know what happened if this time they're not gonna give it to me. So maybe I picked the wrong sport.
Were you ever told though explicitly, like when this fight is over, you're next?
Yes.
Okay.
They told me even the date approximately when I'm gonna fight.
Yeah, when's that?
It's after summer.
Okay, September maybe?
Close to.
That's soon though. That's in 3 months.
No, not September.
Okay, maybe October, Abu Dhabi.
Who knows, brother?
Okay. This is exciting.
I gotta talk to Hunter first.
I understand. Watching that fight, did it make you excited to fight Justin? Because Justin is peaking. He's looking better than ever. What did you feel?
As you know, I'm super confident. You know, like if you're not confident, you shouldn't fight. You gotta think you're better than those 2 guys. And I know I can beat Ilya, and I know how I can beat Justin. So it's pretty simple. And after fight, I was just watching what he has the best. You know, what punches he does, and how I can beat him. Yeah, he's gonna wait for my wrestling. That's why I gotta like do something different, you know, like be smarter and like to show something new. You know, to have a good game plan. I need a good game plan versus him, and yeah, but it's my title.
Because it was so personal with you and Ilya, did you take joy out of seeing him lose?
You know, like me versus Ilya would be great, big fight, bigger than Justin and me. But right now on my career, I just want to become a champion, no matter like who is gonna be in front of me. Maybe Justin gonna say I'm gonna retire, then they're gonna put me against Charles Oliveira or somebody else. I'm just gonna take it and fight for the title, and I wanna break record in lightweight division and to be the best lightweight fighter ever.
Who do you think would have been a tougher matchup for you?
Right now, nobody. Only one guy who was tough for me, and he moved up to 170.
Islam.
Yes. Nobody in lightweight division can beat me right now. Maybe like in a couple years, the new names coming up. I haven't watched the guy the from Australia, the new one.
Mm-hmm. Quillan Salkield.
Yeah, I haven't watched him. I haven't watched his fight, so maybe he's like a new blood. We'll see.
What do you think would have happened if Ilya fought Islam last night?
Was like this shape?
Yeah, same guy.
Islam just finish him in the first round, choke him out. Bro, he was talking about his wrestling, like how like a Gagey, like take him down like the school technique, you know, like it's 5 points in the school technique. That's crazy. He doesn't wrestle anymore, you know. He's just like what he does. He was watching the Canelo's boxing and like the hit pads. he doesn't even like train with like good fighters and wrestlers. He's just probably the train with his brother and Guram. That's all.
Do you think he can rebound from this? Do you think he can recover from this and get back to the belt, be back to the phenom that he was going into this fight?
Yeah, he can come back, definitely. And I think the lose is gonna give him a lot of like lessons, not to be like overconfident, respect your opponent, and keep grinding,
So you think like those celebrations before and the Instagram record and all that, he's not going to do that
Yeah,
anymore?
he was. I think he was more focused on his media stuff more than training camp.
Okay. I suggested that it would make sense for him to fight Paddy next, regardless of what happens in the Paddy BSD fight, win or lose, whenever he's ready to come back. What do you think of that?
I mean, Paddy is not the best matchup for him.
Why?
After this lose. Because Paddy has a good chin. It's difficult to knock him out. And like 5 rounds is going to be tough with Paddy.
So who do you think?
Michael Chandler.
Oh, wow. Okay, wow. I didn't expect that. That's it. Really? Are you being serious? I can't. What?
Yeah, why not? Just give him Michael Chandler, come back, knock him out.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, like they gotta protect him,
Did you think they were protecting him in the 3rd round going into the 4th with the doctor stuff? You tweeted something like that, right?
No.
No, you don't think so?
Who? UFC cannot control. It's like only the judge, only the doctors.
Yeah, but you said they're giving him an extra minute.
Yeah, but like the judge came and said like stop, and then the second one came and said no, you can if you want you fight.
Yeah, that was weird.
It's like it's not UFC, it's a doctor.
No, I know that. Of course, yeah, commission. What about his size?
Commission.
Gaethje looked very big. What do you think? Do you think he's too small for 155, or was that just the matchup?
No, he's not. He's not small. He's short. He's short, but he's like what's the how he troll him? What's the guy name from the Shrek?
From the Shrek.
Like he's short and wow.
Okay.
The king from the Shrek.
I don't know that one.
The Gaethje was trolling him. He's like the
Lord Farquaad. Farquaad.
Oh yeah, that guy. Yeah.
You like that?
Exactly same the guy.
Man, he looked unstoppable up until that point. It was shocking for me to see that.
Yeah, me too. But sometimes the bad days, sometimes good days, but you never know.
Do you wish him the best? Do you hope he recovers from
Maybe
this?
tomorrow or day after tomorrow, starting excuses. He got sick. He got this stomach.
He posted something online. No excuses. He gave props to Justin.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
That's the man word.
You saw that?
That's good. No.
Yeah, he gave him props. So I thought that was classy.
That's good. I like it. When someone not trying to find excuses, just say, yeah, I lose, and like.
This is what he said. Congratulations. You said you'd leave a mark on my face, and you did. You took the sight from my right eye in the 1st round, and by the end of the 2nd, from my left eye too. No excuses. At one of the best camps of my life, I came in sharp, prepared, and ready. Last night was your night. That's the nature of this game. Glory and pain walk side by side. I'll heal, I'll rest, I'll return stronger, wiser, and far more dangerous. And trust me, this story between us is far from over. We will have our rematch.
Yeah.
That's good, right?
Yeah, that's good.
Do you think you'll ever fight him?
Yeah, I think so.
What do you think the scenario is? Maybe this time you're the champion?
I'm gonna beat Michael Chandler or Michael Chandler.
Poor Michael Chandler.
Oh, how they let Michael Chandler fight? Please cut him. Just fire him. Tell UFC they gotta fire him.
Really?
Yeah. Because he's losing all his fights.
Was that more about how good Hoofy is, or maybe how much older he is?
No, he's old.
Okay. Going back
40 years old.
Yeah, I know.
40 years old.
He's been around a while.
Like to have a like this physique in the 40 years old is like it's something crazy, you know. I would like to have the same body when I'm gonna be 40.
Yeah, me too. I am 40. It's not quite like that body.
Yeah, he trains probably twice a day every day.
Yeah. But what can I
He has no chin anymore, unfortunately.
Yeah, happens to everyone.
Yeah. That's why you gotta live on the right moment.
Do you worry about that? About when your time will come? Do you think about that?
It's the worst time.
Yeah.
For me, it's gonna be because I love this sport so much.
Do you think about it?
And, no, not yet. I got probably 7 years.
Yeah.
7, 8 years until 30. Until 37, I would like to fight.
Okay.
I wanna fight long.
But you were just laying out your plan. You say you're going to beat Gaethje, and then what?
I'm gonna beat Gaethje. I'm gonna beat, I don't know, Tapuria, whatever. Like I need a five defense in the lightweight division.
Do you want to go up at some point as well?
Up, I don't know, maybe down.
Down. You think down makes more sense?
Yeah, because I'm not that big for 155.
I know. I just thought maybe you wanted to go, get Islam.
Maybe like in 5-6 years they do 165. Who knows?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you think of Hoofy, by the way? You like him?
Who?
Hoofy. Mauricio Hoofy.
Hoofy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just watched his first fight yesterday.
Oh, first time.
Yeah. He has a good striker.
The question is his ground game.
Ground game I haven't seen.
Yeah, that's the question. But he's with Volkanovski.
But Volkanovski has no ground game too. He's
tough.
the most striker.
Yeah, but he's well-rounded, I think. Good IQ.
Yeah, he's well-rounded. Yeah, definitely well-rounded. But like Rufi, like he looks like more striker.
Sure, yeah.
Like but like I like his style. He like kicks, box, He looks like sharp. Like Pereira, but way faster.
Did you like the event?
Yeah.
How it looked and everything?
Like not enough fights. I would like to have more fights, because it was 6 fights or 7 fights.
7 fights, yeah.
Yeah, it's for me it's not enough.
When you were watching it, were you like, man, I wish I was there. I wish I could be a part of this.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
I wish. And I didn't even get invited there.
Yeah, what the hell?
I'm not allowed.
They said that?
They didn't say that I'm not allowed. I asked, can I go? They just, my manager said, most likely you're not going to pass the security.
Did you see Sean Strickland? He was getting stopped everywhere.
Yeah.
He's a rebel.
What he's doing? Like what he's doing? Why they arrested him?
I don't know. I think he was trying to get some attention.
At some point, it's good.
Sure, people are talking about you, right? Man of the people.
Yeah.
So are you going to get Justin a truck?
Yeah, of course. I just fit what color he wants, and I'm coming back July 12th. I'm competing July 18 at the St. Louis. And after St. Louis, I'm going to bring him a truck.
Wow. What kind of truck?
Yeah. Ram.
Oh yeah.
Dana White said rum.
Yeah, he did.
I gotta get the rum. And like the rum is a UFC official sponsor. Maybe they're gonna give me discount, maybe 15-10%.
Yeah, that'd be good. That'd be good.
Yeah.
But you can afford it. I think you're okay.
Yeah, if they're not gonna give me discount, it's okay. It's not that expensive.
That's right.
I already checked.
By the way, I can't believe you took British Airways. I thought you only fly private.
I was flying from the St. Louis. It was long flight, and like it was my only one friend, and like why we should throw away so much money if we can fly business class.
Yeah, of course. Smart move.
Sometimes you gotta be smart, you know.
Did you want to do it though?
Collect your money.
Did you consider it though?
About
flying private?
No, I like I fly private, but like long flights is not make sense. It costs so much money.
Is there any part of
to get here? It costs like 150,000, 150.
Jeez, really? Wow. Okay.
Yeah, but why? For what? It's better like donate that money or like help somebody, and like the same bet you fly business class, first class.
Arman, for you, we used to talk about money fights in this sport, and I'm going to let you go in a minute, but I'm curious. There's no more pay-per-view. You know what you're making. Ultimately, does it matter if it's Justin or Ilya for you? Like as far as what you make, did you want to be? Are you upset? Did you want to be the first guy to beat Ilya? Does it mean more money if you're fighting or beating Ilya? How do you view that?
No, it's the same money. I have my purse. I have the money for the title fight, and I know how much I'm gonna make, and like no matter who is gonna be, Ilya or Justin, and I just want to become a UFC champion as soon as possible. Yeah, of course, I would like to fight Ilya and to be a first guy, but you know, Justin did it before me, and maybe who knows? Maybe it's better.
Why is that?
Because he tested him, and now I know like where is his the weaknesses.
I think a win over Justin Gaethje at this point in his career is going to be very impressive if you pull it off. He did allude to something last night saying, I told my mom I won't decide if I'm going to retire or not. Do you think there's any chance he retires?
I don't know, to be honest. He shouldn't retire because he looks so good.
Yeah. And you want to fight him?
He got maybe two more years. He's on his prime. He looks like a strong, fast, good cardio, good chin. I have no idea. Like it's like a new version of Justin Gaethje.
I know. 2 years ago, he got knocked out by Max.
Yeah, like and today he was like yesterday. He was like missing hard punches from Ilya Topuria, he didn't even like a shake, you know.
Crazy.
Yeah, was hard, but like still, you know, like he missed so much punches, and he has no scratches on his face. That's crazy.
Yeah. How does the fight go, you versus him?
I'm gonna go there, take him down, choke him, and then that's it.
You think you sub him?
Strike him. Yeah, I can. I mean, like what I see today, what he does on the ground game is like, yeah, Ilya was on the mound. He was like, he doesn't know how to escape from mound. He just turned, give his back, like the Oliveira choke him out. But like for the wrestlers, rappers, like in my level, is the worst. It's like a worse mistake. You know that you're gonna get choked out right away.
So what are you envisioning? Rear naked?
Rear naked or the arm triangle.
Wow, and you feel early, late, middle. What are you feeling?
Feeling second round.
Second round.
Second, third, something like that.
And then you realize your dream, and then it really begins.
Yeah, and then I start to live, you know, different life.
How so?
Can't wait. What happened?
How so? How do you live a different life then? It seems like your life is pretty good.
Yeah, but with that gold, I'm gonna be way happier. I don't know how to explain. You know, I cannot stop myself. So when I was cutting my weight, and like, okay, I'm gonna like take the couple of days like off, and like I just landed, and tomorrow morning I said to the guys 7:30 we gotta train. So
Oh wow.
maybe when I become a champion, I can like rest a little bit. But right now I cannot.
You're obsessed with it. You think about it a lot.
Or every day, all day.
Wow.
All day. Just need the date, and this time I'm gonna prepare myself, and I'm gonna try to be healthy as much as possible.
And at what point does your team talk to the UFC to try to get a sense for when this could happen?
They gotta talk probably on Tuesday and figure out what's going on.
Amazing. Well,
because we gotta know like when I'm fighting, because I have REF as well, and I gotta know what's my schedule.
Sure.
And because I wanna do like maybe 6 more matches this year for REF.
By the way, did you see Diego Lopez weigh in twice?
No, why?
He weighed in at 145 and then he weighed in at 55 to be the backup for the main event.
Oh, just in case, huh?
Yeah. That's pretty gangster, right?
Yeah, Diego, he could step in, he's a dog.
Yeah. As are you. Thank you, Arman. I appreciate it. Congratulations on the win. Good luck July 18th. That's Colby, right?
No, before that I have July 11th. That's why I'm on this side now.
Oh, that's right. You have in Georgia.
Yeah.
Yes. You hinted that the last time you were on, and then they announced it. That's a huge deal for you to compete in Georgia, right?
Yeah. I was born there.
Yeah.
And a lot of family live there. They come and support me.
What do you think the reaction is going to be for you and Marab and everyone?
I mean, only in Georgia, probably 500,000 Armenians live. So a lot of Georgians and Armenians are gonna come and support me.
Amazing! Wow, what a scene that's going to be. That's incredible. Okay, so good luck July 11th, July 18th, and hopefully you get that news and we could stop speculating and talk about you fighting for the belt. I have to say, I didn't think it was going to be against Justin Gaethje, but here we are. It's a crazy sport.
Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Talk
Arman.
to you soon.
Appreciate it very much.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. There he is. The great Arman Tsarukyan joining us. Number one contender has to be at this point. Has to be. And let's see what happens. I saw there was odds released, right? I think there's odds. Wait a second. What are they saying on Kalshi? Yeah. Wait.
We got the future for
By the end of 2026, they say that Arman's going to be champ, 40%?
40% of the public believes
Islam.
Arman will be champ.
Islam has higher percentage than Justin Gaethje? How's that possible?
People are taking flyers.
Nah, no chance. Gaethje, then 17% Charles Oliveira, 12% Max Holloway. Welterweight Max Holloway. What about that? Did you guys go to the Ellipse on Friday or Saturday? Did you see Zach, what was it, Brian Brown? What's his name?
Life is good today.
Yo, that dude.
Did we go to the Ellipse?
He killed it on the show.
I was there, yeah,
Brown
man.
was
It was
great.
so good.
Just a little bit of Jake and Brown. Is that your brother? No. Cold beer on a Friday night.
Connor's not here, but no, that's not his
Oh, yeah, I was wondering. Where'd he go?
To find his
I have to say, the the shots of the people around the reflecting pool, all like it was a lot of people, It was impressive.
They deliver. The best thing you could say about it was they gave us this vision of something. They delivered on what they said they were going to do. They absolutely smashed it.
By the way, I'm still curious about this Marco Rubio thing. What did they sign? What was that?
Some kind of intent to spread U.S. culture through.
What is this?
UFC.
I don't know what this is.
The press release, all the writing about it was very vague. There's no real action plan yet in terms of how this is going to represent the U.S. nation, but there is some kind of plan.
Wild.
But it's not political. None of this is political.
I don't know. I'm so happy to be done with this. I have to. What is going on? I don't know. It's all. There's a part of me that sometimes wonders: does Dane actually believe what he's saying with this political stuff?
Nope.
You think it's
lies and doesn't care?
What about that McGregor Holloway poster? Thoughts?
Amazing.
Yeah, I thought they nailed it. Just a little bit of chicken.
Like some AI shit. Like, I don't.
Cold beer on a Friday night.
Is that AI?
I don't know what that is.
It's AI.
Is it? Is it possible it's just Photoshop? How do you know the difference between Photoshop and AI?
Just look at McGregor's face. It's just like that picture just doesn't exist.
It'd just be so much better.
Could be so much better, man.
What is that super file? What is that? Bottom left?
Some sort of sponsor. I saw it yesterday as well.
Brendan Schaub, none too happy. Week after a 5-year layoff and the biggest star in the sport is back, put in effort.
I mean, despite the AI usage, it is just objectively a bad poster.
Yeah. Yeah. It just doesn't feel big, right?
Nah.
Could be so much cooler. We did have the Tommy Fury Eddie Hall fight on Saturday, guys. Who watched it? Anyone?
Frank was locked in.
Frank, you were locked in?
Is verifiably false.
Anyway, Darren Till pulled a Sean Strickland. He tried to crash the press conference. Here's what happened.
You have to go. Wow, who's going to make me? Who said that?
Max.
Max. I've got to get through there though, haven't I? Can I get us through there now with all my mates? I might just jump over, innit? And when John's in the corner, I'm just going to be screaming at John. Have you seen the way they're putting all security around me there?
Contractually, they say that you can't be here.
It's a public press conference.
I hear what you're saying, brother. And you know it's not me. I don't give a fuck if you're not here.
So they're saying they're not going to come out on stage unless I leave? No, I won't be saying nothing. I've just come to watch. Yeah. They're trying to kick me out. What said I've got to leave or Tommy's not coming out. Fuck off. Yeah.
Did he Furies? Did he go to the fight?
He doesn't want me in here.
Did he actually go to the fight?
I can't imagine if he's banned from the press conference, he can go to the fight.
40. Anyway, Tommy Fury won. Hamza Danis brawl. I feel like I stand by. I feel like on a regular sort of mundane week, we're talking about this like A block. We're talking about it here 4.5 hours in.
Absolutely correct.
Bro, I saw. Here's Danis. Okay, what's happening? This happens. Okay, he's upset. He's down. Is he holding on to him? Holding on to the leg. Get up, push, kick. And then he's right. Look at this. Look at them attack Dylan here off his back.
Who is like the designated guy that sprints in there to attack Danis?
I don't know, but
it's like that. It feels like it's agreed upon beforehand.
It was weird. I can't remember exactly when. It was either fourth quarter or in the aftermath of the Knicks win. And then I see in a sea of Knicks-related tweets, Dylan Danis and Hamza get into a brawl, and I'm like, I'm moving on. Not now. No interest in this. It was like, oh yeah, there's other things happening in the universe. Not now. Sorry. Jordan Burroughs signed with RAF. That's a pretty big get for them. He typically does, a lot of people wanted to see him do a little MMA. Didn't happen. No opponent announced just yet. I didn't ask Arman about the Tony Nipple face-off. Did you guys see this?
No, this is not my fault.
It was a little purple nurple action.
You think this was enough for a purple nurple?
Hey. Tony. What a guy. Anthony Taylor was involved in a fracas of sorts, also on that Tommy Fury card. All kinds of wackiness on Saturday. Here it is. Let's take a look.
Big shots right there from Matty Floyd. AT takes a knee here. AT screaming that his eyes are burning. This might be it.
Going to take him back to the corner and flush his eyes out here.
Possibly to clear it, unsure about the legality of it.
Oh, he's saying something.
A peculiar moment here. Wade Clemens, this could be a tactic to buy time, could be some sort of...
Yeah, I don't really know what to say about this right now. AT is talking about something about icy hot.
He's slamming the canvas, and it looks like that's going to be it.
I don't know what to make of any of this. AT is saying it feels like icy hot. Feels like icy hot. So I'm not sure what's going on here.
You got to flush his eyes out here, guys. Whatever it is, put the water in his eyes, get it out. His safety and his health is the most important thing, more so than the fight right now. So let's get him.
Here's a look at some of the frustration.
He's saying that there was icy hot on the gloves?
Yeah.
Damn.
Complaining.
That would be crazy.
Rushing now at the challenger's corner.
Whoa.
Didn't even make it to Matty Floyd. Swung an overhand that might
Jesus.
have partially connected.
Shout out to Ben Davis.
On one of
Ben Davis doing a whole play-by-play.
as he was dragged.
Just a little bit of chicken fry. Yeah, that's a wacky one. Aspinall was there. Shout out to Paul Hughes. Paul Hughes had surgery. We do have visual proof. Second surgery complete. Golly. I feel better than I look. Kept this one close to my chest. It's been a crazy run in the past 2 years. Went from scrapping to pay my rent, to signing with PFL, having 6 fights in 18 months. 2 of them world title fights. Truth is, my body broke down towards the end of last year. My mental strength pushed me to try to do the impossible. I got close, not a single regret. He's going to return early 2027. Does he say what he had surgery on? Bottom of my heart, I want to thank everyone. Love Paul. Big news. Absolute gent. Mensch. Shout out to his mom as well. Claire Hughes. Wishing him a very, 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 very speedy recovery. Just a great dude. Just a really, really great guy. Also, by the way, we have no visual proof of this, but do you guys happen to see that post from the PFL when they asked stars of the PFL who they were picking in the finals?
I didn't see that.
You didn't see that?
No.
You guys didn't see this?
I saw this.
You saw it, Jordan?
Wait, now that
I
you
saw what
mention
Dakota said.
Dakota was the only one to pick the Knicks.
Oh, shout out to Dakota.
And
Only because she didn't want to upset you.
she said only because Ariel will roast me if I don't.
There you go.
See? I led her
She
in the right
avoided
direction.
a roasting, and she made you happy. It's great.
I appreciated that. I was looking at that thing right before game one. I was like, Spurs, 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 Spurs. Little do they know. Little did they know. What a time. Frankie, do we have any super chats?
We do.
Okay, so week one, we had intern Josh and intern Jack.
Right.
And what a summer for these young lads, right? I mean, they're in New York City when the Knicks finally do it. Something to write home about. Week two, I did it because we were pressed for time. What are we doing week three?
I was going to hand the baton over to you.
Oh.
Because you read them so fast and there's just so many today.
There are.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm down. Okay. Jack Hunter. No, that's our guy. This is from, good start. Alfaro Danny. Calm the F down. We all knew Ariel going to make a 2-hour segment about how the Knicks win is all about him. Chill. We all know that nobody listened to action. Okay. We had to pick that one. Bring up the Knicks more so chat keeps... People were complaining about this.
Yeah.
Like, I give a shit. Like, I give a shit about that. Are you kidding me?
Who gives a shit?
Like, I give a shit. Give me 30 minutes. I wanted to do 3 hours on the Knicks today. Are you kidding? I wanted to do 3 hours.
Let's lock in. Let's do more.
I can't wait to have Coach Mike Brown on the program.
Ooh.
Oh, here's 24-inch dubs. Congrats, Ariel. Every dog has its days. Soak it in. You know what?
That's nice by him.
Class.
Yeah.
Class. Fatia Jila? Yep. Did Ariel go streaking after the Knicks win as promised? I mean,
yeah, you did say
negative
that.
1,000 aura for that Knicks spelling. So no one asked me what actually happened. So I'll tell you what happened. 3-2-1, Wemby misses, bricks. Everyone's going crazy. I'm freaking out. Anyway. I'm wearing a sweatshirt. I'm wearing my Lucky Syracuse sweatshirt. Take off the sweatshirt. Sweating. Buckets dripping. Everyone's happy, going crazy. I can't stop sweating and crying. So I take off my pants. Shorts.
Jesus Christ.
Take off the shirt. I think I ruined my shirt, by the way, because the neck by the end of the night was like down to here. It was.
So what are you wearing at this point?
At this point, Lucky Action shirt. I should have told him about that. And boxers. Take off.
In your house.
In my house.
Is this what you recorded the video on?
Yes, absolutely.
Also, I think one of the best reactions I saw to it was like the awkward kid meme, just kind of like staring around, and it was like Jacqueline in the background of you recording your video.
Is Jacqueline even nearby, or is she?
Yeah, she was in the back.
Yeah,
Okay.
at one point you like lift it up and you can kind of see her, and she's just sort of just like
she's shocked at the state of her husband.
Exactly.
They're all shocked at how I'm reacting. She didn't. There's a bunch of people with like they recorded their spouse reacting. She didn't record because earlier in the series she was recording, and my kids reprimanded her, and so she didn't want to, upset the vibe.
They were saying that's not allowed.
They're like, you don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Sacred.
They were looking out for Pops.
Yeah.
Which I appreciated. Then something interesting happened. At one point, bang on the window outside. Neighbor comes in.
Oh. Wait, are you still in boxers or what?
I'm still in boxers. But once the neighbor
Got that
came
kind of
in,
relationship with the neighbor, huh?
The sex.
Once the neighbor came in, and he's a huge Knicks fan, I felt like it would be inappropriate for me to strip naked.
Wait, so what's he wearing? Boxers?
What's the point of streaking down the street if you're?
Because then you're like a flash in the middle of the night.
Right.
I do feel like I owe the neighborhood a streak. You know what I noticed, by the way? When you walk your dog, the camera says, "You are being recorded." On some people. So then I was like, "Dad, could you imagine if someone gets a notification
Freeze the
and it's
frame.
brrr, I would
long out.
I'm.
Oh, I feel like that's more appropriate than the other ones.
The schlong measuring contest.
Yeah.
I don't know. Listen. At some point, everyone goes to bed. I went from inside the NBA, and can I just say, it was pretty damn amazing to have inside the NBA involved. You know what I mean? Like I've said what I had to say about. I feel like, but like to have Ernie Johnson be the one to do that for the first time, because historically TNT's coverage ends with the conference finals. To have them involved was pretty damn great. So I went from inside the NBA to MSG. Our boy Novak. It was his birthday, by the way, on Saturday. What a birthday that was. Then I went to local news to see all the reaction. Then I was watching, MSG just kept replaying it, so I finished up MSG. Then I went to NBA TV with John Wall and Chris Haynes. I was just jumping all around. And then the tweets were just...
Cat in his bag on SVP, too, with all the triple G's.
Oh, Cat.
Mosley, oh my God.
Yo, we gotta get Cat. We gotta get Cat on the program. Cat went on like a 15 boxing reference run there, right? He started mentioning like Hagler Hearns, Triple G against Canelo. He was Shane Mosley reference, Zab Judah reference. He was referencing everyone. Remy Suss. Does Ilya need to go back to 145? I mean, I've suggested this, but it seems like no one's in agreement. Jeff Raymond, 2253. Enjoy the championship, Ariel. Much deserved. As a 29-year-old from Boston, I'm very happy for you to finally get one. Shout out to GC, my birthday twin, 7/16/96. Step your game up. I got 5 TVs in my basement. Shout out New York Rick, a real one.
Wow.
Yeah.
Nice to meet a birthday twin. 5 seems like overkill.
Yes. What is he?
When are you ever going to need 5?
Yeah.
When are you ever going to need 5? NFL Sunday?
Yeah.
NFL Sunday.
Yeah, go to a Buffalo Wild Wings.
Here's I'm Famous Warrior. Crazy what happens when they offer proper bonuses.
I don't think that was
matchups. Here's Alfaro Danny. 100% disagree. Reason so many UFC legends were not there is fear of backlash, cancel culture. Even some coaches didn't make it. No. I think just one, right? Greg Jackson. Duncan 9661. Ali Abdelaziz cemented as a true great now.
He wasn't already?
Yeah, what the hell? CHIGUME. Ilya losing reminds me of when Leon Edwards said the belt belongs to no one. Can you think of any other time a great champion got upset when it seemed like they were untouchable?
Yeah, like every great champion.
Yeah, like Conor, Ronda,
Khamzat.
What a stretch, by the way. Back-to-back dudes who seemed...
Americans dethroning him as well. After a lot of talk about no American champion.
Yeah, you're right. Now we got 3, right?
Yeah.
Kayla.
Yep.
Kayla needed to be front center yesterday.
Kayla was there. I saw
She
her.
was, but I didn't see her on the
see
broadcast, right?
No, they didn't show like. Any
I'm scrolling more and more. I'm seeing like Josh Emmett was there. Like I'm seeing more and more fighters.
Rob was there.
Ellipse or at the event?
These were like at the event. I did go back and
okay.
confirm.
All right.
Brady and Natalia Silva were in the event.
Ruben Salazar, need a smoke stream or a post-smoke stream? Was at Washington Square Park bumping into New York, or bumping New York, excuse me. And we are young with so many people, it felt surreal. Yeah. I bet. This is cousin Kev. No more New York Rick, it's Dagestan Rick.
Rick from Dagestan.
Yes, brother.
2-3 years?
2-3 years, forget.
Here's more on Rick from Hanashi. New York Rick looks like a sick Dagestani rapper. His track list would be Help the Bear, Dagestan Bands, Caucus, Among Us, What I'm Made Of.
What I'm made of.
Yo, damn, Hanashi actually cooked on that one.
What I'm Made Of, MEDOV for the audience listening.
Wow, Hanashi, good job on that.
Shout out to Rick. Hasn't gone home yet. Slept in the studio?
Yes.
Yeah.
Just a little bit of chicken fry. Look at these.
Why is that the filler for everything?
I don't know.
Look at
fucking Rick, bro.
What a scene this is.
It's a scene, man.
Life is good today.
What was I reacting
They did
to
another show out of there today,
Wait.
if I'm not mistaken.
What am I looking at?
Thunderstorm.
Oh, the thunder.
Yeah, there was like crazy thunder.
Yes, that's
Rick
what I was
getting
worried
scared. He was like, someone bring me my thunder blanket.
Yeah, that's what I was worried about too.
What's it called, Monster?
Ariel's just now realizing which
Life is
studio
good
that is.
today.
No, I knew about the studio, Frank. How was it?
It was great.
Did you? No?
Yeah, it was good.
All right.
It was good.
Here's Dave who says, you got to get DC on to talk about his tweets. And I think he'll talk about it himself. Here's Bougie
Alpaca,
shout out. How does the Knicks win affect your feelings towards the Bills? Have you ever heard of team boxing league? Seen it on TV a few times and don't understand it, though it could be a good doc idea. To answer that, I have, and I'm just completely turned off by any sort of team fighting event, so I never really pay attention to it. I think there's a few people involved. Dewey Cooper's involved. I know that. Yeah, 100%. I think we all thought, oh, maybe they get to the finals and they lose. This gives me hope times 10 that the Bills could actually do it. There's a lot of similarities between Jalen Brunson and Josh Allen. They're winners. I could see Josh holding that trophy. And now that I actually saw my team win, and I can't even believe I could say that finally after all this time, I feel like, okay, now it's not impossible. The Helwani curse is no more.
Not only that, but it softens the blow, right? Like,
100%.
if they come up short, it hurts, but
I was thinking about that too.
you're not
Man,
craving it.
after losing to the Broncos this year and last year Chiefs, like I was so depressed. Pacers last year, and now it's like I had this euphoria. Action and I are very different in this regard. I'm good for now. Obviously, I don't want to lose to the Celtics or anything like that, but like I'm kind of good.
Salary caps.
Let me tell you something. Bills win, I am done. I will not.
You don't watch sports anymore. You're just done.
I'll just be a casual viewer. Oh, the finals are on. Great, but it will never.
Is that NBA now?
100%. It will never. When the Pacers rip your heart out, it's like it's not just that one loss. It's 30 years compounded. Now it's just like, nah, we're defending champs. How many rings you guys got over in Indiana? Huh? How many rings you got, Reg? Huh? Hallie, how many rings? Chill with this. All I do is UFC. Rick, Frank, a new instant favorite LVL song drops. A real 11 out of 10 single. It's 5 minutes. You're on solo, 60-minute drive. How many times do you play it?
12.
12. 12 straight?
Yeah.
No, we got the podcast on.
Hell yeah.
That's in one ear, Rick. Other ear, it's the track.
Ruben again, please get Nick Wright on the show or Colin Coward. Seems like Action's friends with Nick Wright.
He was chilling.
Were they? Colin, I think, was hating on the Knicks. Nick wasn't, right? I think Nick wasn't.
No, Nick was all
Nick
in.
was all in,
Knicks,
yeah. Here's Robot Pen. Can we get the drop of GC saying, oh, he got my ass?
Why did I even say that?
I don't remember.
Emphasis on that sounded like it was in the wrong part. I got to be honest. It's like, oh, he got my ass, not oh, he got my ass. Like
it's all caps.
That's very true.
It's hard to know. It's hard to know what to emphasize.
Oh, he got my ass.
You read it how you wanted to read it.
The got is the.
What's this in reference to?
I have no idea.
But he got your ass.
Here's 24-inch again. I've
Or he
seen
got
so
your
many
ass.
non-fans, media, and politicians trash MMA and call it cage fighting like it's a dirty word. It sickens me. I've seen so many. Anytime I open my Twitter, what about Gavin Newsom weighing in, guys? It's like some weird, bizarro world that we're living in.
Pretty sure Hillary Clinton weighed in, too.
The White House was built to serve the American people. Tonight it was used to promote a company the president owns stock in, sell subscriptions, promote corporate sponsors, push Trump crypto, and enrich the president and his family. The founders warned us about kings enriching themselves from public office. They did not fight a revolution for this. I mean, when you put it like that. What did Hillary say?
She said, remember, during today's literal cage match on the White House grounds, no matter what, it's not his house, it's our house.
I did not have...
Come on, Frank.
I will say, with that Hillary Clinton tweet, she does push towards a website selling hats that say, not his house, our house. Buttons and pens, stickers, coasters as well. So make sure to get your not his house, our house merch.
Ezra says, would Charles Oakley being involved in a Knicks parade be a good way to welcome him back to MSG, or is Dolan set on his decision? I've dug around on this a little bit. You know, I think both are a little bit hard-headed right now, and there is a pending lawsuit. And yeah, put it this way, I don't think Oakley's going to be at any parade anytime soon. I think the dream of him being like the guy who's celebrated if they win, I just don't think it's happening. Could it happen over time?
The way he
Sure.
still talks about Patrick Ewing, I don't think it's happening anytime soon.
I adore Charles. I adore him, and I was so happy he was there. But I just didn't feel like last week was the week to do that. You know what I mean? Like, it's not about you and Patrick. It's not about your history. It's not about any of that. And on game day, he was fine, but like he was doing a whole bunch of interviews talking about this stuff, and it's like, not now. Just like, please, let us just be happy. So, on the nose tomorrow, I'm going to get that post up. All kinds of things. We're going to get to it. There's a lot of things in the works. Just stick with us, all right? Oh, I tried to bounce it. Every time the show's over, I try to bounce the ball.
Where you go, man?
I'm just getting my ball here. Let me tell you something. Frank,
Uh-huh.
Dallas Stars,
Yeah.
stick with them. Buffalo Sabres,
I mean, they've won before.
stick with them.
Eh.
Arizona Cardinals, stick with them.
What about
Josh,
Cowboys,
Sixers,
the Rockets?
stick with them. Well, Cowboys and Rockets, they won in the 90s.
That's what I'm saying. These are cities I've lived in.
Oh,
I stuck
okay.
with them. They won. I asked Mrs. Mysterious, I'm like, I might be the common thread here. We're walking through Brooklyn. Everyone celebrated the Knicks. I'm like, I'm just saying. And you know what she says? She goes, why haven't the Bills won? I'm like, bitch, I haven't lived in Buffalo. Just because I'm married to you doesn't mean it doesn't work like that.
Did you celebrate on Saturday night?
Absolutely.
What'd you do?
I read all the text messages from you guys.
I didn't even get. I didn't
woke
even,
up Tracy to let her know.
I didn't even get a hey man, congrats.
I knew you were busy in your boxers. I didn't want to be a part of that.
You didn't even go outside.
I didn't need to. There was a loud enough fireworks. I was comfortable.
Wow, you're like action.
No, I was happy for you.
Oh, okay.
And everyone else.
All right. Appreciate it. Andy went outside. She sent us a video. There were actual fireworks in her neighborhood.
Sure did. It was great.
People were partying?
People were partying for a long time.
Did you take your son out?
Oh, man. He's knocked out.
You left him in the apartment?
By
With my mother-in-law.
Oh, okay. All right. The MIL was in the house too,
Yep.
watching?
Yep. She was
Damn.
watching, and we decided when they got to 20 seconds, I finally convinced them that we needed to get out of the house.
Oh.
So everybody got dressed really fast, and she had no idea what was going on. She was like, okay, as we were running out the door.
You didn't watch the buzzer sound?
No, we made it on time.
Wait, but you got to watch it on TV and then you go outside.
No, man. I wanted to be with the people when they won. It was great. I regret nothing.
All right, fine. Everyone has their, what did Breen say? You're not dreaming, Knicks fans. You can cry now. The wait is over. Unbelievable. I'm gonna get season tickets. You think they're cheap? Probably not.
Yeah, now's the best, absolute best time to buy them. For
I need to be there when they raise the banners, though. Plural.
Okay, but that's
Yeah, I
one
think
game.
You have to get season tickets to do that.
Okay, all right. I just want to let everyone know, nothing you could do could ever hurt me anymore. Nothing you could say can make me upset. This is going to be a 100% positive show from here on out. There'll be no criticism whatsoever, no negativity. We're just going to have a great time celebrating life, peace and love, peace and love. What else can we do? What else can we do? The New York Knicks are NBA champions. Never thought I'd be able to say those words. Bills in February, die in peace. Bills in February, I retire. To hell with all of you. Leave me alone. No. I paid my dues. The suffering is over.
Do you still pay when you're retired?
How close was I to having an all-time run? If it would have been Bills, Jays, and Knicks, would have been the greatest exercising of demons of all time.
I like that Knicks was first, though.
You know what? It feels fitting. They were my first, my last, my everything.
Our boy Jake getting Indiana football, Arsenal, and
not a bad run.
6 month span, ain't it?
Not a bad run. It's not a bad run.
I mean, Indiana football is impossible.
I did talk to a friend of mine who went to Indiana as well, and I was like, okay, so how does it compare? I'm like, what? You went to Indiana. If you claim to be a lifelong fan, you can't compare the school that you went to your childhood team. It's not the same. It's different for you. You grew up in Georgia. He's from New York. You know what I mean? No one grows up an Indiana football fan living in New York. It's crazy.
There wasn't an Indiana football fan until last year.
That's a good point. Thank you to all our guests. Thanks to all of you. Back tomorrow, same time and place. Till I say peace. I'm out of here.